Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. My name is Ivar Sieps, and this is really a great honor to welcome you to the European Oncology Patient Congress on Equality in Beating Cancer. Well, during the last 3 weeks, most of us have been distracted from our everyday lives by news coming from Ukraine. Ukrainians are a brave nation which fight against a brutal invader. But for us, for all the Europeans, it is important to be aware of what they are fighting for. They are standing up for their dignity, their right to live in a humane, democratic society, and for their European choice. We, as the European decision makers, must live up to those Ukrainian expectations and to honor their choice for Europe. For Europe as a place where individual life of every person is being respected, as well as his or her freedom and well-being, including access to a healthcare of high quality. Today, this applies also to those many Ukrainians, men and women, who are coming to Europe, fleeing the hostilities taking place there, and we should live up to their expectations as a humane, socially just, and above all, an inclusive society. In this light, I would like to proceed to our today's agenda. It will cover many aspects of equality in beating cancer and how to reduce the inequalities in cancer care all across European countries. We will be dealing with planning and funding, with the newly created Cancer Inequalities Register, with diagnostic, treatment, access to medicine, and also the cross-border healthcare. And the special attention will be devoted to skills of oncologists, as well as to the EU policies in this regard. But first of all, I would like to give the floor to the opening speeches. And the first person who I would like to invite here is Olga Valciņa, the founder of the Latvian Association of Oncology Patient Organizations, OncoAlliance from Latvia. Please, Olga.
Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate your presence in this difficult time for the whole world. We are delighted to welcome you to this Congress on Equality in Beating Cancer, organized by Latvian OncoAlliance. And I want to point out that there are no random people in our organization. We all are cancer patients, survivors, or children of cancer patients. I've been a melanoma patient myself since 2017. At the very beginning, this Congress was intended to be as a small meeting for cancer patient advocates from Eastern European countries. But now, let me say how pleased I am to see such a large audience with more than 400 delegates registered, representing 28 European countries and more than 100 national and international organizations. This high level of interest really reflects the wide importance of equality in cancer care across Europe. This Congress could not have taken place without the professional team of Baltic communication partners who have worked tirelessly for almost a year to make this day happen. Equality in cancer care is a hot topic now. And the diverse manifestations of inequality are being discussed at various levels. Unfortunately, this is a reality that cancer patients face not only in Europe, but around the world. The patient's gender, age, income, social status, level of education, disability, and in particular, place of residence can affect the quality and outcome of cancer care. The East-West divide has to come forward recently, where there are significant differences between countries, and key indicators clearly show that there are large inequalities in cancer survival. Therefore, it's no wonder that we are organizing this Congress here in Riga, because Latvian patients feel this East-West divide on their skin, just like cancer patients in other Eastern European countries. Yes, we still have poorer access to medicines, inaccessible clinical trials, inefficient cross-border medicine, and it almost always much longer for patients to reach innovations than in Western Europe. We have sad examples when it took more than 12 years from the acceptance of medicine by the EMA to the time the medicine reached the patient. In recent years, of course, Central and Eastern European countries have been improving cancer care, developing cancer control plans, allocating additional budget, thinking about different improvements, and even evolving patient advocates, which means that we, our patients, we are finally important partners in decision-making. But, however, it's now becoming clear that all the existing efforts and investments are not enough. The improvements are too slow and not comprehensive enough. Too many people are still dying from cancer in Central and Eastern Europe. Equal, high-quality cancer care is only possible through coordinated action across Europe involving all stakeholders. That's why we brought together today health ministers, decision makers, medical professionals, scientists, patient advocates, and industry to find new solutions and propose more ambitious steps. And we as the cancer patients will always be present and highly demanding, because this is our health and our life. With this, I would like to welcome all of you to start our Congress to change cancer care for better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. And the next speaker will be a recorded address by our European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, Stella Kyriakides, who will talk about the EU objectives and strategy for beating cancer and ensuring equal care for oncology patients. Let me remind you that there is a translation available in two languages, Latvian and Polish. Or someone is telling me that there are more than two languages, just two. Okay, but I think that's enough. At least we are complying with the local Latvian language legislation and also providing our Polish friends with translation. So please do take your headphones if you need them. So Stella Kyriakides, please.
Dear all, thank you for the invitation to be with you today. After 2 years of living with COVID-19, the situation for cancer patients and healthcare professionals is particularly challenging. The pandemic has clearly highlighted the crucial importance of contingency planning for care continuity, and it has exposed the tendency to underfinance and under-prioritize our healthcare systems. Today, we are witnessing the terrible plight of refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine. Many of these are patients, and many suffering from serious diseases, such as cancer. And this brings a layer of additional urgency to our actions. We need to put patients' needs in the center and urgently address backlogs. That's what your event rightly does. It's what Europe's Beating Cancer Plan is doing, as it tackles all the challenges and many more. The plan is covering the entire disease pathway, and its ambitious flagship initiatives and actions will help us to ensure that we can make a difference in the realities of cancer. It champions research and innovation, digitalization, personalized medicine, and reducing inequalities as cross-cutting themes. It has smooth governance and cooperation arrangements with all key stakeholders. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan gives us all the tools we need to take on the challenges cancer poses. To achieve them, we have a clear timeline and milestones. To deliver what we have promised, we have substantial financial support of €4 billion. Last year, we already launched 16 major initiatives, and this year many more will come, in particular actions focusing on prevention and diagnosis. Because let's not forget, over 40% of cancers can be prevented. I'm very happy of the significant progress we have made only a year after adopting the plan, and I know we can achieve even more in 2022. This year, we will pursue our work to update the European Code Against Cancer and to revise the Council recommendation on cancer screening. In addition, to mark World Cancer Day in February, we launched further major actions, such as the Joint Action on Human Papillomavirus and the Cancer Inequalities Registry. Dear friends, our plan puts patients first. Equal and fair access is more than a cross-cutting theme of the plan. It is its main goal. That means tackling the significant differences between and within member states and between socioeconomic groups. The Cancer Inequalities Registry will provide a wide range of data to explore inequalities between countries by gender, education, income, and location. A series of country cancer profiles will be published this year, followed by an overall report on the state of cancer prevention and care in the EU by 2023. This information will help countries in Central and Eastern Europe prioritize and guide their investments. I applaud the initiatives you are discussing at your Congress to promote a register of existing cancer management inequalities at European level and to enable patient organizations in Central and Eastern Europe to share best practices. We all need to work together to bring about change. That's why we appreciate your commitment and the insight the OncoAlliance and other key cancer stakeholders bring to our joint efforts on cancer. Together, we can. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Kyriakides. And the next recorded address comes from Andra Levite, who is First Lady of the Republic of Latvia, but she is not just the First Lady, but she is also a very good gynecologist, and in that sense, I think that we would welcome her welcoming address as well.
Cienījamie kongresa dalībnieki, cilvēkam vēža diagnoze un tā ārstēšana ir kā cīņa ar daudzgalvainu puķi. Viņu moka neziņa par savu fizisko veselību, par finansiālo un sociālo situāciju, par savu nākotni vispār. Lai cilvēkam šādā situācijā vēl papildus nebūtu jāpiedzīvo nevienlīdzība vēža ārstēšanā, nebūtu jāsatraucās par piekļuvi valsts onkoloģiskiem centriem vai par pieejamību mūsdienīgiem vēža ārstēšanas medikamentiem, tad par to pacienta vietā būtu jārūpējas citiem. Dažādu ministriju ciešā horizontālā sadarbība, pašvaldību rūpes par iedzīvotāju mobilitāti un piekļuvi valsts onkoloģiskiem centriem, ārstu un laboratoriju kvalifikācijas nodrošināšana, šie ir tikai daži piemēri, kā varētu novērst nevienlīdzību vēža ārstēšanā un uzlabot vēžu pacientu prognozi. Paldies kongresa rīkotājiem par problēmas aktualizēšanu un starptautiski nozīmīgā pasākuma organizēšanu. Novēlu auglīgas diskusijas.
Thank you to Mrs. Levitt. And the next speaker is going to be in person, so you can see and touch him in his physical presence. So this is Mr. Daniels Pavļots, the Minister of Health of the Republic of Latvia. Please, Daniels.
Thank you, Ivars. You're welcome to come and touch me later. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues. Well, Ivars already mentioned this. I cannot fail but say something about the incursion of Putin's army in Ukraine and the fight for the freedom for all of us. Maybe like myself, you also every morning when you wake up, and the last thing you do before you go to sleep is take your phone and see what is going on and how the fight for freedom is progressing. Now, such a massive crisis, it draws our attention, and very similarly, recently we had still have a huge crisis which we call pandemic, the COVID-19. And yet, in the face of such massive challenges, it may seem that we may forget about slow, creeping, ongoing crises like cancer. Cancer killed about 6,000 people in this country last year. In comparison, in the 2 years of pandemic, 5,500 people have died in our country. It probably makes not much use to compare the numbers, and yet I'll do it. Last year, on top of our normal base budget for health in this country, which is about 1.5 billion euros, we spent at least additional €500 million in battling COVID-19, and this is in health area alone, plus economic support measures, etc., much, much more. And we know why we did it. Because otherwise, many, many more people would have died. We increase, despite the pandemic, we have increased funding for cancer treatment. We made a record increase of 30% of base budget for oncology treatment in this year's annual state budget, and it will stay there in the next year. And yet, this is the moment I'd like to point out the unique nature of this event. And this is the fact that this is organized by the patient organizations. We, the decision makers, the professionals, the medical profession, have been invited here by the patients. And as so poignantly was pointed out by Ms. Valtinya, the inequality in cancer treatment is a very painful fact on multiple fronts and multiple dimensions. Now, it has been discovered a lot, the pain of a medical professional faces in telling someone they have cancer, or telling someone that it's terminal, or facing the relatives and friends when somebody has passed away. It's discussed much less the drama that public health officials face when they have to tell someone, look, we have no money, we're not going to fund your particular type of cancer, your particular type of treatment, the latest, the most expensive treatment, we simply cannot afford it. This is also painful. And this is just one area of inequalities we're talking about. Inequalities between countries, financial capabilities of public health systems. There are many, many more that have already been pointed out. And here I would like to echo some of the important things that the Commissioner told us in her speech. Latvia also has a plan. We do have a beating cancer plan in Latvia, not formally approved yet, but in force nevertheless. We have received additional funding on top of those activities envisaged there. It's the Beating Cancer Plan in Latvia 2022-2024, developed in very close collaboration with various stakeholders in an engaging sort of process in workshops with all stakeholders, and it seems that we approve of it as a good one. And all the obvious things are in there. The objective of it is to provide a patient-centered, more equal, more accessible cancer care in our country. Starting from the very beginning of prevention, changing people's behavior, to more healthy habits, to prevention, screening, available diagnostic wherever people live, building a more equitable system, dealing with obvious challenges we have in cancer data, developing digital system, making sure that screening programs are performed to a high degree of quality, developing governance system for the oncology, working on the oncology Excellence Center on the basis of the Eastern University Hospital here in Latvia, and on and on and on. We know what our homework is. Today, I'm very much looking forward to the discussions here, particularly from the perspective of the patients, the people. And people who work with me know that I've said this many times before in different formats. I'm not a health professional. I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a public health professional. I'm a management professional. And in every area, in politics or policy where I worked, I have always tried to be on the side of the people. In this case, I consider myself to be the minister of the patients more than the minister of doctors. So let me side with you. Let us try and build together a more equitable, more accessible cancer treatment system to save lives and to make life more dignified for those that we still cannot help. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniels. And since we are narrowing down our today's agenda, it's a great pleasure for me to invite Ms. Bettina Rill, who is a patient advocate, founder of the Melanoma Patient Network Europe, and former EU Cancer Mission Board member from Sweden. And she will talk about the main aspects of inequalities in cancer care and their consequences. So you'll have a presentation as well. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind welcome this morning. It is a great pleasure to stand here with you. And I first would like to congratulate my colleagues from Latvia, who I think have put up a phenomenal program that could have not been more timely. As you have heard, we are facing a situation that none of us would have hoped we would ever come to see or face again. By origin, I do live in Sweden, that is actually correct. However, by origin, I am German. My own family fled World War II, so the plight of the people and the transgenerational impact of the situation is something that I personally grew up with, why this topic is very close to my heart. It also very much touches upon the topic of inequality. Not long ago, we were discussing on the Beating Cancer Plan, you have heard Stella, as well as on the EU Cancer Mission that I had the honor to join in 2019, and where I worked on the recommendation for personalized medicine. We discussed that that the countries in the East needed help and support to minimize inequality across Europe. Now it is these very countries who were supposed to be receiving help, who receive millions by now, Ukrainians fleeing war, and now need support. If we are not careful, it will further increase inequality instead of decreasing it. And I believe now is the time. If we want to tackle inequality, the time is now. And we should be thinking what we are doing now to both help those fleeing war and helping the helpers, because the last thing we should be allowing is to make the situation worse for those who so bravely support those in need today. So, what I was asked, and had I designed or written this talk a few weeks ago, it would have looked very different. But of course, the events of the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks have shaped my thinking about it. So this will be around on the cancer mission as such and the experience there, general thoughts on inequality and how this ties together, and why I believe that we will not beat cancer unless we're successful in beating inequality. And I got the clear task by my dear colleagues to be pragmatic. What do? We are all good at talking, but talks alone will not move the needle. I personally, I am a physician actually, but I'm also affected by melanoma. Melanoma killed my husband in 2012 before the new therapies were available. I started that patient network after that, and this is how I got to meet these fantastic colleagues here over time. So, this is the EU Cancer Mission. For those who are not familiar with the program, the Horizon Europe was the last funding program of the European Union. In an interim evaluation, it came out that we spent a lot of money on research, but the benefit to our societies was unclear. Citizens felt that research and innovation was not important to them. And as someone, I don't know how familiar you are with melanoma, I'm sure, I know my colleagues here have been very active, but survival increased from 5% at 5 years when my husband was diagnosed to over 50% at 5 years by today. This is thanks to innovation and accessible innovation. We need research that people like us have a chance. So our audience does not have to be convinced, but people not affected by cancer might not see that benefit. So we have two tasks. It is about explaining and demonstrating the value of research and innovation, and then turning it into true, tangible benefit. Research is not about publications, it is about life saved. And that's why I was so passionate and so delighted to be able to join the EU Cancer Mission with a goal to save lives. In my past, I am a physician by training. I have a PhD in biomedical sciences, so I have worked in that field. I have seen the production side, if you want. Now it is time to see results. I would like to highlight that this is the backbone of what the EU Cancer Mission looks like, and you will see that ensuring equitable access is one of the foundation. It is holding the roof of the entire construct. We were told from the very get-go of the planning that equitable access, equity, had to be designed into any program. And I believe that it is more now than ever before that we realize why this is so important. I would also like to highlight that the Horizon, or the Cancer Mission, and the Horizon funding program, the follow program from Horizon Europe, from Horizon 2020, is called Horizon Europe, is located under the Pillar 2 of the EU funding, which stands for Global Challenges and European Industrial Competitiveness. We have already heard that we have financial constraints in our societies. We can all be standing here and screaming for the best, but we have also be able to finance it. So health and the well-being and the financial well-being of our societies are critically interlinked. And I would like to share some examples on you and at least my personal thoughts on how to go about it. So healthcare and equity in healthcare is not only a moral obligation. Martin Luther King said, of all inequalities, inequalities in health are the worst. It is morally perverse not to help people in help if we can help them. This is unacceptable wherever we live. However, if we look back at the history of medical insurances, for example, they were never created for moral or humanitarian reasons. They were created by employers who wanted healthy workers because healthy workers worked better. They had less time of work. There was always this economic element in there. And that means that healthy societies will be more able to support, to be more active, to be economically successful. So health is an enabler of our societies. And just 2-3 years ago, people would have said, yeah, but we have just heard what COVID does to our societies. I think with COVID, everyone has understood how critical health and the functional healthcare system is to the wealth and the health of all of us. So, with cancer being a rising problem to our societies, tackling cancer is not just a moral obligation, it is something that is vital to the success of our societies. And now, with the increasing burden and the increasing pressure due to refugees displaced by war, it is something we have to tackle now. Now, these are some personal thoughts, and you have heard this. Actually, I could have skipped this slide and saved the time. We have already heard about the different type of inequalities. When talking or working at European level, we often refer to the inequality between countries, and that is obviously an important one and something we have to tackle at European level. What got me into advocacy was that because I was trained as a physician and working at universities, so I had access to scientific literature, and because I was born in the wealthy part of Europe, I'm actually born very, very close to the former inner border in Germany, very, very close to what was the former DDR. It is a region, for those who are familiar with, is called the Harz, and it has an east and a west part. And wherever I was, everyone thought I was one of them, which is a kind of odd kind of concept, never mind. So the point of this is that I was lucky in some circumstances, and it made a terrible situation worse. I was not willing to accept that a few kilometers west or east or north or south depend or define whether you live or die. Surely we can do better in the 21st century. Then there's also another inequality that I think all our countries have. We have main cities, often the capitals, where most is accessible, but if you live in the countryside, in smaller cities, you will struggle to access care. Depending on the size of the country, as you've heard, I live in Sweden, there are many, many kilometers up north. Reaching those patients is also a struggle, even in a country like Sweden. So there are geographic, this is linked to infrastructure. So something in our countries is something we have to think of. Just because it is available in one spot does not mean it is available to all. If you think about impact, saving one patient in the capital is nothing compared to saving every patient in the capital. And that is often, I think, forgotten. And I have an example on that later. And then obviously there are the differences between people. Depending, as I already said, depending on your educational background, your financial means, your personal connections, your gender, your age, you have different chances to survive cancer. And it goes every way. So it is something we have to be mindful of. My examples are often very much melanoma. We know that elder men do worse in melanoma. That's not just. That is something we have to tackle. Now, so as I said, I was tasked to be pragmatic. What do we do? How can the mission and the Beating Cancer Plan, who are already integrated, help us to reduce inequality and reduce the burden of cancer? First, I would like to say that the Beating Cancer Plan and the EU Cancer Mission are already an example of the integration of research and health to a degree that we have never seen before. Probably was not intended by design, but the parallel launch of two initiatives from different departments triggered an integration that never existed before. And this is now trickling down onto country level, where our research departments often do not collaborate with our healthcare departments, which means that potential on the research side does not find access and integration into our health system. And I would like to stress that this is not just innovation and research on the medical side. We think about pipettes in a lab. We have heard that health is also a management issue. It is innovation and research also on these aspects. Implementation science, management structures will contribute as much, if not more, to reduce inequality, because all this great knowledge and all that access has to be realized somehow, and it's not with a pipette in a lab. Now, I would like to sum up and leave you then with a thought. Health is an asset to our societies. We have treated it as a cost or a sole cost for too long. If you look back, we had similar discussions about education. I think we have now understood what education, the wealth and the power education brings for our societies. Health is very similar. It is also a shared good. And most people intuitively grasp that with COVID. We're not safe unless everyone is safe. Cancer is very similar. Saving one life in a city on a country level has limited impact. Saving everyone or improving everyone's life, that's where we have impact, and that's the impact we have to go for. That means we need holistic approaches, how we can get this done. And from my perspective, both Beating Cancer Plan and the Cancer Mission are ways to generate that capacity to think about the inequalities we find in all our countries, and we all have them, and to tackle them. and use this as an opportunity to design holistic strategies that then allow us to, whenever there is innovation, systematically get it to everyone it comes. And it will be painful. The healthcare system, like any system, is full of vested interests, personal agendas, people who have found a very convenient spot in the system. And we have to be honest if we want to remove that and want better lives for all of us. So I believe they will not fix the problem, but they allow us, or they give us tools to help us address our own issues. And I would like to leave you with this. So this is the tallest building of the world. It stands in Dubai. I have just been in Dubai at the World Exposition for the Swedish Cancer Mission. It is impressive. It even doesn't fit a normal phone. I've tried to take a picture. This is my personal picture, and you can say it's pretty awful. So it is mind-blowingly tall. You see on the right side the top of another skyscraper. It is taller by orders of magnitude. It is magnificent. It is impressive. It is out of this world. You have to stand like this in order to see its top. However, what do people most talk about once they have visited this building? Apparently, they did not manage to sort out the drainage system. So every day you have, I don't know how many tanks driving away the sewers, the content of the sewers from this building. So we built the world's tallest system, but you cannot flush a toilet without someone having to drive it off in a tank on the bottom. Anyone who visits this building, this is what people talk about. They don't talk about the tallest, greatest, wonderful building. They talk about the fact that the canalization is not working. And I think about many of our problems are just like that. We fall for the shiny, the big, the prestige object, and we forget to fix the backside. Just think about it logistically. I mean, I had a shower, I'm sure, like many of you this morning. We just expect this to work, right? I don't want to worry about someone driving away the wastewater afterwards. You keep people in work driving away wastewater because the structure is not working. You can spend a lot of time thinking about where you're going to get the tanks from and where they go. I'm sure it creates a lot of work. But really, do we want to waste our efforts and our energy and our intelligence on fixing stuff we should have built differently from the start? I don't think so. And with that, thank you again for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you, Mr. Please do not leave. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. I just wanted to ask you a question. Well, since some of our speakers didn't manage to join us, so, well, you spoke about this, well, health being an asset and not a cost item. I think this change of mentality among the policymakers and decision makers is extremely important. What are the best ways to make things, to make people think like that we should think about health as an asset and not just as a cost item, which it usually is? Thanks.
So I'm now involved in way too many initiatives, as everyone knows who has to work with me. Something that I think we're currently lacking is that we don't have a unified concept of how to measure the value of health. We have siloed budgets, so we know this therapy costs that much, and then we stop thinking there. And a lot what we have now is that, I mean, there are, for example, the discussions around digital that we try to hand over more responsibility, outsource more responsibility towards the patient side. In reality, what we're doing is we're outsourcing costs to different party, and we just don't see the cost anymore. Then let's say we say patients have to contribute more to their care by using a digital application. Those who are not able to use these digital applications will not be able to do so and will have worse outcomes. Who suffers most from that? The family will suffer of the patient. They might lose their job. It will be the employer who suffers from that because they lose an employee. And all have we done? We shifted the problem to someone else's budget, and the problem hasn't gone away. So I think what we need is, first, if we really want to be good at it, is like understanding what influences what, and then think about how our measures affect everything, not just our favorite tiny little budget. So it's more about finding the tool to evaluate, because I'm sure people have good intentions. I mean, since I started advocacy, I've never met a single person going to work in the morning saying, let's hurt some patients. No one does that. It is just very hard. It's like, so I looked a little bit into So it's a complex adaptive system. If you want to change complex adaptive systems, that's not quite so easy. So one needs a certain type of methodology and a way to measure the outcomes. That's why I think this Inequality Register is a good start, just to help us all to change our thinking. It's not bad intention, actually. I think it is so complex and it's hard to, you do something here and you think you're doing good, but you can't see the ramifications that happen somewhere else. And unless you can measure and account for that, you have no chance to improve anything. So that's a very long answer. You can feel that, it's work in progress. One day I hopefully have a short and snappy one.
Thank you very much, Ms. Riel. I think this is very good. As you Germans say sometimes, the Impulsreferat, the initial paper which gives the first impulse for the whole conference. There is a lady who just wanted to... Ejiet pie mikrofona.
Mani sauc Irīna Januma, krūtsvēža biedrība Vita, un mēs no 93. gada atbalstam krūtsvēža pacientus, bet šobrīd es gribu izmantot šo brīdi un Ieba kunga tulkojumu, lai izteikt Zviedrijai pateicību un arī Zviedrijas fonda, Karalienes fonda dāvinājumam, jo 97. gadā mūsu arī klātesošā psiholoģija Nāra Krumiņā, doktori Baltkai bija Zviedrijā, un tad Latvijā vēl pat nebija apmaksātas elementārās krūtsvēža protēzes, ko liek, kad ir amputēta krūts, liek krušturī. Un, Latvijā to nevarēja panākt, un tad braucu uz Zviedriju mūsu biedrības pārstāves, un saņēma dāvinājumu no Zviedrijas Karalienes fonda. Es gribu izteikt pateicību, un kā tas ietekmēja pēc dažiem gadiem arī Latvija. Pavlieta kungam būs interesanti to dzirdēt, tikai pēc tam, kad Zviedrija uzdāvināja vairāk kā 1000 protēzes. Tad arī mūsu ministrija uzsāka darbību, lai apmaksātu pašiem Latvijā šīs krūts protēzes. Tā kā Zviedrijas loma pacientu sadarbībā jau ir uzsākta 90. gados. Paldies!
Yes, we'll do that. Mēs rakstiski arī varētu aizsūtīt kolēģiem Zviedrijā, vai ne kaut ko? Labi, paldies. Ar to tad es arī nododu moderēšanas. With that, I would like to pass the baton of moderation to my dear colleague Mārtiņš Daugulis, who will moderate the first panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such encouraging opening remarks and opening session, driving us to the focus, which is the main focus for the patients today. Dear participants of the Congress, dear patients, their relatives, decision makers for patients, everyone today is for the patients and from the patients, and that should be the focus. We're going to continue our working sessions. My name is Mārtiņš Daugulis. I'm a social anthropologist from Riga Stradiņš University. I'm deeply honored to start the plenary sessions, and our purpose is one. We, of course, know all those who are already in know the scale of problems. We have the widest scale of problems, so the purpose for today is to get the widest scale of solutions, realities, linking them together, of course, with the actions. My personal purpose from this day is at the evening time to go out with understanding for myself what I can do from perspective of my organization, my university, my own shoes, and I believe this is a good purpose for everyone. What can we do? How can we encourage decision makers, medical personnel, patient organizations, and everyone to get out real actions? What do we do? The steps. We have a very intense program, so starting from this moment, we are in really intense and informative, rich mode. So I encourage those who are online and here in the house, please give your questions, give your comments, and you can give your questions and comments through the phone you see on the screens and also through the phone you see down there. This phone goes to moderator, and he will manage all the information, and during the panel discussions, we're going to take all the questions in, at least if the time will let us do this. The first plenary session we have is on inequalities, the patient and healthcare provider's perspective, ways of implementing the principle of equality by synchronizing EU cancer standards at the national levels, common principles on the inclusion of innovative medical technologies for health services for oncology patients in the EU countries. So the healthcare providers. The first speaker is online. It's my pleasure to introduce here Katie Oliver, Chair and Co-Director of the International Brain Tumor Alliance and Co-Chair of the Patient Advisory Committee of the European Cancer Organization, United Kingdom. And she's going to speak on the European Code of Cancer Practice. Katie, I hope you see us well, you hear us well. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. I hope you can hear me and see my slides. If someone could let me know.
Yes, we can hear you now, and we see your slides either.
Okay, that's great. So let me begin. I'm going to speak to you about the European Code of Cancer Practice. And I want to start by reading this. Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services. Well, these are the words of Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and they provide us with a highly relevant and a poignant reminder of how precious these rights are when we consider what has been happening in the world in the last 22 brutal days. Now, I'm going to tell you briefly about the European Code of Cancer Practice. But first, here is just a bit of background information about some of the work on cancer inequalities done by the European Cancer Organization, otherwise known as ECO, who have overseen the creation of the code. The European Cancer Organization has created an inequalities network, which drives consensus, presents policy recommendations and solutions, and shares best practice regarding the challenges of inequalities across Europe. Now, all of us know that these inequalities may arise because of significant disparities in the quality of care and patient outcomes across Europe, otherwise known as the East-West divide. Or they may arise because of variations in providing best practice. We know that there are also delayed uptakes of innovation, different levels of health literacy, and other factors influencing healthcare inequalities. The European Cancer Organization's Inequalities Network offers key points of advice for national health systems. For example, enshrine the 10 key rights of cancer patients described in the European Code of Cancer Practice in healthcare policy in order to deliver equitable cancer care. Next, give a central role to data so that cancer control priorities are optimally identified and developed. Treat each patient, and this is so important, as an individual based on health status, comorbidities, and their socioeconomic and psychosocial situations. Create standard treatment pathways to equalize quality cancer care for all. And of course, there is Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which Bettina has just been speaking about, an important component of which is the Flagship Inequalities Registry, which will identify trends, disparities, and inequalities between member states and regions. The registry is built on an indicator framework to assess countries' progress in cancer prevention and care. Now, we come to the European Code of Cancer Practice. This is essentially a citizen and patient-centered manifesto of the core requirements for good clinical practice in order to obviously improve outcomes for all of Europe's cancer patients. The code has its origins in the European Cancer Patients Bill of Rights, which was launched in the European Parliament on World Cancer Day in 2014, and won the prestigious 2018 European Health Award. Now, as you can see here, the code sets out a series of 10 key overarching rights outlining what cancer patients should expect from their healthcare systems. The code has been co-produced by a team of cancer patients, patient advocates, and cancer healthcare professionals. The rights are organized according to various aspects of the cancer patient journey, starting from diagnosis right through to the end of life. The 10 rights of the code cover equal access, information, quality expertise and outcomes, multidisciplinary care, shared decision-making, very important, research and innovation, quality of life, supportive and palliative care, survivorship and rehabilitation, and finally, all-important reintegration into society. The code is an empowerment tool, and its plain language content is evidence-based, and it's available in over 20 languages. The code is endorsed by many European and national organizations, as well as individual cancer centers. And actually, the code can help link clinical guidelines with healthcare services and patient experience. And in some settings, the code can be used as an aspirational idea against which goals for quality standards, policies, and practices are monitored and delivered. And as you can see here, I've shown you an example of how the 10 overarching rights are set out. Each of the 10 rights is linked to 3 questions that a patient, a parent, a guardian, or family may choose to ask their healthcare professionals. Our team at the European Cancer Organization has also published in the Journal of Cancer Policy a peer-reviewed paper on the European Code of Cancer Practice. And this paper provides details of the extensive medical literature and evidence which underpins each of the 10 rights in the code. Furthermore, the European Parliament established a special committee on beating cancer, as you know, called the BECA Committee. Over the last year or so, the BECA Committee has investigated the actions and policies that the European Union can support and undertake to fight cancer. The BECA report specifically states that the European Code of Cancer Practice is an empowering tool to ensure that the best available care is provided to all European citizens and patients. Now, the advent of COVID-19 has made the European Code of Cancer Practice even more relevant in terms of cancer patients' rights and outcomes. We all know and are very familiar with how the pandemic created an economic crisis, a social crisis, and a healthcare crisis. And we all know that COVID has amplified inequalities and created a human rights crisis as well. The pandemic made us once again realize just how important patients' rights are, as well as having, of course, robust healthcare systems and protected supply lines. In addition, all of us continue to witness the current tragic effects of armed conflict on healthcare in Ukraine. A paper by Dr. Mohammed Jawad and colleagues tells us that armed conflicts may increase cancer incidence, complications, and mortality by disrupting patients seeking care and the delivery of all aspects of oncological care. Additional impacts on cancer services may result from sudden demographic shifts associated with armed conflict and forced migration, internally displaced persons or refugees. This may increase late diagnoses for potentially curable site-specific cancers and abandonment of treatment or suboptimal treatment, all of which increase the burden of cancer and patients and healthcare services. Finally, and just to let you know that the European Cancer Organization, ECO, in partnership with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO, have come together, supported by dozens of other major organizations, to create a special network on Ukraine. This network, already up and running, is signposting people to existing resources in order to amplify the incredible efforts of others in gathering valuable information and identifying and addressing the needs of Ukrainian cancer patients. Signposting is done in a number of different languages, including Ukrainian, Russian, English, Polish, Slovak, Romanian, Hungarian, and Czech. The website address is europeancancer.org/help. And if anyone listening to this presentation has new links and resources which ECO and ASCO can promote, please email them to ukraine@europeancancer.org. That's the end of my presentation, and I thank you very much indeed for your presentation, for your attention. I'm the one giving the presentation. So thanks for listening, and enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thanks very much, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Katie Oliver, thank you very much. And indeed, the European Code of Cancer Practice will be also the topic we're going to deliver also in our panel discussion, where we're going to bring together the codes, the philosophy behind cancer practice with field experience and how it could be delivered in the real life. The next speaker is here in person, Sonata Yermalaite, Professor, Deputy Director for Research and Development in National Cancer Institute, Lithuania. Inequalities in access to personalized cancer care in Europe. Please welcome with applause.
Thank you so much to be here. Actually, I'm professor of genetics, working in the clinics, but also during 30 years, I studied health politics and management. And let me present some numbers and to show the situation in equalities, straight showing the numbers. Okay, I will use this. Okay. So today we are here to talk about inequalities in the Europe, and we talk about cross-border inequalities, in-country inequalities. But let me compare the situation in Central and Eastern Europe with the situation in Western Europe. So CEE countries, including Baltic countries, they share a common environment and habitual factors which impact cancer risk. So I mean air pollution, extensive smoking, drinking, low physical activities and healthy food. What we else share here in CEE countries? We share a low investment in our health care. So the science already showed that lower spendings on health care, it's directly are related to the poor health outcomes and quite a bad situation in cancer mortality rates, as is already shown in this new cancer inequalities map from EU. So CEE countries have 3% lower healthcare spendings, and it is shown also as a lower accessibility to innovations in the clinic. And then it directly relates to poor survival with the diagnosis of cancer. At least in Lithuania, we have poor 5-year survival for ovarian, breast, cervical, pancreatic, renal, lung, esophageal cancer. It's Congress 3 study data. And I think it's quite close numbers for Latvia as well. So aggregated cancer mortality rates are also above EU average. Personalized oncology offers a new paradigm for oncology patients. It's, as it's described, it's a right cancer treatment given to a right person at the right time as determined by molecular analysis of tumor. But for that, we need to have an infrastructure. Do we have that in CEE? Of course, not well developed. And what offers personalized oncology for cancer patients? It, of course, first of all, it offers a better survival when the disease is advanced. So it offers improved patient well-being, but also it offers for the country a socio-economical benefits with lower need to stay at the hospital, lower need to visit clinical doctors, and actually it's cost-effective treatment because it specifically impacts on specific tumor without any additional effects and without any additional spending for rehabilitation, let's say. But what is the access to personalized oncology solutions in CE? So in our days, we have 66 personalized oncology drugs targeting 25 cancer-driving alterations approved by EMA and FDA. And what is access in CE countries? You can see it on the map. When it's yellow or red, so it's poor access. It's poor access to medicine. It's poor access to testing, especially when we go to multi-marker panel. And what are the numbers? Recent studies showed that based on the data from 2016 on personalized melanoma therapy accessibility across Europe, some of the patients at 30% were in Western Europe were denied access to this innovative treatment, but the percentages in Eastern Europe were 90%. Of course, the situation is changing over years, but the proportion of accessibility, disproportion, it remains the same. Out of 30% of new drugs authorized by EMA, in CE countries, only 30% were accessible in CE countries, and the waiting time was in 1 year longer than in EU5 countries. So what are the main barriers that not allowed to use personalized oncology solutions in CE countries? So first of all, it's lack of infrastructure. It's lack of infrastructure for molecular testing of tumors. It's a lack of legal regulation, and especially for equal reimbursement of medicines together with a testing system. And also, it's a lack of understanding, training in the field. It's some problems with digitalization of our health system, safe data collection and data sharing, and we need to think about the awareness and education of main stakeholders. So what solutions can be done? So first of all is stakeholder engagement, including first of all, of course, patients. And together with Lithuanian Cancer Patient Association, POLA, we performed a questionnaire by asking patients, what do they know about personalized medicine? And only 20% responded positively that they know what is personalized oncology, personalized medicine, but they surely know about the targeted treatment, because it's closer to them. But we need to build a solid background in order the solution of personalized oncology will come closer to the patient and to all stakeholders. So what else we can do? It's of course collaboration. Collaboration between clinics and research, collaboration between policymakers and clinicians. And for that we need pilot projects, and in Lithuania we truly have ongoing some pilot studies, pilot project in order to build the infrastructure of personalized oncology. First of all, we are building national biobanking system. It's a mean to collect biosamples for future discoveries and new drug discoveries. We are active participants in 1 Million Genome Project, and our Next Generation Lithuania plan includes investments into infrastructure for molecular testing of cancer. And of course, we have many other pilotings. But actually, I think the main solution that we need to do this equality solution together with all Europe Union. And pan-European collaboration, pan-European projects are the main solution to that. And of course, Europe Beating Cancer Plan is the main solution to these inequalities. And one of the topics is to provide a comprehensive cancer centers network all across Europe. It's of course a very nice task, but how to reach that in CEE countries? So what can be solutions? In our Baltic countries, in CEE countries that have no comprehensive cancer centers accredited by EU responsible bodies, of course we need some period with some assistance for this accreditation system. Well, I suggest for them to adopt a gradual increasing requirements for our countries in order we can build gradually our excellence in cancer care. Of course, it's very important to have an access to clinical trials. So mandatory inclusion of participants from CE countries in personalized oncology clinical trials, especially when they are now stopped in Russia and Belarus, they surely need to be transferred into our countries. A very important thing is equal regulation of approval of medicines across Europe. We don't need this extra 1 year while our politicians are thinking if we are able to get access to our patients to the innovative treatment or not. And of course, granting system in EU, when projects on Europe Horizons or EU for Health projects have this 50% co-financing rate, it's easy to resolve for Western Europe countries, but I see it in practice. How it's difficult to involve CEE countries when our government needs to decide if we can support such a project, but actually those projects are meant to build an equality in Europe. So no one should be left behind. And our neighboring countries, Baltic countries, already are providing true, real support to Ukraine patients who are now reaching our clinics. And we already have some patients under clinic in our National Cancer Institute. And again, those patients probably will decide to select these neighboring CE countries with a quite similar level of healthcare, with an understanding of language, understanding of their living style. So again, we need to think about the solutions, how to make this economical burden, which will be probably cost to our countries, how to resolve and to divide it all across Europe equally. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for Professor Jarmolaite, and definitely for those who are starting to watch us now online, then the second plenary session will be precisely on the decision makers and political landscape in the European Union, so we have a very rich and intense agenda. The next speaker is Dita Dzerviniece, Senior Associate at PricewaterhouseCoopers Legal Latvia. Patient rights in the EU, main provisions of the EU patient rights that are mostly breached by unequal cancer care. So please, Madam Dzerviniece, the floor is yours.
So thank you for the floor. Good morning. As said, my name is Dita Dzerviniece, and I'm a senior associate at PricewaterhouseCoopers. And earlier speakers already mentioned our market study on CE region. We have a market study on oncologic treatment as well. First of all, for today, I would like you to thank the organizers of this conference with such a big goal and such a wonderful speakers. And secondly, well, I think we need to get to start because we don't have that much time. So firstly, Previous speaker, Kathy, already highlighted issues related to the European Code of Cancer Practice, as you can see on the slide. And indeed, this document outlines a number of key principles and also patient rights in the treatment of cancer. For example, mentioned information exchange, rights to the treatment, rights to the information are very important. And of course, I would like to mention in relation to this document and other international human rights documentation, firstly, equal access to affordable and optimal cancer care. And of course, European cancer patients, Latvians, Lithuanians, and other countries should receive affordable, best available cancer care in their own country, which is comparable to other high-quality cancer services in Europe. Unfortunately, that is not always happening. And currently, as mentioned, there are many inequalities in access to financially available and best available cancer care for people within European countries and even between different regions within some countries. And so many factors determine those inequalities, access to right to technologies, availability of skilled healthcare professionals, budget, of course, and of course, all of these aspects that you can already see in the slide, as well as additional aspects of healthcare financing in general, pose risks of inequality. The second thing I would like to mention is aspect of non-discrimination. I think discrimination is something that, along with cancer patients, is something that is talked about a lot. And I would like to mention that it is more difficult, I think, to talk about discrimination in healthcare because as it may be more difficult to see and control or determine discrimination given the individuality of each patient and characteristics of each patient and disease. And at the end of the day, it may not be considered as discrimination as such or as well. And it should be noted that all of those aspects of discrimination are identifiable not only in relation to physical and financial availability of healthcare as such, but also in subsequent rehabilitation, and even in employment of cancer patients. And according to many of the research and the literature, these are also the most common types of violations, violation of equality and non-discrimination, directly related to the patient's rights. So about the patient's, let's say, opportunities to defend their rights. Or assert their rights. Well, if the violation is made or being committed by a specific institution, of course it is necessary or possible to start addressing it to that institution. Health Inspectorate, National Health Service, Ministry of Health are also institutions to which you can turn. Additional help for patients is available at the Latvian Center of Human Rights, like counseling. Cancer patients can, of course, go to court, district court, constitutional court, at the European level, of course, European Court of Human Rights, or even the Human Rights Committee. But where is the problem? All of those solutions are there legally, of course, but they are very time-consuming, very time-consuming for patients. And they are already fighting something else, and sometimes they do not have the will or the power to fight this administrative burden. And of course, we may not be able to expect something to change or significant change at the European level, but we can start with ourselves and our institutions and our organizations at the public entity level. For example, prioritizing institutional complaints, reducing processing time, common guidelines for institutions, and a plan for different solutions could certainly improve the situation with regard to the patient's rights and the prevention of infringements as well. An additional aspect that I would like to mention has to do with the function of the market as such, and of course it can certainly go to the patient's rights violations. And I'm thinking about dominant position, I'm thinking about cartels paying for the delay. All of this, of course, Latvia maybe and the Baltic states are just a consequence country, as I would say that nevertheless, we will and we can work with our institutions, we can work with the European Commission. We saw the information on drugs called Leukeran. This violation already standing alone with the Commission's study and case, and Latvia was one of the cases with Competition Council who addressed this issue to the European Commission. So even if we are small, our National Health Service and Competition Council of Latvia stood out and did write a complaint. And of course some little about initiatives like EU Cancer Plan, already mentioned, cross-border healthcare. There is evaluation of patients' rights, and this evaluation will assess already EU rules. How are they working? Are they working? Is there some solutions or some problems that we need to address? And for now, this feedback for those rules are closed, and Commission's adoption, I think, is planned for this year, a second quarter or third. So that is a possibility for us as well. Next 3 slides will be about, shortly, because slides will be available to you, about this study from PricewaterhouseCoopers and FPA, developed the study entitled Healthcare Outcomes and Expenditure in Central and Eastern Europe, a review. This study can be found publicly on FPA and PricewaterhouseCoopers websites. It's more of an economical level filled with data, and it's a very interesting research with regarding healthcare outcomes, budget spendings, countries. You already see this graph. So the poor access to innovative therapies is often linked to the poor health outcomes. For example, in oncology. As you can see, Latvia is none of these countries that we looked in, but Latvia would be at the same level as Lithuania or even lower. So that's bad. So basically that's bad, and of course nobody wants to talk about budget, nobody wants to talk about funding, but in this context, substantial discussions on at least for a basic treatment for some cancer treatment patients, information exchange, digitalization between institutions and across Europe, efficiency are definitely needed to promote patients' rights and achieve a better and more effective outcome for patients. So many thanks to all the NGOs that are working to advocate patients' rights in Latvia, working with decision makers, working with policy planners, and making this happen. And once again, thank you for this wonderfully organized conference. Another slide from this study, 4 main theses that were spent, and that was the main information from this study. And as I said, the slides will be available for you, but I would like for you to read the whole study, of course. So, thank you.
Thank you very much to Madam Zervenece for sharing the study, and really the study is available for everyone to look inside. We are now at the moment when we start our first panel discussion. So we are changing a bit our setup, which means that I'm asking here in the front of the stage those who are present for the panel discussion: Viktors Kozirovskis, medical oncologist, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Latvian Society for Medical Oncology, Latvia. Please take your seat. You have a possibility to choose every seat you want.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also in person here, Kristina Oyama, oncologist, head of Hematology Oncology Clinic of Tartu University Hospital, Estonia. Please also take your seat. And online, we are together today with Minia Kokogianni, founder and CEO of Karkinaki from Greece. Hello, I hope you hear and see as well.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I hear you and I see you.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you. And also online we have Piotr Rutkowski, Professor of Surgical Oncology at the Maria Sklodowska-Curie Memorial Cancer Center and Institute of Oncology in Warsaw, Poland. Piotr, do you hear us and see as well?
Yes, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. We have half an hour for discussion, and I also going to take the sitting position here. There is many questions coming in, and honestly speaking, the questions are very wide, from very tragical personal experiences which are touched by inequality, also questions on systemic decision-making level. Let's start with a short opening remarks from all of you, but very short, like 2-3 minutes. Where do you see, from your shoes, your perspective, is the biggest bottlenecks, biggest issues with inequalities, and what are the fastest maybe, or the most important ways out from inequalities? So let's start with Menia. You are here in our discussion program, the first one. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am a parent advocate of childhood cancer. My daughter was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 3 years old. So I'm here with you, and I'm very honored talking about childhood cancer that, of course, has some differences from adult cancer. But because we're talking about inequalities, the cancer inequalities also touches childhood cancer the same. So for childhood cancer, the four main factors, if we can use these technical words, for addressing inequalities in childhood cancers are, of course, the early detection, because as you know, childhood cancers are not preventable. We don't have time for diagnosis. We don't have time for treatment. Everything has to be very fast. Inequalities on diagnosis, inequalities on treatment, and of course, inequalities on recovery. And we're very happy that from the last days, we have the WHO report about cancer inequalities in childhood cancers. We see that there is a gap between the countries in Europe, not only on survival rates, but also on the treatment, diagnosis, and access to treatment for our kids. So it's a very challenging area, and we're very happy that childhood cancer is a top priority at the cancer plan and the mission cancer that all the presenters have already mentioned and talked about. So the childhood cancer community is here, and we are working very, very strong and very hard about reducing and eliminating inequalities.
Thank you for opening remarks, Menia. We are moving forward. Viktors Kozirovskis, your perspective on the issue.
Yes, thank you for invitation here, and I'm very glad to see our healthcare minister in here. And the problem I want to highlight is the access to human resources, because yes, we could say that there is less availability of new drugs, but This logistic improvement is also the thing what need to be done. And in Latvia, I could see that improvements going on. So now we have this improved genetic testing. Money comes from the taxes from cigarette sellings, and it will not be stopped. It will go ahead. We have this green corridor, so diagnostic is also now very well organized. But what happens after the diagnosis, the disease get detected, then the patient have to wait until it will be placed in medical oncology department. For example, this waiting time differs strikingly between Eastern and Western European countries. And the problem why it happens, it is because the less medical oncologists, less chemotherapy nurses in Latvia than, and not only in Latvia, in all European Eastern European countries, this waiting time for the treatment initiation is much longer than in Western countries. And the problem, yes, less doctors, for example, in Latvia, in Baltic states, in Eastern countries, it is approximately 3-4 doctors per 1,000 of inhabitants. In Austria, it is 5-6. And the most important, this is lack of nurses. In our countries, it is maybe 5-6 nurses per 1,000. In Austria, it is 17 nurses. And to speak about quality of healthcare, if this nurse just started the chemotherapy procedure and she must leave it and rush to the next patient, and of course the quality will be different from Western countries where the nurse is sitting beside the patient bed all the time. So I think the next step for improvement is to somehow try to get this logistic and access to personnel close to this Western European countries standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Christina, your perspective on the issue.
Yes, first of all, thank you for giving me the chance to be here. And I'm truly deeply touched by the previous talks. So I totally agree that we do have a lot of important things in place, but we need cooperation and we need to be faster. I totally agree. So in Estonia, we have focused on first, we have focused on problems about detecting cancer earlier. We have a big problem that the screening programs are not working. Less than 50% of target population actually take part of this. So we need new approaches. We really need it. Our cancers that could be detected earlier by screenings, they are detected at late stages. We have a problem in that. So another thing is that how can cancer care be available? So we did an audit, state audit, and they realized that the problem that we detect maybe cancers late is that we have huge waiting times from primary care to specialist care. So we also understood that if the patients already are in the service of cancer center, these things are going smoothly and in time, mostly. So what else? We understood that people who live outside of cities where are cancer centers, they don't get the cancer treatment in time, or they have social problems to get the treatment. So we started, our cancer center started to provide systemic therapies in the partner hospitals. We have systemic therapies, for example, in the island of Saaremaa, Kuressaare. We have a unit in Ida-Viru county, in Kohtla-Järve, and also in Pärnu So all 3 cancer centers provide systemic treatments there. And for example, Tartu University Hospital is going to provide in the second unit in Narva also, where there are more than 50,000 inhabitants. So what else we can do? We know that a lot of patients are afraid of cancer diagnosis, cancer treatment, and they need support. So what is the cancer? That is a patient-centered treatment or patient-centered cancer care. We realize that we have to detect the problems during the patient journey, from the beginning of the diagnosis till the end of the treatment or a follow-up. So we know that we are not very good in providing support services, so we try to be better in that. About innovations, fortunately, I have met a couple of you in the speeches or talks via web-page meetings, trying to establish some kind of projects internationally, so we need international help actually. For example, for precision oncology, we can do gene panel tests, we have technology for that, but we need the teams, we need to know how to provide the whole package of it. So we need help, and we are establishing our tumor boards, and we have people or scientists from abroad as well there. So we're looking for help all the time, and we're teaming up, let's say so. And what is very sad is that we were very happy, and 10 years ago we had certain rules how to go for the reimbursement of new drugs, for example, oncology drugs. But today we know that this type of schedule or the plan is not working, because Estonia, by the previous speech, also the study that was conducted by the FPR, actually Estonia has the longest waiting time from registration of the new drug until reimbursement. It's more than 1,000 days. It's not good. And about minorities, were rare cancer, children cancer are rare cancer, so we don't have this high technology. We have to cooperate with the countries which has, for example, for proton beam therapies or something like that.
Thank you very much, Christina. Piotr, your perspective on the pain points in this field of inequalities beating cancer.
So again, good morning and thank you for the invitation. I'm not only working as a surgical oncologist in our National Research Institute of Oncology, but I'm also the chair of working group of Minister of Health of Republic of Poland for National Oncological Strategy. So I will look from both perspectives, and it's very important because everything what we are talking about inequalities, of course, is in line with European cancer beating plan, but also with national oncological strategy. We launched our strategy 2 years ago in the painful time, because just before pandemic and now in this war, dramatic catastrophe. But generally, when we look at this, the goals, of course, 90% of all strategies are the same. So we are looking for development of the staff to decrease the inequalities, to looking at the primary and secondary prevention. Secondary prevention, that's true, it's a problem in many countries in Eastern Europe, because still the attendance of population is below what we expected as for efficient prophylaxis prevention. The same is with HPV vaccination in our part of Europe. Not all countries well developed this, and I think that is also the issue which could be resolved by lobbying at the whole European level, because still European cancer beating plan is a little bit theoretical from our perspective, because of course everybody agrees, but what we are doing from political perspective on the European level. Still, I think that we can do more. Next point, of course, is investing in science and innovation so, for example, clinical trials. The equal access to clinical trials is also the issue because, of course, some countries are not included in the access to innovative drugs on the development level. This is, we have several patients from the countries, our neighbors' countries where the trials are not available, but still it's not perfect in terms of transborder healthcare and also providing the documents by ethical committees approval and the care informed consent for the patient. So it's not so easy. And the last point, of course, is this cancer care system on the level of the country. So generally, we know what to do, but still it's not so easy. You mentioned a lot of points. For example, the access to innovative drugs, but innovative drugs cannot exist without the innovating diagnostic. And first is a good diagnostic on the pathological level, but also on a molecular level. We should provide, I think, the basic list, what should be provided in every country and with quality assurance, of course, for each type of cancer, and it should be available. In some rare cancers, we should be definitely much more effective with providing the possibility for a second opinion somewhere, because the host of our meeting is Latvia. So, of course, we cannot assure that there's enough experience in very rare types of cancer with the diagnostic with NGS and some experienced pathologists for different, I don't know, sarcomas or lymphomas types. It's probably not possible because it's even not worth to invest in such very sophisticated diagnostics. So this is what we should provide on the European level because the patient will have no access to the drug without proper diagnosis. The next point, of course, is there are not only inequalities between the countries, but also internal inequalities within the country. With larger countries like Poland, for example, we identify clear differences with the access to the good oncological care and prevention between some rural areas and, of course, large cities. We cannot neglect this point because it's of course it's included in our oncological cancer plan, but still it's not resolved because before the structural changes. So we are working now on national comprehensive cancer system for all types of cancers and access to accredited pathomorphology laboratories in every oncological centers in every region. But of course, the first step is also develop standards and guidelines on the country level, which also decrease the inequalities because every patient should get the same kind of diagnostic and treatment according to standards. So it's really multifactorial, and of course I think that our discussion is identifying this point, but without some set of solutions on the EU level, I think that it will be not easy to resolve in many countries. I think that for personalized medicine, diagnostics, clinical trials, this can really help with increase of quality of care, but also decrease the inequalities. This are my thesis, which I wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much, Piotr. Yes, one of the end results of this Congress is a common material of Congress, common letter, where also are outlined the points for the more active engagement of the EU level, because there are issues that can be soluted only on the EU level. Piotr opened up, in fact, a basket with the risks. He said, too theoretical this looks for me. What are other risks you see in the process which could be or should be managed in time with the common European plan, where you see that this is a bit maybe utopical or something like this, Christina?
Actually, if we're not talking like in wide sentences or something, so I'm actually involved in a couple of projects that we're planning, for example, these Horizon projects. And I can see that we are discussing a lot of data security, for example, data protection, and if you talk in precision medicine, for example, so how we can share the data, and we have a huge data protection laws, and how patients actually understand all of it. So I think this is one issue that we should manage. But I'm not so cautious about all of it. I would say that if we have a wish, if we have a will to make things better, if we have a will to cooperate, we find the way in every part of it, I think.
So bringing also in the field the perspective of law, considering data security and person data.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Menia, your perspective on the risk management, considering the Europe Beats Cancer Plan.
I would agree that the most of us, especially from the patient perspective, all these European plans and missions seems optimistic because we all know and we are all aware that European countries have different national health systems, and for me personally, it's very difficult to find out how can all these different health systems collaborate for one mission, for one plan. But from the other hand, I think the magic word is collaboration and cooperation. We have technology, we have a lot of laws, we have a lot of potentials, and we have a lot of weapons and privilege that we can work with. But I totally agree that collaboration, cooperation, exchange of data, data sharing, and first of all, health literacy, the patient and the caregivers must be informed, must be educated about all these issues, is the key to accomplish our mission.
Thank you. Piotr is raising hand. Yes.
Yes, of course, a short comment. First, it has been mentioned that GDPR, unfortunately, doesn't work well for sharing the data and even looking on the real-world evidence for some types of therapies, which is very important on European level. The next point is, of course, that we are not talking only about the diagnostics and therapy, but also what is beyond for patient quality of life and well-being. There are several points like access to psycho-oncological healthcare and what to do in survivorship. This is also not well monitored, and we cannot neglect this point. There are some also financial mechanisms which in some countries doesn't exist. For example, for buying the houses after being the survivor after cancer. So we have several points which are even beyond what is included in Europe's cancer beating plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Victor, your perspective on risks.
I liked very much example of Bettina Rill about this skyscraper in Dubai with ineffective canalization system. And I'm afraid that for many Eastern European countries, we are now at the not even skyscraper, but ordinary building without damaged or ineffective canalization. And we could not speak about access to equal healthcare and equal quality care until we will repair this canalization. And no, from my point of view, right now we do not have money to buy, for example, this very expensive innovative drugs. But what we can do, we can organize and improve this logistic, these human resources, these multidisciplinary teams, which are making the main quality of life for the patient. This is my point.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, time runs very fast, and the task of our first session was to open up the risks, the perspective with the reality, real reality. So thank you very much for all our speakers in the panel. We have two big questions, in fact, which are in our list, one from Ludmila and one from Irina Januma. Thank you very much. And both of those questions are more in the side of political. So we're going to postpone those questions to the next moderator in the political session that we have at this particular moment. Thank you very much, and applause to our panel speakers. And those who are watching us now, we are going in the break. Here in the house, we're going to have the family photo of Congress here in this house. But in 5 minutes, we also going to do for live stream online interview. So if you are watching us online, in 5 minutes, they're going to start the interviews with the experts. Rest here in the house, in the building. Please join and follow the lead of photographer for family photo.
The Myeloma Access Atlas is Myeloma Patients Europe access program, and by access we mean patients' ability to receive high quality standards of diagnosis, treatment and care. Through the Atlas, MPE has mapped access to 27 drug combinations and drugs approved by the European Medicines Agency across geographical Europe. And we provide this data to our members who are patient advocates so they can search availability in their country and also compare how their country is doing in terms of access to medicines. The data on treatment sits alongside information on healthcare systems, for example, GDP expenditure on health and out-of-pocket costs. It also contains information on mortality and incidence in myeloma, and there are tools that patient advocates can use to create strategies on access. And the overarching aim of the whole Access Atlas is to really provide evidence and data that patient advocates in myeloma need to advocate effectively on access issues. The most visible signs of European inequality are found in the Atlas data on access to medicines and the searchable heat maps that we provide to members. What they really tell us is that there are major differences in the standard of care across Europe, and many countries, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, do not meet the standards of care set out in EHA and ESMO guidelines on the treatment of myeloma. And I think the affordability of medicines and the treatment combinations is a big factor in these access challenges. As well as telling us where countries are doing less well in terms of access, there are also best practice examples in Central and Eastern Europe that we're very keen to highlight, sort of advocacy goals. For example, in Slovenia, they have a very good access to treatments and care for myeloma patients. So we want to see what's working well and what's working less well, and share that information and develop strategies to overcome the issues. We have also found inequalities in access to clinical trials in Europe, and also within and across Central and Eastern Europe. Data that we're currently analysing that we'll publish later on this year has found that whilst some countries like the Czech Republic and Poland have achieved higher numbers of access to clinical trials, other countries have not run a single myeloma clinical trial in the past 20 years. Clinical trials within Central and Eastern Europe are also mostly funded by industry sponsors compared to lower levels of academic sponsored trials. So within that Access Atlas, we want to understand sort of why there are these variations in availability of clinical trials, whether there are any funding issues, and also the differences between countries that allow the prevalence of clinical trials to be higher than in others. And this is something that we'll be looking at moving forward in the Atlas.
Congratulations! On behalf of Novartis, I'm really thrilled to see that you're coming together as patient advocacy organizations to help promote equality in cancer care. As you know, Novartis is a leader in innovating care for oncology patients, particularly in terms of personalized therapies. We strongly believe in the need to promote equality of access to innovative treatments across the EU, and particularly across those countries that are in Eastern and Central Europe, because we believe that everyone deserves a high quality of life when it comes to cancer. We do this by promoting good practices or a variety of local initiatives to support equality. We really look to you to help us in embracing and accelerating these public-private partnerships to improve health. It's very clear no one can do this alone. So please work with us to continue and expand the agility and responsiveness that we've experienced through the pandemic, so that we can accelerate and innovate together the regulatory and public health processes that enable patients to get treated for cancer. We also want to work together in encouraging investment in innovation at all levels of the healthcare system, including human capital. And we believe in the necessity of implementing the EU Beating Cancer Plan and ensuring that all countries are able to take advantage of the financing that's now available through these efforts. Novartis will continue to cooperate with patient advocacy groups and patients themselves, and I want to again express our appreciation and encourage you to continue standing for your rights and to voice the needs of cancer patients. So let's work together in one ecosystem as state institutions, healthcare organizations and professionals, patient associations, and industry to have a positive impact on the life of cancer patients. Thank you and enjoy the meeting.
I myself have been diagnosed with cancer. In 2013, breast cancer, and then in 2019, I was diagnosed with a malignant tumour in my right cheek. When visiting my friend in Germany and visiting the oncology clinic, I was very much surprised by the amount of care and attention awarded to the privacy and the emotional well-being of patients. We have amazing doctors and wonderful medical staff, but the main oncology clinic in Latvia is understaffed, overcrowded, and patients often say that they feel like they are on a conveyor belt. So really are quite far from personalised, individual patient care, which takes into account also the privacy and emotional well-being of patients. For example, in Latvia, 1 in 3 women diagnosed with breast cancer will not survive this diagnosis, as opposed to Sweden, where it's 1 in 6 women will not survive the diagnosis. So we need to ask the question why this is, why the mortality rate is higher in Central Eastern European countries than in the Western Europe. For For example, in Latvia, we don't even have any state-financed hospices for cancer patients who unfortunately are in the final stages of their lives. Very often, it's down to the families and friends of cancer patients to administer medication and to provide support for people at this time, whereas they should really be in the hands of medical professionals. Behind all this data and statistics today, we have patients across Europe who are receiving their diagnosis as we speak, who need this treatment, this quality care now, not in 3 months or 3 years or in a decade.
Good news, we've got the all clear.
Dear audience, good morning one more time. We are here in our online studio. I am calling this No Tie Studio, very informal atmosphere, speaking on a very serious issues here. My guest in the studio is Jacek Maciejewski, board member of Rock and Roll Organization from Poland. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for being here in present and in this Congress. Well, let's start with the bigger picture. Speaking with no those theoretical sentences and assumptions and official politics, what is the reality of beating cancer and inequality behind the lines in Poland?
The reality is even numbered. There is something. There's the tool in the internet called OncoIndex.org. That measures in a scale from 0 to 100 how much we in the country deliver treatment to our patients, and it seems like this up to this 100 we got 32. Comparing to Spain, it's 54. So this alone shows that there's a big gap. We had a lot to do, and I think, but you know, I was listening to this lectures, and many times it was repeated. And I think I want to start here also from the topic that was mentioned many times. The biggest inequality we are facing now is war in Ukraine. And in Poland, we got also onco patients from Ukraine coming more and more, and it seems like in coming few months, maybe weeks, it will be really a big problem for Poland. But I think it should be solved on the level of Europe. So. Here, maybe it's a good occasion to ask and aware people from NGOs and also authorities from Europe that we need to be prepared that those pensions will have to be transferred from Poland then to Western Europe. I know that some of them are now in Latvia, in Lithuania also. And this is something that touches us very much, and I think it's also a measure how much we feel the inequality and how we react to people who are in need, really, because this is, let's say, something that is very strong. It's a strong accent, war, right? But the same small wars every day in hospitals, and these are battles of patients fighting for their health and life.
So, in an ideal world, Ukrainian refugees and the pressure on the system could serve as a signal for European Union to go hand in hand and increase capacity of the healthcare systems.
Yeah, I feel that European Union is a community, is a big community. I'm 50-something, so almost half of my life I lived in communist country, and we are only dreaming about being in the Europe. For another 30 years, we are closer to Europe. Now we are in the European Union, and we still don't feel fully in this community. I think each of us should already feel that the community works for every of us, each of us. Sorry, I got lost. but this is the idea of I think to feel that we are in the community that helps, and that we help each other in this community.
With the helping each other and working together, what's your perspective on the NGOs in precisely in the cancer treatment field in Poland? Maybe you can describe how they are organized and where perspectives for collaboration.
Okay. There are different NGOs. In Poland, there is over 50 oncological NGOs. Some of them are big, some smaller, some active, some less. And they do own choices how to act against the health system or not act. And I would say I'm from quite popular but not big foundation called Rock and Roll, and we concentrated on the aspect of communication about cancer into the society. Because to us, the basic problem is to keep people wanting to be back in life. Because the person that got cancer is firstly scared, because totally new situation where some people and people react very differently. Some people don't even show up with cancer. They don't say to themselves that they are ill. And it is very important to keep people alive, to make this choice at the very beginning that I want to be here. And that's why on the beginning of the Rock and Roll Foundation, we found out that how to communicate, how we talk to people about cancer is very important. There is also this area of prevention that I hope I will have a chance to talk with my colleagues from NGOs here tomorrow, that we called modern prevention, that is less cancer-centric. It's more about how fine is life and how to be healthy and stay out of the cancer, not go into the cancer and then talk about prevention, because it's too late.
I think it's an interesting topic that probably is not here about in the heart of the discussion of inequality, but it's a good platform to talk about this, because less work we have to do with patients, the better for the world, for all of us.
It's interesting that indeed, as you say, that prevention side. Also in Latvia, we have in the health guidelines several topics on prevention, but usually in this kind of discussions, there is a so huge focus on the treatment and the therapy, than prevention, and for a large part also rehabilitation and coming back into the full scale of life goes somewhere behind. That would be maybe the potential even more here in Latvia for NGOs to look on those two fields, prevention and life with the cancer after the treatment.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning this, because that's what that brought to my mind when you ask about NGOs. Because I think NGOs is a better let's say, instrument place to do the good prevention than Ministry of Health. Because I think Ministry of Health should take care of patients. They have to deliver good treatments, medicines, and stuff, and the health system should do this. How to protect people from getting into this problem is more on NGOs, because they should they know the problem. They should know how to prevent from the problem. They should work on how to effectively do the prevention. And it's, let's say, in the communication, standard social campaign against cancer starts with, there's a big problem of cancer. So many people dies for the cancer. Now go and do the test, so you will not suffer from cancer. So there's so many cancer in this that people's reaction is like, I don't go for that. I feel lucky. I will. It's too big for me. So this is not the narrative that should be prolonged. That is effective. We shouldn't do it this way anymore. But I still see so many campaigns do that way, that I know that a lot of money is lost. I hear doctors saying that part of the problem is the prevention, because people don't react on the screening test. They don't go there. They have free tests to do, and they don't use them. Why? Maybe because this is not delivered them in a proper way. I think this should be part of this branch. It should be branch of the social life. Serious discussion about how to manage with prevention, and there should be psychologists involved, marketing, communication specialists involved, strategists, people like this, not doctors, because doctors will always talk about medicines, treatments, and stuff, and this is not the border that people go through.
There was in one local event in Latvia also the discussion that there should be change in a way how we call cancer, that we should go to direction, this is chronic disease you can live with. Are those changes happening in Poland, in the people's minds? It's a speculative question, of course, because there are no surveys, but still, understanding on cancer as a chronic disease, is this coming into more in life?
I hope so, because this is the part of our job as a rock and roll in Poland, that we try to convince people, not only us, of course. There's many NGOs that accepted this narrative, that this is chronic disease, this is not dying disease, and you can live happily with cancer. We got a few programs about this. We got a program called IPORAKO, how it's in English, after cancer, let's say, that delivers service to people who are after the cancer, but before coming back to life. There is a gap that needs to be covered. Let's say.
What governments and decision makers could do to empower NGOs for them to become more widely spread, more powerful to do the tasks that they have?
You know, the world looks like this, that they make decisions. We try to influence these decisions. So the more we talk, the better. I don't feel like we are welcomed to these conversations. I feel like politics, I don't know how here, but in Poland, politics look rather for NGOs that will clap hands and applause their decisions. NGOs are different, so they always find people like this, and it doesn't push world forward. Let's say they can do it that way, but what for? I mean, money is lost, the energy is lost, and as I said, to me, this is the world now looks like there's so many carcinogenic in world that we should do something seriously to educate people how to make healthy choices, how to prevent them from going into illnesses, including cancer.
And from decision-maker perspective, putting more trust also in NGOs delivering those tasks. Thank you very much. Our time is over in our unofficial discussion here. Thank you very much to Jacek Maciejewski, board member of Rock and Roll Organization in Poland, and you will be also participating in the Congress today and tomorrow, so we're going to follow through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
When we talk about inequalities in medicine in Latvia, there are many things we can discuss. Latvia is below the median in European in many categories. The biggest challenge medicine faces is chronic underfunding. From a 2017 study from the European Union, it is noted that Latvia only spends 5.8% of GDP on medicine, while the European average is 9.9%. 57% is publicly funded medicine, while the balance comes out of pocket from the patients in Latvia. This has led to severe accessibility issues. With cancer representing almost 25% of all medical issues in Latvia, it is up to the patient organizations to come together, present new ideas to the government, and the government must heed these new ideas and work together with patient organizations to create a better healthcare system for all involved in Latvia. On equality of beating cancer, all of Europe must come together. All governments must provide additional funding to patient organization groups so that together we can beat cancer.
Labdarības organizācija Ziedot LV onkoloģijas pacientiem līdzās jau ir vairāk nekā 10 gadus. Un šo gadu laikā gandrīz katru nedēļu mūsu durvis ver kāds mūsu līdzcilvēks, kuram ir diagnosticēta kāda onkoloģiska saslimšana un, diemžēl, nav līdzekļu ārstēšanai. Es teiktu, ka tā ir tāda kā loterija, kur ļoti daudz mūsu līdzcilvēki izvelk tukšo lozi, kur ir rakstīts, diemžēl, mēs kā valsts, kā sabiedrība, tavu vēzi neārstēsim. Un, manuprāt, tas ir ļoti skaudri, ļoti nevienlīdzīgi, kad vienā palātā guļ 2 cilvēki, abiem ir vēzis, katram mazliet savādāks, un vienu mēs ārstējam ar valsts apmaksātiem moderniem medikamentiem, un otram pasakam, diemžēl, naudas nav. Latvijas cilvēki ir ļoti atsaucīgi. Bērni ar ziedojumiem mēs sniedzām palīdzību 85 onkoloģijas pacientiem, un tam tika izlietot vairāk kā 1 miljons eiro. Manuprāt, tas parāda, ka problēma ir ļoti, ļoti liela. Tie cilvēki, kas vēršas pie labdarības organizācijām ar savu onkoloģisko saslimšanu, visbiežāk lūdz palīdzību valsts nekompensētu medikamentu apmaksai, dažādām analīzēm, tā skaitā gēnu kartē, lai noteiktu labāko ārstniecību, un, diemžēl, arī paliatīvai aprūpei tanī brīdī, kad medikamenti jau vairs nelīdz. Mums kopā vajadzētu saņemties un panākt tā, lai mēs pret visiem onkoloģijas pacientiem attiektos vienlīdzīgi, lai šī nebūtu loterija par dzīvību un nāvi.
Hello once again, and please do take your seats. To those who are watching us online, we apologize for the delay because it's sometimes pretty difficult to get people back from the coffee break, which is mainly caused by intense discussions and exchanges during the coffee breaks. But right now, people are still coming in and let's wait for a few seconds to start our second panel, which is going to be devoted to the inequalities in the political perspective. Yep, and well, me myself being a member of the European Parliament, I am sometimes aware of this issue of the division of competencies. We all know that in the European Union, at least now, health is the competence of the member states, and there are member states who are really fighting hard to keep it like that. On the other hand, as you could know, the European Union has been involved a lot during the last few years in making cancer and beating cancer one of its policy priorities. And this European value added, I think, is one of the issues we have to discuss in this panel, not making some kind of a counterposition between national and Europe, but, well, to see after those ways how the EU could complement and help the nation states to bridge those many equalities. And I think that that was already mentioned by some of our previous speakers, by Ms. Rill and so on and so forth, that those inequalities really ask for a comprehensive approach. And in that sense, I think this would be one of our today's topics. Well, we will be dealing with issues like diagnostics, treatment, rehabilitation, palliative care, with a special emphasis on the Central and Eastern European countries in the EU, dealing with such problematic and sometimes difficult questions like equal access to medication, including personalized therapies or precision therapies. In the previous panel, we heard from Professor Jarmalaite that the Baltic countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia as well, are well below average, about the European average in terms of access to the modern medicines. An interesting question to debate here would be, is this just about money not being available, or there are some other things, especially from the European perspective? In the BECA report of the in the European Parliament, when the Parliament's Commission for the Beating Cancer adopted its report, the issue of the EU common procurement and common certification systems of medicines was very much mentioned and promoted. I think that this could be also a solution how to bridge those inequalities among the European member states. This is also an issue of equality in access to diagnostics, treatment, and cutting-edge treatment technologies. We have been listening in the previous panel also about the personalized medicine access to it, about tumor boards, and so on and so forth. And of course, an interesting question, which is, I think, especially from the patient's perspective, an extremely relevant one. This is the issue of national oncology patients being able to use the remote and cross-border care, which is, to my mind, one of the issues that could be really an item for European value added, as we see it also from the perspective of the European Parliament. And in this panel, we are going to have 3 presentations, and then a debate with 5 participants who will join us on this stage a little bit later. And as a first speaker, I'm happy to invite to the stage Professor Marcis Leja, who is director of the Institute of Clinical Preventive Medicine of the University of Latvia, a former EU Cancer Mission Board member, and he will be speaking about tools how to implement the EU Cancer Mission's recommendations at national level. Professor Leja, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for the possibility to be here and to present what I would call my vision, not really the tools. I cannot offer the tools for implementation, but at least how I can see and what tools could be available for us, how we could go ahead. And it has been mentioned the European documents that we do have in place, and I completely can understand on a slight dose of skepticism how this could be achieved, the equality, the equity between the countries, between what the patients are seeing, and actually if we are speaking on equity, it is not only patient equity, it's also equal possibilities for the physicians treating patients, for communication between the countries, for the centers. So indeed, if each individual country is responsible for its own healthcare system, how we can try achieving this, and what I'm going to provide is just my vision on this. So we do have those important documents that we are debating also those days. And we do have also a number of different tools from the European Commission as well as national countries. First of all, we do have an important financial resources available within the Horizon Europe program. We do have the EU for Health program, where also the priorities are there, but whether the countries are ready to accept them and to take those possibilities, that to a large extent is depending on many circumstances in the particular countries. We do have the technical support instrument that also can be used, and actually we are starting a project supported from this instrument currently in Latvia. We do have, or we are expecting to have, many funding possibilities available in Digital Health Europe system. And once more, this could be used very cleverly for the needs of patients. And definitely also the resilience facility and the cohesion policy that is mainly up to the particular countries, and many of those are using those tools for really improving the situation in patient healthcare. I will not go through all the Cancer Mission Board recommendations, but really I had a privilege of being a part of the team that has been elaborating those. But I will just point attention to a few of them, just as examples. First of all, the recommendation number 9 is directly addressing the equity aspects at all the different levels that I've briefly touched already before. But most of the remaining recommendations are also directly or indirectly related to equity aspects. Let me mention the recommendation on the screening. Let me mention the recommendation on new technologies, or the recommendation number 10 on comprehensive cancer centers and how this could be achieved, what we can do with this. And I would suggest looking into this, and this is definitely only my private vision, how we could look to this in the example of Latvia. Those are the recommendations. And actually, we would consider that the Ministry of Health would be responsible for those. But actually, that is only not half of the case, because not only the Ministry of Health, but also many other ministries should be involved in really addressing those aspects. Ministry of Education and Research, in particular related to the comprehensive cancer care, because, and I will go to this in the next slide, there are really particular aspects of research that have to be importantly involved into this. Ministry of Environmental Protection, as strange as it might sound, but it is also the Ministry of Regional Development that is responsible for digital transformation, and therefore also for the data flow in oncology. Ministry of Welfare for follow-up the patients and the survivors, economics for innovations, and definitely Ministry of Finance, last but not least, involved in everything. But more than this, we do have a number of institutions, whether universities or research organizations, or other institutions that are involved in patient management. And I'm just put a couple of them, not all of the logos are listed there. For instance, I put one of the regional hospitals, but we do have other hospitals as well. So also they are part of the game. They have to be involved and see their place into this. And if we would relate this to the recommendations, that is indeed, and of course, sure, we do have in the very center also the patient organizations and patient supporters. But if we would relate the areas of competencies of different ministries to the recommendations, and I'm definitely not sure that I have put all the lines there, so we have really huge overlap between them, so it should be really well coordinated. Furthermore, if we would link the competencies of different institutions and agencies, this would make the picture much more complicated. So how to deal with this? And the issue of comprehensive cancer centers could be one of the examples. This is one of the comprehensive cancer centers. It is a picture from Canada, but comprehensive cancer center doesn't mean really a nice building. And that is what I would like really to emphasize there. Comprehensive cancer care means more infrastructure than really building itself or even technologies itself. So, and what are current recommendations either from the Mission Board or in the European Beating Cancer Plan is to move from cancer centers that are the first step to comprehensive cancer centers. And really research innovation is the major difference between them, and this requires very close collaboration between the different activities in different ministries. Or even more comprehensive cancer networks, and actually Latvia could be a very good example for this because we are small and the system is quite simple. So what would mean those centers in generally to the country? First of all, they would mean excellence in clinical care, but that is also for the cancer centers, but excellence in research and European excellence in networking, and that is another important aspect that has been mentioned in both the documents that I was mentioning before. So, but what does it mean to the patients? First of all, this would mean really that it is quite uniform and standardized patient pathways that are developed, and each of the patients should really feel this. Patients should feel the equity to the access to the care, not depending on the place of their residence. Definitely higher qualified professionals, since they are exchanging the international experience. They are doing this also currently, but that is up to the individual, not supported by the system. And better access to the clinical studies and better access to international expertise through different means that we were hearing also earlier today. So is really this comprehensive cancer infrastructure possible in Latvia? We do have really the central treatment facilities that currently has started to pave the way for the excellence in clinical care, going for the accreditation of cancer center, but not so far for the comprehensive cancer center. But really to achieve the goal of comprehensive cancer center or comprehensive cancer networks, we do have other hospitals that are involved in this. We do have multiple research institutions and universities as well as agencies. And definitely then we do have the registries and cancer screenings that might have moved from one institution to the other. So I'm mentioning them as a process, not as an institution here. So how this could really work? And one of the recommendations from the European Commission has been to develop cancer mission hubs in each of the countries. And many of the countries that have started to deal with this have done its own way, and actually there are no recommendations exactly how to do this. Definitely Ministry of Health should be in the center. Other ministries also and their agencies have to be involved. And actually there are much more than this. There should be multiple organizations involved. And I would finish my presentation with this picture from National Cancer Center in a European country that is not part currently of EU. That is a National Cancer Center in Ukraine. And actually I have been contacting to our collaborators there even a couple of days ago, what they told that the surgeons have stopped operating and have moved to the cities in the west of the country. Radiotherapies have been stopped. But nevertheless, somewhere like 30 to 40 patients are coming for chemo every day as outpatients to the center, although we know what is happening in Kiev currently. But they are very optimistic and they expect to start working in the full capacity very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Leja. And the next speaker will be joining us remotely. Well, sorry, Mr. Basu, I think that we should give the floor to Mr. Niko Stefanuta, who is a colleague of mine at the European Parliament and who has been the coordinator of the Special Committee on Beating Cancer of the European Parliament. He is from Romania, and he will be speaking about what instruments are needed to implement the resolution of the European Parliament just adopted, and to lessen inequalities in all cancer care spectrum among the EU and Eastern European and Central European countries. So, Nico, it's a pleasure seeing you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ivars. And may I tell the audience what a great leader Ivars Ijabs is on fighting cancer in the European Parliament. You can hear me, Ivars, I hope?
Yes, we can. Go on.
Good. Then I will repeat what a great leader Ivars Ijabs is. He was my vice president in the cancer committee. I was his coordinator, and we worked really well together. The reason why I'm not with you today is that I am at the Romanian border with the Ukraine. I have been there last night. I crossed the border into Ukraine, and I spoke to many people from there. And believe it or not, I'm sure you will, the issue of cancer is one of the most important issues affecting many people. I mean, chronic disease is one of the highly relevant topics, and cancer is one of them. And I want to talk about inequalities across the Union. And Ivars knows that usually I speak about having an iron curtain across Europe on inequalities. Now, given that we actually have war, I might tone down my comparisons, my historical comparisons, but at the same time really reflect that we do have at least a soft border between East and West on inequality. And I'm saying that knowing that you probably see my slide. in 2020 that we have 2.7 million people in the European Union diagnosed with this disease, and another 1.3 who will have lost their lives. And at this incidence, it is expected that 1 in 3 men, 1 in 4 women might be affected by cancer in the first 75 years of life. And we are worried about inequalities in control, in care, in prevention. But I'm personally also worried about cancer survivors, in particularly the issue of the right to be forgotten. And that's an issue where many in the insurance industry, for instance, are opposed. But I do think that cancer patients should not be doubly penalized for having the disease. Next slide is where I speak about the inequality across the Union. There are major differences within the member states as regards access to prevention programs, rates of early cancer detection, diagnosis, treatment, and survival measures to improve quality of life of patients and survivors. For instance, the risk of dying from cervical cancer is 5 times higher in the worst performing member states than in the best. And these differences are unacceptable. So that's why we fought for the Cancer Inequality Registry. I come from a country where less than 10% of all women do breast cancer screening. And that number is appalling compared to a number such as 90% in Denmark or 80-something% in other best performing countries. I said this in the European Parliament when we voted on the cancer report, that by not tackling inequality, we simply send women to their death. Now, the next slide speaks about Beating Cancer Plan to tackle inequality. Obviously, on the breast cancer, colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, and lung cancer, all these represent half of the estimated overall burden of cancer in Europe. So the cancer plan has some quality assurance schemes and accreditation for screening and treatment of breast, colorectal, and cervical cancer. There's an EU network of comprehensive cancer centers that will support member states in establishing at least one national comprehensive cancer center by 2025. Now, we also have to think about rare cancers, which represent about 24% of all, and pediatric cancers too. I think what we did in the pandemic, and Ivars and other colleagues know it very well, establishing joint procurement procedures for rare, pediatric, and novel cancer medicine and treatment, diagnostic procedures, cancer-preventing vaccines like HPV and hepatitis B vaccines. Now, I do believe we should learn from the pandemic. I listened to Ivars present when he said that, of course, it's more of a competence of member states, but we stole the member state. We went, that competence, we went like Prometheus and stole the fire from the heavens when the pandemic happened. So we took a crisis and we turned it into an opportunity, and we started to create what is now an embryo of European healthcare policy by using joint procurement procedures and by having a budget for it. I'm also the budget rapporteur of the European Parliament this year, so I know how hard it was, but we stole the fire, and I think that flame cannot be extinguished anymore. Now, the next slide, I speak about facilitating access to cross-border healthcare and clinical trials, because this is definitely an issue of inequality. You cannot say to a Romanian suffering that doesn't find a molecule or will have a molecule authorized in 8 months later than in the rest of the Union or in the best performing countries, that you cannot have healthcare, you cannot have the best healthcare. And so I think the issue of cross-border health should be developed, and the EP report emphasized the need for a better implementation and improved financial model for cross-border healthcare directive, so as to allow for mobility and access to highly specialized equipment and care through the reinforcement of the national contact points by providing them with more budgetary resources, and calls for an increase in the information campaigns and patients' rights to cross-border healthcare. So we need to facilitate the processes for patients who travel abroad for clinical trials to make it easier to face issues such as lack of clarity and follow-up protocols after their return home, and coverage of costs related to the clinical trial participation by national insurance agencies. And I wouldn't be content if I didn't speak to you about healthcare assistance to refugees from Ukraine, which is my next slide, because we have more than 179,000 newly diagnosed patients with cancer among the Ukrainian people suffering from Russia's unprovoked aggression. So disruptions to cancer treatment pose a grave risk to their very survival. I am here in Sighetul Marmației, which is a border point here in Romania, and just yesterday we assisted somebody into getting their chemotherapy across the border in a hospital. It was very impressive because the husband obviously couldn't cross the border, so it was only for that lady to cross and be taken to hospital. Romanian ambulance crossed the border for that purpose, and it was allowed by the Ukrainian guards. But all this was very touching, as you might imagine. Now, I think I salute the initiative of Mr. Arlukovic, who was our president in the Cancer Committee, to create a special medical fund. I think we really have to have this for refugees from Ukraine that will help the most involved member states hosting refugees. I'm talking in this capacity not only as a parliamentarian, but also as a Romanian. Obviously, we have about 100,000 refugees now, but countries like Poland have over 1.5 million, maybe even more. So generosity is one thing, generosity of the population, but at some point it will be overwhelming, the number of refugees. So we have to think about covering for some of these costs from European resources. And as budget rapporteur, I will definitely fight for this. It is one of my most important battles, that the refugee effort, especially with regards to healthcare, is helped by the European Union. In 2015, we had a Syrian refugee crisis, and I think we missed an historical opportunity to have a deal on how refugees are to be handled. Now in 2022, we don't have that luxury anymore. And the Temporary Protection Directive allows all these refugees, and it's good that it exists. They allows them to be part of our medical systems, to go to the hospitals, to get treatment for free immediately. That's amazing, that's great, but Europe should pay for it, because I think it's only consistent with its mission statement to be one for all and all for one. We also encourage to adopt regulations that would enable refugees access to reimbursed medicines, and also create a system of assistance for refugees from Ukraine suffering from cancer. This was my last and most important message. I once again thank you for hosting this very, very important event. I once again congratulate your leaders who are so active in this. I watched your presentation about the situation in Baltic countries. I know it is very similar to the situation I know best in my own country of Romania. I want to conclude by saying Slava Ukraini, but also by saying let's beat cancer. Life goes on as it were from before the war, and we cannot ignore the suffering of cancer patients just because we have a bigger crisis on our hands. Unfortunately, that's our fate, to deal with multiple crises at the same time. Thank you once again for having me, and congratulations for these very, very important and educating discussions.
Thank you very much, Nico. That was excellent as always, and thank you very much for what you are doing over there on the border. But we proceed to our last but not least presenter, who is Mr. Parta Basu, who is a Deputy Head of Early Detection, Prevention and Infection Branch of International Agency for Research on Cancer from France. And he'll be talking about the DG Reform project, which was already mentioned by Professor Leia. So, Mr. Basu, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ayush. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I really thank the organizers of the meeting for giving us the opportunity to present this very interesting project that has been recently launched. In this particular project that we are implementing in close collaboration with the stakeholders in Latvia and Slovakia has reduction in inequality in cancer care as one of the very strong focus. As we know, with demographic transition, with exposure to different risk factors, the incidence of cancer is increasing in all the countries across the globe. But what is important to focus here is the inequality in the care that is resulting in the difference in cancer mortality. If you look at the graph on the left-hand side, irrespective of the country, irrespective of whether the country is in the eastern part of Europe or western part of Europe, the cancer incidence is going up. But when you look at the mortality reduction, some of the countries have done a great job in reducing cancer mortality. But countries like Latvia, we can still, the line is still straight. So there is certainly we can do and we need to do. Fortunately for Latvia, the topmost 5 cancers are either eminently treatable, like prostate cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, or eminently preventable, like lung cancer, cervical cancer, provided we get our acts together. In 2017, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, we published this, what we call second European screening report. We collected information and data from 28 European Union countries in terms of the performance of cervical, breast, and colorectal cancer screening programs. Here I am presenting some data from Latvia. That time, obviously, the colorectal cancer screening program was not yet launched. It was only a pilot going on, but cervical and breast cancer screening programs were there. If you can see the invitation coverage, we see a high proportion of eligible women being invited to screening. But then we can see the participation rate, there is a significant drop. Examination coverage, well, it is definitely not what we expect, but what I would like to focus your attention to are the next few rows. In terms of improving quality of cancer screening, we need to collect data across the care continuum, starting from invitation to the individual to what happens to those who are tested positive on screening, tested positive. So here you can see the completeness of data related to screening test results. As you can see for breast and cervical cancer, that we didn't have that data. Similarly, we need to get data about further assessment rate. What happens to those who are positive? What proportion of them they go for further assessment? We didn't get that data. And because we don't have the data, we don't have the data in terms of detection rate. That is one of the quality indicators. So this is where we are focusing this project that we lovingly call ICCCS project is going to focus on. And there we are working with all the national stakeholders in Latvia. This is just showing that in terms of cancer survival, which is dependent on number one, what is the distribution of the stage at detection for various cancers, and secondly, what is the quality of cancer care. Certainly, during our visit within the country over the last 2 days, we are extremely impressed in terms of the quality of cancer care, in terms of the motivation that is there in all levels of service providers to improve things. But then we need to really go in depth. Where are the gaps That is still there so that Latvia, the cancer survival in Latvia can still be improved. This project has not been developed in silos. It is a continuation of a project that we call CanCon, which came out with very specific recommendations on improving quality of cancer control. So you see, so what does it recommend? Number one, successful cancer screening needs competent, multidisciplinary, and transparent governance. So that is a very, very essential thing. Second thing is there should be significant resources for quality assurance. The European recommendation is that if you have a program, 20% of that budget should be set aside for quality assurance. It is so important. Implementation of population-based screening should be a multi-step process. You start with a pilot, evaluate it, then gradually scale up and keep evaluating. And then the mandate and resources for the electronic information system must be secured even before starting population-based screening program. In Latvia, there has been a lot of stress, lot of capacity to improve information system. And this is the time where we try to see how this information system can be best utilized to collect the data and then reduce the data gap that I pointed out already. And then a linkage between the different registries. There is a screening registry, population registry, cancer registry. That linkage is very, very important. And then monitoring of the program should keep a focus on social inequality. What are the indicators for that? How can we really measure those indicators and take actions? That is important. This is a very one slide that is telling you about the specific objectives of the project. So we want to come up with a standard operating procedure for population-based cancer registries with specific quality control procedures. We are focusing on reviewing the national guidelines to implement population-based screening program with improved quality assurance. We are focusing on tailored information system to monitor and improve screening program. And then we are also, as Professor Marcis pointed out, that it will be supporting a comprehensive cancer center and research infrastructure network accreditation process. But then what is important is how do we do that? This is not a project that has a top-down approach. It is the bottoms-up approach. The whole idea started from within Latvia. So we have a very strong stakeholder engagement. We have a steering committee that has the policymakers, that has patients advocates, patients representatives, and our Minister of Health has very kindly agreed to be the chair of the steering committee. And there are expert groups. Fine, the expert groups will be doing their job. But then the steering committee is going to tell us how those recommendations can be adopted or adapted to the context of Latvia. So just for the interest of time, I'll just tell you, there are different work packages. One of them is essentially focusing on cancer screening. So what we are going to do, we are going to map the services and data flow related to cancer screening continuum. And that is why we are here. We're doing site visits. We are talking to several stakeholders. And then based on that, we'll design the tools for screening evaluation and align those technological specificities of the health information system to those tools. That's important. The IT system is developing on one side, and the tools are there. But they need to marry and then talk to each other. And then collect data for organization and performance of cancer screening. And from that, we are going to do a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analysis, based on which there will be specific recommendations for improvement. So that is, in a nutshell, how we are going to approach this. But then I'll just give you another very exciting information. The IARC is now involved with the European Commission to make sure that the European Cancer Information System, which was till now only showing data about incidence and mortality for cancer, will be used to report cancer screening data. Now, how that will be done? That will require definitely certain technological improvement. But what is more important is that this is an opportunity to look at the performance indicators. What are the indicators to identify the inequalities that is there within the countries? So that is what we are going to do. And we are going to pilot this project. And Latvia is certainly within our one of the main collaborators to do this piloting. So this is again a classic example how within Europe programs are not working in silos. This is a great example of continued collaboration and continued cooperation without which the Europe beating plan will not be as successful. I thank the European Commission for supporting this project, and the PI of the project, my colleague, Dr. Andre Carvalho, is in the audience. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basu, and I wish all the success to the just launched project. But this is the time we can proceed to our discussion. Well, there will be two participants who happen to be two health ministers of Latvia and Estonia who are physically present, and that's why I'm happy to invite Mr. Daniels Pavļuts, the Minister of Health of Latvia, and Mr. Tanel Kiik, who is the Minister of Health and Labour of the Republic of Estonia. Please do take your seats. And there will be three participants who will be joining us remotely, and this is Mr. Matthias Schuppe from the European Commission, Mr. John Ryan, who is listed in our agenda, was unfortunately not able to come, but nevertheless he is substituted by Matthias Schuppe, who is a project team leader for cancer in the DG Sante, the Directorate General of the European Commission responsible for healthcare. And then there is Ms. Inga Cehanovičiene, the head of Specialized Healthcare Division, Personal Health Department of the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Lithuania. And the third remote participant is Mr. Uldis Mittenbergs, who is the head of Country Office Latvia at World Health Organization. And welcome to you all. That's great that you have had the opportunity to join us for this panel. And just like in the previous panel, I would like to invite you to give short introductory remarks, each of you for, let's say, not more than 3 minutes, because we have many questions coming in on the issue of inequality and in cancer care, and of course also this aspect of the European dimension of the cancer policy. So thank you very much. So let's start, according to our list, with Mr. Matthias Schuppe. Mr. Schuppe?
Thank you, and good morning. Perhaps very briefly, just a few reflections on the actions that we have announced in the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. And indeed, all the previous presenters have already made some reference to that. Perhaps I would also highlight one element of the cancer plan, also flagship initiative, which is the Cancer Inequalities Registry. Which shall help us to bring together the data that we have dispersed on cancer across different reporting systems, develop new data tools, and provide to us the information that we need in terms of assessing the needs for investments in cancer control, both at national and EU level. So we have, at the beginning of February, have launched the first phase of this Cancer Inequalities Registry, which is the data tool, which provides already data, for instance, on sex, also on environmental data, and this tool will be gradually expanded. A second layer or second pillar of the Inequalities Registry will be a reporting mechanism, country-specific reports that look at the contextual information and specificities at national level, taking these quantitative data that we have and putting them in context of the national health systems. And last but not least, we will also have horizontal assessments as part of the registry to look also more in detail at specific topics relating to inequalities. With this registry, we're working very closely, not only within the Commission with the joint research centers, but also with IARC, the OECD, and other partners to ensure that we have the best and high quality work done. Perhaps before I close, one other point, just to note that the work on the cancer inequalities, the cancer comprehensive cancer centers, and also the new reference networks and networks of expertise have already been launched in 2021. And we are now working with member states to finalize these proposals and to bring these actions on the ground. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schuppe, and let's proceed to Mr. Daniels Pavliot.
Thank you, Ivars. Well, I did my general remarks this morning already. In that sense, I'm in a privileged position to now go into a little bit more specific level. Now, reflecting to some of the important things already. Okay, is it better now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I did my general remarks this morning already, so I'll go a little bit more in this sort of specific level. And I'll begin with Latvia rather than spending time on overall picture and European level, given that this is being extensively covered by other participants here. Now, let me reflect a little bit on what has been said so far. Let me point out an important idea that Professor Leia was showing us, the complexity and interlinked nature of a comprehensive approach to cancer treatment. Now, this might seem daunting, and it is. And it is often the case also within the Latvian bureaucracy that an attempt to deal with all problems ends up with dealing with none. Now, this is not the case. As I said in my previous remarks in the beginning, we do have a plan. Europe has a plan. We also have a plan of beating cancer in Latvia. And it so happens that we are in a privileged position at this point in time that several right things coincide. So we have the possibility of, at the same time, having a comprehensive sort of bird's eye view of the problems in cancer treatment and from the angle of inequality. And on the other hand, we know clearly what our priorities are. And what's even better, we have the resources and clear initiatives in place to address those priorities, and I'll name them. So what are the key focal points of the Latvian cancer treatment improvement plan for the coming 3 years? This really chimes in with what Professor Basu was just saying. Now, one of the key aspects is improving the screening programs, quality assurance, quality standards, making sure that we identify cancer at an earlier stage that gives us opportunities to act. This is far more difficult than it might initially seem, given that, and we haven't talked enough about it yet, about the role other parts of health system play in early stages in particular. I'm talking here about the engagement, level of information, resources, motivation, all resources at a level of primary care. So the things we need to do go beyond cancer treatment system itself. So I'd like to say that given the experience in pandemic, among other things, we are now focusing on strengthening, or I'd even like to say reforming the primary care system in this country, building capacity, building access, equitable access across the country, dealing with regional disparities, etc., dealing with the aging of the general practitioners. In other words, strengthening the capacity of the general practitioners in order, among other things, deliver better early stage cancer screening and diagnostic. Otherwise, it's a critical tool. If we don't do that, there's not much use in projects like that, which was described by Professor Basu. And second pillar of our cancer improvement plan would be, also mentioned here extensively, the data. Now, the challenge, both politically but also in practical terms, dealing with medical practitioners is there's so many things that need to be done under the hood. Not very sexy ones, that very few people understand. Making sure that the data we collect is according to the standard, that it's actually working as a single entry data, that we can collect and collate and use the data that we already have. Or we do. It's just in different places, different institutions, different data entry standards. So it's not readily accessible for use. So that's what we're dealing with right now within the larger framework of building an oncology registry. That's the homework. That's what we're doing. Trying to make sure that the data is collected in a proper way, that it can be used to build the right interfaces, the right systems for comforts for both the patients and the doctors in cancer treatment at various stages of the pathway of the life cycle. Last but not least, and actually let me go back to Bettina Rila, I'm sitting next to, and we're talking to the conference also. She mentioned this, you remember the last slide with that tower in Dubai, I guess it was. The sewage problem, that's the sewage problem. That we need to get the sewage system working in order to be able to build shiny towers, if we decide to, in other areas. This being, innovative treatments, putting a lot of money in flagship initiatives. Without the sewage, working data, working primary care system, none of this is going to work. Last but not least, the governance system. And this is something, again, that is happening right now. Our Eastern University Clinical Hospital is becoming one of the centers, European centers of excellence in cancer treatment. We're working on this in order to improve the methodological management of cancer treatment in our country, so that soon we would be among the yellow spots on the map. Yeah, we're not yet. We're going there, hope to be there soon. So at this point in time, it seems to converge those important elements to make sure that we can actually improve access to equitable cancer treatment. Thank you. Sorry it took so long.
Thank you, Daniels. And let's proceed now to Ms. Cechnavanut-Vicene. The floor is yours. And sorry for mispronouncing your name, because, well, I feel really sorry for that. It's Cechnavanut-Vicene, sorry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this Congress. And speaking about health inequalities in Lithuania, we can identify the main factors, such as socio-economic factors, living and working conditions, health, education, occupation, and income, access to public health care, effective organization and management of healthcare services. That leads to health inequalities. But health is not only an issue of long life, but also a quality of life. Increasing lifespan also inevitably increases the likelihood of health loss. In an aging population, the number of people with special needs, the need for specialized outpatient and hospital care, long-term care services is increasing. Improving the accessibility and quality of healthcare services with particular attention to the healthy lifestyle and disease prevention and early diagnosis, optimization of the healthcare system by directing and reforming it in such a way as to reduce existing major health inequalities remains one of the Lithuanian most important tasks. Lithuania has actively developed modern public health policy, including the network of public health institutions, bureaus in municipalities is quite well developed in Lithuania. There are 48 public health bureaus. They provide public health services to all municipalities. Since 2015, public health network is financed through state budget, a special donation for municipalities. And in 2019, the financial resources to finance public health bureaus activities were doubled. The main functions of the bureaus are public health promotion, monitoring public health, and child health care. For strengthening the position of the bureaus, sustainable financing mechanism, setting priorities, and a focus on intersectoral cooperation, integrating public health into primary health care have been developed in 2018. Actions to reduce health inequalities in prevention and effective treatment of oncological diseases will implemented in accordance with National Cancer Control Program for 2014-2025. Actions plans for each 3 years is being implemented. The aim of the program is to reduce mortality rates from cancer in the Lithuanian population. To improve the management and coordination of oncological care, the National Council for Monitoring the implementation of program was established, and evaluation of program implementation is being made on annual basis. The evaluation criteria of oncological care structure, process, and results are used. Every year, the report on annual results is published on the internet page of the Ministry of Health. For the implementation of tasks to ensure timely, comprehensive, and high-quality integrated diagnosis and treatment services for cancer patients, there are 6 specialized healthcare hospitals, cancer centers, and appropriate healthcare facilities, human resources, and innovative technologies are concentrated there. And healthcare services are provided according to the description and standardized procedures. Innovative technologies to the cancer centers were financed, such as gamma knife, linear accelerators, nuclear medicine centers, etc. Indicators of accessibility and quality of oncological healthcare services were established in 2017. To improve the quality of life and end of life for cancer patients, medical rehabilitation, long-term care, nursing services, and palliative care services are provided. Thank you very much for that. That is the main points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's proceed to Mr. Tanel Kiik.
Thank you. I hope that this is working.
Yes, it is. I
perfect.
hope, yeah.
First, I want to thank the organizers for this timely event. I think it's very important that even during the COVID-19 pandemic and also right now when we have a very big crisis or war in Europe, we still need to focus on all the other challenges as mentioned. Or also previously we said that we don't have the possibility to only focus on one challenge. We have a lot of those ahead of us, and we have to deal with them at the same time. When you talk about the cancer situation, then a lot of what has been said today about Latvia also is relevant in Estonia, and I think in all Baltic states. We know that the cancer number of cancer patients is growing. In Estonia, for example, we have every year almost 9,000 patients diagnosed and almost around 4,000 deaths every year. And you know that a very big portion of all those new cases are actually preventable, and also better treatment and earlier treatment is needed to lower the number of deaths. In Estonia, we have agreed an Estonian cancer control plan from 2021 to 2030. We have more than 100 experts that contributed to this document. We have three, let's say, bigger goals in this. First one, of course, to have less cancer cases. It goes without saying, I think, why it's important, but the main focus there is healthier lifestyle choices, is different possibilities to prevent cancer. Is it about the environment, about the working environment, etc. Second one is people with cancer living longer and healthier, and also this is, of course, mainly about medical, let's say, care, but it's also a lot to deal with screening and to detect the cases as early as possible. As we all know that the diagnosis and the prognosis is always better when we manage to find and detect cancer as early as possible. And we have quite similar challenges in Estonia about the screening numbers. For example, with breast cancer, it's also around 50%, and we have a lot of new projects and pilots in force to increase the number of people taking part of those screenings. For example, already for a few years, also people without health coverage are invited to these screenings, and also treatment is guaranteed to them in case of cancer detected. The third topic that is quite similar to the second one, but actually different, is the people with cancer treatment. With cancer, we also want to improve their everyday life quality. And this is not only about health. This is also about different physiological support. This is about coping with the situation for them and for the close ones. Also about labor issues. And we know that having a cancer diagnosis can be very shocking for people, and also after that to cope with everyday life, to go back with so-called normalities is something. It's a very big challenge, and the people need support from health, but also from social workers, from their employers, from their close ones, and from the state in general. But right now we are also working on the implementation plan of this strategy, and we are doing this, of course, also close collaboration with health specialists. And it's very important to also go with the same, let's say, same line with European cancer beating plan. That is a very comprehensive and I think also a necessary strategy. Maybe one more point, that we are right now already for a period of time working in Estonia, and this is also one of the points actually made before, is the so-called personal medicine. And if you talk about personal medicine, then everybody thinks, I think, a bit different thing. And for us, or the point of view is personal medicine is not just genetic data. This is about having a more personal approach to people. It means getting data from polygenetic risk scores, but it's also other health data, and it's a lot of data that's nothing to do with healthcare. It's where you live, how old you are, where do you work, what is your different life habits. Are you smoking, drinking, are you doing sport, and etc. So the more information we have, the better treatment and also better screening programs we can introduce to people, because we know that everybody is not in the same risk level and everybody's behavior is not at the same level as well. So combining those data together and providing so personal approach, I think is the future, and in some cases it's already the present in the healthcare challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cake. And last but not least, Mr. Mittenberg from the World Health Organization.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, thanks for having me in this important event. WHO recognizes the high burden of the cancer, and we know that in WHO European region, close to 5 million people were diagnosed with cancer, and more than 2 million people died from it in 2020. So if we translate this on the daily basis, so this is approximately 13,000 people being diagnosed with cancer and 6,000 dying on the daily basis. And there is, of course, also the huge economical implications of this burden, and the annual cost of premature mortality in European region exceeds 70 billion US dollars. Many of these deaths are preventable. However, without bolder action, without acting upon the reasons behind this burden, we would see 2.5 million annual deaths by 2030 in European regions. So this is beyond European Union, so in the whole region. And that is why last year WHO Europe launched United Action Against Cancer, which is a pan-European cancer movement to join forces against cancer in the European region with a long-term vision to eliminate cancer as a life-threatening disease. And this movement aims at, first of all, enhancing collaboration and unite partners from all levels. One of the issues what we really see is that very often these activities against the cancer are fragmented. So that's why the first aim of this movement is to unite partners. The second aim is to reinforce political leadership in the countries, or to facilitate this political will for the change. The third aim is engage civil society, build capacity of the civil society, engage young people into grassroots movements. And the first aim is fast-track implementation of WHO technical signature solutions, which cover 5 dimensions, including prevention, early detection, diagnosis and treatment, and palliative care. And within the framework of this United Action Against Cancer, very recently, on February 15th, 2022, WHO Europe launched a groundbreaking report about the childhood cancer inequalities. A report on adult cancer inequalities is coming later. However, most of the issues which are in this childhood report and are true for children can also be extrapolated to the adult population. And this report about childhood cancer inequalities is the first of its kind, and it brings together evidence and information from a wide range of sources presenting the nature and magnitude of childhood cancer inequalities in the WHO European region. And it explores not only inequalities across the countries, but also within the countries, across different groups of population and according to social determinants such as gender, socioeconomic status, and also urban-rural divide. So the report also explores the impact of the cancer as a cause for inequalities later in life, looking into how cancer produces inequalities by transforming the future of the child and its family. So I believe that this report can serve as a good source for the policy makers, and I'm happy to discuss the main findings of this report later in the discussion, if we will have time for that. I think these are my brief introductory notes. As I said, I'm happy to discuss later on the key findings and also the recommendations coming out of this report. Thank you, and back over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mittenbergs. And well, please pay attention to this phone number on the screen. This is where all the questions can be sent. There are quite a lot of questions already coming in, but please use the opportunity to ask them now, because this is, I'm not checking my phone, I'm reading your questions. So, well, I'll get them, well, when you send them. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to ask all of them, but nevertheless, I'll do my best. So, the first question goes to Mr. Schuppe regarding the Inequalities Register. Of course, I think that this is really an important work that the European Commission is supporting, but I got a question about the inequalities in the member states, because also one of our audience, someone asked whether there will be also a measure for inequalities among, let's say, urban and rural areas inside a country, because this might be quite an important issue if you look at, let's say, early detection rates, survival rates, and so on and so forth.
Yes, perhaps I should have mentioned that it's the Inequalities Registry is not only looking at inequalities and disparities between member states, but also at regions, so within member states. And indeed, the issue of disparities between urban and rural areas is one of the questions that's already included in this first phase of the data tool. So in that sense, this is also part of the data and the differences that we are tracking.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I have a question to all three policymakers, to both ministers and Madam Cechanovičiene. Well, we all know that, well, the availability of state-compensated medication is quite a big problem in all three Baltic countries. I just got a question from our audience, which was, let's say, the first-hand experience with that, when there is a lady who is having a breast cancer, but the medication which is compensated by the state, in this case, this is the state of Latvia, well, is bad for her liver. And if she wants to get something better or something else, it costs something like 3,000 euros per month. Well, this is really existential. Well, what would be your response? I think this is not just in the Latvian context, but in the Baltic context in general. How would you respond to that? Mr. Pavliuts.
Well, paradoxically, on this specific issue, it's a relatively straightforward answer. More money is the answer. On many other issues regarding cancer and inequalities and cancer treatment availability, it's not so straightforward, but here it is. This year alone, we have managed to increase our spending on cancer medication, which is a highly effective form of therapy, by 20 million this year alone, and I think it's unprecedented, so we're doing our best. But it does come back to our fiscal capacity. It does come back to, sorry to say, level of taxation in our country. There are always pressures on how much the public sector can spend, how much of that is spent on health. And we know that on both of these issues, both overall tax spending and spending on health, Latvia would be among the very lowest countries on the scale, both in EU and OECD. So that's something to have a wider dialogue on. Because when it comes back to real life situations, which I refer to in my morning remarks, saying to patients that we do not pay for your medicine, for your rare cancer, or in your case, we cannot pay for better medicine, which is better for you, more effective, with less side effects, etc. So it's a sad situation that we are in. That's the choices we have to make, sadly. So more money is the answer.
Yep, thank you, Daniels. Mr. Keek.
Yeah, more money is always needed, especially in healthcare. And as you mentioned, it's quite, I think, similar in the Baltic states, that we are all quite low tax burden, but we want to give our people the same necessary treatment as, for example, Nordic states. But it's quite impossible to do that if you don't collect the revenue needed for that. But other actually topic here is, of course, better cooperation on EU level, if we talk about all the pharmaceuticals, not only about cancer treatment. And this is something that has been a very big, let's say, a problem for the smaller countries in EU for a longer period of time. I think all of the member states would benefit for better cooperation here and price negotiation with different pharmaceutical companies, but of course the smaller countries would benefit a lot more, and that's maybe one of the reasons why it has not been on the top of the agenda for the bigger countries, but we have to push it in the agenda every day. And of course here are very good NGOs also in Estonia who help those people, who help to contribute here until our Estonian insurance fund can also find a, let's say, price negotiation and a good agreement with the new pharmaceuticals coming into the market. But there's always some caps here, and it always takes time, because if you would have all the money in the world, then it would be easy to say that, okay, this is what you're asking, let's put it in, no problems. Of course, we have to check it, is it working at all? But since we have a very limited budget, then it's always you have to negotiate, and it just takes time. And I understand very, very well that if you are this patient, and for you it's saying that, sorry, it will take 1 year or maybe half a year, then it's maybe your life that we're talking about. But as a state, we can't just say that we'll take every pharmaceutical into the collective budget if we don't know that we can't actually afford it.
Yep, thank you. Ms. Cechanovičiene.
Lithuanian compulsory health insurance model is based on the principles of universality, solidarity, and equality. Universality means that all permanent residents are eligible for the compulsory social health insurance. Solidarity, compulsory health insurance provides an universal insurance for population and covers the cost of healthcare services required by the person in case of illnesses, regardless of the amount of the social contributions paid by the person concerned. Equality means that all insured have the same right to access free healthcare services. People eligible for the compulsory health insurance have to pay contributions themselves, or these contributions have to be paid by the employer or by the state. The state pays contributions for social vulnerable categories of residents determined by the law. And in 2021, 53% of population were insured by the means of the state. All insured have the same right to free healthcare services, and the scope of healthcare provided for the people insured by the health insurance is the primary, secondary, tertiary level healthcare services, compensation of cost and reimbursement of cost for medicines and medical aids. We have 3 types of reimbursement of pharmaceuticals products, list of diseases and reimbursable pharmaceuticals for outpatient care, list of centrally procured pharmaceuticals and medical devices for inpatient care, and list of pharmaceuticals and medical devices for the treatment of ultra-rare diseases for outpatient and inpatient care, rare and ultra-rare diseases. And health technology assessment is multidisciplinary process and is provided by dedicated commission. And expenditures expenditure for reimbursable pharmaceuticals and medical devices are steadily increase.
Yep. Thank you very much. Well, coming to one more question to the European Commission, the Inequalities Registry, which has been just created and launched, well, is of course a part of a bigger package of that Beating Cancer plan, and we also see it like that. The question is about the Beating Cancer projects and the national co-funding for them. In the sense that, and this was emphasized by Madam Jarmalaite in our morning session, that, well, there will be something like up to 50% of the national co-funding for those Beating Cancer projects of the European Commission. Well, what kind of, well, which is quite a big proportion of co-funding. What kind of impact should it have on those inequalities we are fighting among those member states who are, let's say, a little bit more capable of paying such co-funding rates than the others? Thank you.
Perhaps let me first clarify that there are different co-funding rates depending on which EU instrument we are talking about. If we, for instance, talk about the EU for Health program, we have normally a co-funding rate of 60 to 40%. So 60% is Commission funding, 40% needs to be co-funding from the member states, which, however, can be provided in kind. So we're not talking about the necessity to provide cash, but you can provide staff, basically man hours, etc. So that's one of the elements. Secondly, and depending on which countries collaborate for the project or are involved in that project, this co-funding rate from the EU can go up to 80%. There is a formula how this is being calculated, and basically the more country you have with a low GDP, so the more countries you have from, I guess, mainly Eastern and Southern member states, the higher the co-funding rate can be. But of course, 20% is indeed the minimum that's needed at national level. And if we're talking about the EU for Health program, also these need to be collaborative projects across several member states. Whereas if we talk about other instruments like the regional and cohesion policy, these funds are managed directly by the member states, and they are in the driver's seat in the sense that they can define how and what for they use the funds available to them. Also, then again, with some co-funding requirements, but here this can be purely national projects. And if you're looking at other instruments like the TSI project, so the technical support instrument that was mentioned earlier, here we have, I believe, a funding rate of 100%, but only for technical assistance.
Yep, thank you very much. And then back to our politicians and decision makers, how to make the member states, our countries, to invest more from the structural funds. And let's say also from the RRF, the Next Gen EU fund into healthcare and in cancer treatment. Do you have any thoughts on that? Well, I'm not willing to take every one of you, but if you have something to say, how to deal with those European funds that are distributed nationally, how to make them, let's say, more being invested in cancer.
Yeah, I can start. In Estonia, we do our best to use EU funds also in health and social issues. It's of course easier to use those funds in infrastructure. For example, we have built a lot healthcare facilities in Estonia and the so-called primary level. We have a lot new, about 15 new projects actually during the last EU funding period that brings the healthcare services closer to people, and also helps actually, for example, if you talk about screening and such first consultations. And second thing, for example, what we are doing right now, we are wanting to build a new hospital in Tallinn and also using the RRF funding here. We hope to manage it in the following years. It's a very big project. And definitely also having a new and modern hospital with modern medical equipment helps to give people better treatment, not only about, of course, cancer, but in different fields. And maybe the third thing is the different, as we all know, we can't fund everyday budget from EU funds, but we can do different projects. If we talk about our own, for example, the genetic projects, we have funded those also partially from EU, and also different, not treatment, but prevention programs in also about alcoholism and other different behavioral aspects that actually are part of the problem here. If you talk about different life habits that help people to get cancer that we don't that they would not necessarily get otherwise.
Yep. Daniel?
Well, I'll begin by saying that it's thank you, European Commission, and for watching over us and being on our side. And the European Commission is always very present in discussions on how EU funding should be spent, including not just the structural funds, the Regional Development Fund, but also, and in particular, the RRF, Recovery and Resilience Fund. In our case, we will invest rather than spend 10% of the RRF total volume on health directly, actually more, 11%, because another % is actually from a different envelope of the regional development on IT. So essentially we will be spending around up 8 million or more of IT money specifically for developing the oncology registry. That's from RRF. I'd like to say that similarly, like in Estonia, we put a lot of RRF funding and also regular structural funds funding into infrastructure, also into soft programs and everything. And I'm happy to say that on the side of the national government, in the recent years, health has indeed been top budgeting priority. Indeed, even the last year, and it's understandable during the pandemic perhaps, but health was the #1 item in terms of political weight and in terms of financial volume in our budget. Now, I'm slightly concerned that going forward, it will be difficult to maintain this momentum, given that it's been a priority for 3 or 4 years in a row. And we have now a very relevant and competing agenda of putting more money into external, internal security and defense. Then again, health is obviously also part of defending one's country and one's national interests. So let's see. Let's hope that we can find fiscal space for all of these things in a balanced manner.
Yes, thank you. And our Lithuanian colleague also wants to comment on this, on spending structural funds on healthcare.
Yes, the main directions for investment, there are health promotion actions to reduce cancer mortality through healthcare services by developing effective healthcare models, green corridors, and e-health development and effectiveness of organization and implementation healthcare system in general.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, there are quite a few questions coming in for Daniels Pavliuts, mainly about rather technical issues. I'll forward them all to you if I'm not able asking you here. But one of them, I think, is probably interesting to be discussed here. This is a question about the green corridor. And the question is like this: how it's planned to provide oncology patients with a functioning yellow corridor for the relapse patients? Let's say the main steps from a general practitioner to oncology treatment. Has sufficient funding been allocated to the functioning of such a yellow corridor?
Oh gosh. Define sufficient. The good part of the answer is that we, and I hope that somebody who asked the question is not trying to please me by giving me the chance to say this, is that indeed this year part of the 30% increase of oncology base funding, one of the items was to actually introduce this concept of yellow corridor, meaning those patients that have benefited from the green corridor or fast-track diagnostic and treatment approach for cancer, that if they relapse, God forbid, that they need a way of actually accessing that same approach again. And we named it this yellow corridor, and it's actually being funded to some degree. Now, it's still work in progress, so let's see how much we can do this year with the additional funding. We'll keep improving. So the simple answer is, yes, there is funding from this year to do this. Let's see how it works. We'll work together with the patients, with the medical professionals to make it work. So bear with us.
Okay. Thank you very much. And well, there is also taking into account that this is the Congress of Patient Organizations. Well, this is, I think, a question to all of you, because we are also approaching the end of our panel, about the role of the patient organizations in beating cancer, basically, both on the European level and also in the member states. How do you see this interaction between the medical professionals, the government, and the patient organization, and of course, well, what could be improved in that? Let's start with our Lithuanian colleague.
In field of cooperation with non-governmental organizations, we are being participated in preparation of legal acts and main issue solving. Non-governmental organizations' activities are supported by funding their project from Public Health Foundation and EU funds, and we are collaborating, and we have support from the Ministry of Health.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Kiik.
Yeah, of course, when I first talked about, for example, the Estonian cancer control plan, then of course patient organizations were part of those so-called project teams and different work groups that help to write the document. And also patient organizations are always partners in our Health Insurance Fund Council, and then they can also provide their feedback and support and ideas, and of course different problems that might arise. I think this is something that should be quite, I think, I would say it in English. No, it makes only sense, and it's 100% logical that you have patient organizations in all different health spheres, not only in cancer treatment.
Yep, Daniel?
Yeah, we could clearly echo what my colleague Tanel Kiik has said, and actually thank you for coming to Riga for this event very much. Similarly, the approach we took during my predecessor, when the work was begun on this new cancer plan for Latvia, the methodological approach was changed substantially. Instead of doing it in the traditional sort of ministry-run working group way, which we all know, it's the same committee sort of decision-making as in any country, the different approach was used. And you might recall a gentleman moderating one of the previous panels, Mārtiņš Daugulis, yes? He was one of the key people with his colleagues moderating a sort of structured workshop type series of events, engaging not least the patient organizations, but all stakeholders in the sort of pathway of cancer treatment, to make sure that the outcome was A, a consensus, and B, that it would deliver a plan which, as I said in the morning, would be ultimately patient-centered. I hope that we have succeeded of doing much better than ever before in this. Certainly there is a lot to do in the future as well, but let me thank OncoAlliance as a sort of a flagship patient organization in our country, in, among other things, being able to put an event like this together. And this is an example of how it should be in various areas of health policy. Thank you.
Yep. Well, Ms. Tikhanovichiene, do you want to comment on this? No, okay. Well, since we still have a few minutes left, I wanted to ask, well, anyone who might be willing to respond to it. In the first session, we heard a lot about, well, especially taking the Baltic experiences into the account, about the human resources in cancer treatment, in the sense that whether we have enough doctors who are specialized in this field, enough nurses, and so on and so forth. And as far as I understand, this is quite a huge problem for all the three Baltic countries. And I just want to involve also the representative of the World Health Organization and also the European Commission. How do you see the future of this particular field? Because we are struggling in that, also because we live in the European Union in a common freedom of labor movement, which means that, well, our specialists, our experts, our nurses are very often leaving. Well, do you see any quick solution for that, or it is just, let's say, a matter of a long-term adaptation? So let's start with Mr. Mittenbergs.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick answer is that there is no quick solution, obviously, but I would like to emphasize that we should have, obviously, a stepwise approach. We are talking here, and also our Minister of Latvia emphasized this people-centered or patient-centered model of cancer care. So obviously, when we think of the human resources, we first need to establish or be clear what is this people-centered model of care and how we should revise our service delivery when it comes to the cancer. Because human resources are to support this model, and also the financing is to support this model. So therefore, we cannot discuss human resources disconnected from revising the care model and making it more people-centered. And of course, WHO is ready and happy to assist both in helping countries to design this people-centered model of cancer care, and also help countries, technically help countries to address human resources issues. Thank you. Over.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Schuppe, well, I'm sure that the European Commission is aware of this particular tendency of human resources, and this is what we have been also demanding and covering in our report in the European Parliament regarding beating cancer. Well, what is your view on this?
Well, I think there are a couple of elements. The first one is, I think, healthcare workforce shortages in general. And we in the Commission, including in DG Santé, are working on that. And then there's the particular cancer workforce angle, where in the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, we have introduced an action on supporting interspecialty training of health professionals to upskill and upgrade their professional knowledge in terms of addressing cancer and treating cancer patients. And we have up to now, and we've also planned further investments, made available 12 million euros for these training programs. And perhaps to also mention let's say the informal care sector, which I think is also an important element, where we, through the fourth pillar of the cancer plan on quality of life of cancer patients and also their carers, also try to address this situation and support the carers and family members who have to take care of cancer patients.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Schuppe. And then back to our politicians and decision makers. Well, what's your take on human resources and cancer care? Yeah, Mr. Keek, go ahead.
Definitely, in Estonia we have the same problem, and even more about nurses actually and other health specialists, but also on the doctor's level. And we have agreed right now with our different universities and different hospitals and the ministries of social affairs and education to increase quite rapidly the number of nurses and other health specialists taken into learning in the following years. Right now in Estonia we have about 8,500 nurses, and we aim to increase this number to 12,000 in 2030. So in less than 10 years, and this 12,000 would be about the optimal level that is recommended also from WHO, if you talk about 9 nurses to every 100 people. 1,000 people. And this, of course, costs money, and this is when it comes also about the budget issues, that if you talk about people-centered medicine or people-centered healthcare, then I always say that we're not talking only about patient-centered. It means it also talk about healthcare workers, and it means about their salaries, their motivation, their working environment, and different qualification and training opportunities. And this is something that we have to definitely invest money. Otherwise, we'll end up in training nurses and training other healthcare specialists to the Nordic countries, what we have already been doing for the last 20 or 30 years.
Thank you, Mr. Keek. Daniels.
Now, this whole movement, East-West, is not a new thing, been happening for centuries. A few things I'd like to say. First, we have practically doubled the base salary level of medical professionals in this country over the last 4 years. We're trying to do our bit. Yet Europe is a space of free movement of people and human capital, so clearly this is a reality, and probably there are some remedies, and I'll mention a couple, but there's no solution, and I totally agree with Mr. Mittenbergs from WHO in saying that there is no quick solution. Perhaps the only way this can be sustainably addressed is by gradual convergence between the EU member states. And I do hope that the number of EU member states will soon increase. I mean Ukraine. So that convergence process will probably take, I don't know, it will be a continuous sort of moving target, right? Now, in terms of remedies, a couple of things that may help us a little is telemedicine, that we've learned a bit more about during the pandemic, addressing inequities within the countries and even across countries. So telemedicine, closer collaboration, telecollaboration between centers of excellence of cancer treatment helps us to engage professionals in fields which we ourselves may not have. So these are the examples of remedies that may help, technological advances and such. But at the end of the day, it's our job. Each country is on its own in trying to secure the critical number of well-trained health professionals, and we'll be trying to catch that runaway train for years to come. Because as we increase our healthcare spending, so does everybody else. Now, that's what I always tell our Prime Minister, our Finance Minister, and my other people in my job in the years to come will keep telling the same thing.
Okay, thank you, Daniels. Ms. Cechanovic-Ene?
Yes, we can see the rapid aging of the medical population in Lithuania, and it will affect healthcare system in the nearest future. There are no quick solutions, but we have to make some actions dedicated to optimization of the healthcare system, developing e-health, telemedicine, and financially motivating healthcare workers as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So our time is up. Please join me in thanking our participants for taking part in this long but very dense panel. So thank you very much for participating, and right now we're going to have a lunch, I think. I'm not sure, but I think that there is something like that being planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I was diagnosed the first time, I was like, oh, I'm 32, I'm too young.
You know, you handle it how you need to handle it. And it's okay to feel all the feelings, and it's okay to say all the bad words if you need to. It's okay, you know, to respond in a really authentic way.
When you're diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer at a younger age, it feels that you do not have time for this disease. You're dealing with your career, you're dealing with family or trying to start a family. Sometimes you're dating.
You know, when they tell you that cancer's all over your body and you don't know what your life expectancy is, and that there's a 5% chance that you're gonna live past 3 years, and that meant not seeing my 40th birthday, and that meant not seeing my 2 youngest children get out of elementary school, I wasn't okay with that.
We're gonna be realistic. My future is now. You know, even if I live a day, or if I live a year, or if I live 10 years, I am still acting that my future is now because of my diagnosis.
You are dealing with having young children. A lot of times you're dealing with having to work full-time a lot of times.
When I was re-diagnosed at stage 4, he was 3 years old. He had just turned 3. And he does not know any other life than his mom being sick. But I've always gone into it with the idea that my son is still entitled to his childhood, and he's still entitled to a mother who gives him everything that she possibly can. So I really try to not let it impact his life, even though he's having to deal with it just as much as I am.
This disease comes and takes over your life, and you have to kind of think about things that people typically do later in life. For example, I had to retire.
You have to find a team, an oncology team that you trust, that you feel respects your opinions. You know, that's why I chose my team. It really helps when you have a voice, when you feel like you're being heard, when you feel like you're being listened to. And so there's always ways to find that information. It isn't always easy, but it's worth the effort. Once you find the right team, it is a huge stress relief.
And somebody that listens and gets to know you a little bit, that way you can work together. I know it sounds like, oh yeah, a team working together, but with metastatic breast cancer, I do not see how you can just sit and do the regular disease. Okay, do this and you're done. No, you have to work together and figure things out.
The common narrative is the happy, pretty pink breast cancer patient, you know, waving her pink ribbons and her pom-poms in her hair, and we're not. That's not the truth. That's not the reality.
So many people say, well, it's so rare in young women, and I tell people all the time, well, it doesn't really matter what age you are, or if you have a history, or if you're a male or female. It can happen to anyone at any age.
I remember when I finished treatment for my early stage cancer, my doctor did mention there's this 20 to 30% that you may have a recurrence, but he did not go into the details of what this recurrence could be. You could become metastatic, and I think that that's important, especially for younger women, to know that the risk of a recurrence or metastasis is there, and what does it mean.
Learn and educate yourself on your diagnosis. Every breast cancer is different.
You have to write your own story. Because this treatment worked for someone, it doesn't mean that it's gonna work for you. So that's why education is so important. To know that you're writing your own story. There's no book.
It's okay if everything doesn't go perfectly, and you just have to learn to roll and accept that and go on. And it's not a big deal, and nobody expects you to be perfect.
But don't be afraid to say what you need. Don't be afraid to say what you're feeling. There are going to be days where you feel awful, or you're moody and you're cranky, or you're angry, because I've had more angry days than I've had sad days. Because at the end of the day, it's not fair. It's not fair that any of us are having to go through this, but it's not fair, and it's okay to say that.
Hello, my name is Boy Eliassen. I'm the Director of Health at the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies. I've been a part of developing the Future Proofing Health Index and worked with that not just in Europe, but also in the other parts of the world. The idea was from the beginning to assemble data to make it more usable and easier to access for decision makers and also for people who are not sitting with their head into statistics all day, but still can get access to the necessary data so we actually do get data-driven health systems. The important part here is not just to produce data, but to make data usable, accessible for decision makers in different ways. When we look into Eastern Europe, there is clearly social determinants of health can clearly be seen, and there are a fair portion of citizens who do not get a good enough access to health. And this is partly based on that the insurance system is not working as well as we want it to work. When we look at Europe as a whole, the southern eastern part, but Eastern Europe in general, are lagging quite behind also on having infrastructures that are really connected and working and that can provide quality care. We clearly see a huge difference in longevity between male and females. And it's quite clear that lifestyle, especially with drinking and smoking, is a huge part of this. You could also say that when it comes to equipment, of course, some of the countries lag a bit behind, but not as much as you might think in concern of the health outcomes. So it's more the application of combining the use, for instance, of knowledge and data with the equipment that is a weakness in these parts. Clearly, there is a need to focus more on how do we activate the use of knowledge and data in the countries, which then can optimize the use of the resources that are existing. And then, of course, from there begin to focus on what more is needed.
When we talk about inequalities in medicine in Latvia, there are many things we can discuss. Latvia is below the median in European in many categories. The biggest challenge medicine faces is chronic underfunding. From a 2017 study from the European Union, it is noted that Latvia only spends 5.8% of GDP on medicine, while the European average is 9.9%. 57% is publicly funded medicine, while the balance comes out of pocket from the patients in Latvia. This has led to severe accessibility issues. With cancer representing almost 25% of all medical issues in Latvia, it is up to the patient organizations to come together, present new ideas to the government, and the government must heed these new ideas and work together with patient organizations to create a better healthcare system for all involved in Latvia. On equality of beating cancer, all of Europe must come together. All governments must provide additional funding to patient organization groups so that together we can beat cancer.
Well, good afternoon, dear participants of Congress and dear representatives of media. We are at the press conference now of the Congress on equality in beating cancer, and we have a pretty limited time and very intense program here in our press conference. We have 6 participants: Mr. Helmuts Beķis, board member of Latvian Association of Oncology Patient Organizations OncoAlliance Latvia; Ms. Bettina Rill, patient advocate, founder of the Melanoma Patient Network Europe and former EU Cancer Mission board member from Sweden; Ms. Fausta Šimonelytė, legal advisor of Lithuanian Cancer Patient Coalition Lithuania; Mr. Tanel Kilk, Minister of Health and Labor of the Republic of Latvia; Mr. Daniels Pavliuts, Estonia. Oh, I switched your positions. Mr. Daniels Pavliuts, Minister of Health of the Republic of Latvia this time, and Ivars Ieps, Vice Chair of the Special Committee on Beating Cancer of the European Parliament, representing Latvia. We have a couple of minutes from each participant in remarks on the gravity of the Congress and the event. Of course, on the gravity of the further steps should be taken, and then we will take in the questions from the audience here, media representatives. Just raise your hand, say from which media you are, and post your question. And also representatives from the Zoom. We have a couple of reporters also in the Zoom. In the Zoom format, you just raise your hand or post your question in the Zoom chat. We're going to take these questions either. Okay, we're going to start with Mr. Helmuts Beķis, putting patient in the center and as a starting line also for our press conference. Mr. Beķis, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to mention that this Congress is a historical step on equality of beating cancer. It is important to all oncology patients who deserve equal treatment around Europe. As a result of this Congress, we are already making an opening letter with 10 points, with 10 steps how to reduce cancer care in Europe, and we made it together with 28 countries with oncology professionals, and this letter is already signed by 18 country leading oncology patient organizations like Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, France, Georgia, Greece, Hungary, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Romania, Slovenia, and the Netherlands and United Kingdom. Signing of this opening letter still continues. It can be signed on our homepage. And after the signings, we will send this letter to European Commission, European Parliament, health ministries of all the European Union member states, and for sure for mass media. This will be our Riga call, and while I can take a part, I can tell thank you to all the participants to being part of this conference, to being part of this letter. We, I believe, are making history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Helmuts Beitis. The next opening remarks goes to Ms. Bettina Rille. You also gave great encouraging opening speech. Your remarks on the day.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here as a former member of the first EU Cancer Mission Board. One of the first topics that were addressed is the need to address inequality across cancer care in Europe. Inequality is a threat to our systems, as now we have understood with COVID that health is not a nice to have, it's not a luxury of our societies. It is critical to the functioning of our entire society, our economies, and also our safety. We have moved from a pandemic into a war situation, and those countries who half a year ago we discussed were in need of European support to reduce the inequality in cancer survival, though now, precisely now, those very countries receiving the majority of refugees from Ukraine. If we are not careful, this risk to escalate inequality across not only cancer, but all healthcare, becoming a threat to this region of Europe, but Europe as a whole. So if there was a time to address inequality, then the time would be now. As everyone says, or it is said before, every crisis has an opportunity. Right now, everyone understands and sees the value of health and sees what we can do together in collaboration. And as Helmut has already said, it is now and it is an historic moment where we can lay this on the table and can start rethinking how we would like to see cancer care, the cancer care of the future. Cancer has become a major threat to our societies, and we have more than one crisis to deal with right now. But we should leverage the opportunity to not just think on country level, what can we do now, right here, locally, but what can we do together in unity to benefit from each other's knowledge, expertise, resources, and structures. So I would rather like to leave you with a plea. Please take this forward, make your voices heard. This is an opportunity not to be missed. A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Madam Rille. And we are continuing with opening remarks. Madam Fausta Šimenelytė, Legal Advisor of Lithuanian Cancer Patient Coalition Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very delighted to be here today. As a representative of NGO, we have more than 28,000 our community members. We see and we emphasize the need for such public conferences and also the need for putting all the remarks and all the proposals to this open letter. And we highly support this open letter. And what we would like to emphasize that the cooperation between the health ministry, public institutions, NGOs are crucial. And what we see that sometimes the NGOs, they are not seen as equal partners. And I believe that what we are trying to reach today is that to show to the people that all the stakeholders in trying to improve the health system is important. Not only NGOs, not only health ministries, but also the other stakeholders as universities, doctors, and so on. So, as I said, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to hear all the different points of view, and I believe they could help us to improve the health system, not only on the EU level, which I also be discussing here, but also trying to bring those ideas to our national level. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Madam Shumenelite. And we are really pleased to have today also Minister of Health and Labour of the Republic of Estonia here. Mr. Tanel Kiik, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to also thank the organizers for this very important and timely event on cancer treatment and inequalities. The Estonian government has also taken cancer control as its public health priority. Cancer has considerable socio-economic impact, causing human suffering and premature loss of lives. In Estonia, every year around 9,000 new cancer cases and close to 4,000 cancer deaths are registered. And if you take the indirect costs related to cancer, they have been estimated to be around 1.7 billion euros per year, according to a 2016 study, due to health loss. Estonia has made good progress over the years to better prevent, detect and treat cancer. We have put in place cancer screening programs and are working to improve the coverage and quality of screening services. We have also widened treatment opportunities and improved coordination of care. The survival rates are increasing and have increased considerably in the past years, but saying that still can be done. Still a lot can be done because we are lagging behind to the best European countries, for example, the Nordic countries that we always want to compare ourselves with. In 2020, we also developed a comprehensive framework document, the Estonian Cancer Control Plan 2021 to 2030. The plan aims to reduce the number of cancer cases and deaths and also improve the quality and health of cancer patients. Priorities are set for the next 10 years to move towards this vision, and the implementation plan ensures that all parties of the health system work together systematically. All the main stakeholders were also involved in the development of the plan. More than 100 experts contributed. Reducing health inequalities, as also talked a lot today, is a cross-cutting priority of our public health policies. In cancer control, this requires increased focus on prevention, earlier detection and diagnosis, but also improved access to treatment and reduced financial risks related to cancer diagnosis due to medical costs or loss of income. Reducing the burden of out-of-pocket payments and widening the universal health coverage are important goals in this regard. Also, EU-level action across all policies is definitely needed to prevent cancer and to reduce the current inequalities and gaps both between and within member states. The ambitious European Beating Cancer Plan and the Cancer Mission under the Horizon Europe programme will certainly contribute to achieving these goals. For example, we can build on the European collaboration networks of cancer centres to enhance access to and quality of diagnostics and treatment in all European countries, especially for rare cancer. We also see great potential for the European collaboration in the area of personalised medicine and genomics, as well as enhanced use of health data across borders for research, treatment, and of course policy making as well. Active participation of the cancer patients and survivors in the development of policies is also essential. And therefore, I welcome the main calls expressed in the open letter of the Congress participants. Thank you.
Thank you to Minister Mr. Kiik, and the floor goes to Mr. Daniels Pavliuts, Minister of Health of Republic of Latvia. Please.
Thank you. I'll start by thanking the patients' organizations and pointing out the unique nature of this conference on 3 levels. Well, first, it's a patient-organized conference, whereby us, the decision makers, the medical professionals, are invited to the table by the patient organizations. Second, it's a timely and necessary reminder when we are now coming out of 2 years of the pandemic crisis, and during the dire crisis caused by Putin's army invading free Ukraine, that there are crises that were before that, continued through these crises, and will be with us once pandemic is over and Ukraine wins its freedom back. And that's cancer. And 6,000 people die every year in Latvia from oncological disease, and 11,000 people a year are being diagnosed with various types of cancer. So it's a number 2 killer in our country, second only to cardiovascular disease. And third level, it's very important to point out the aspect of inequality that the patient organizations have chosen for this conference, which is a poignant way of addressing disparities in availability of cancer treatment across the countries, across the regions, across social situations, age, economic aspects, etc. It really points out in a painful way that there are still things that we have not been able to address, both in terms of funding available to cancer treatment, but also in a way that we run our health systems, in a way that we cooperate, etc. So Latvia has a cancer beating plan, just as Europe has created a beating cancer plan. And similarly, like in Estonia, it's been an open process engaging different stakeholders, and we have come up with priorities that need to be addressed in order to make cancer treatment more accessible, more equitable, at the end of the day, that we would help people to escape from cancer and live longer, healthier years, even if they get it. So I'll just mention a few areas. So we will be working very closely on getting better screening programs in place on a higher quality level, making sure that people can be diagnosed early on so that the cancer can be treated. The types of cancer that dominate in Latvia are all treatable. They can be treated with good results, lives can be saved, and many healthier years can be given to people as a result. Second, we are rebuilding our governance system so that the cancer treatment system in Latvia works as a whole, from a patient perspective, patient-friendly, patient-oriented. And last but not least, we are putting funding, including in particular EU funding from RRF, recovery and mechanism, to build a digital backbone, the digital cancer registry, which has not been in place for many years, that will help us with the data and making better treatment available to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Minister Mr. Pavluts. And floor goes to Mr. Ivars Ieps, Vice Chair of the Special Committee on Beating Cancer of the European Parliament from Latvia. Please.
Yes, thank you very much, Martin. Well, when moderating today's discussion, a question was sent to me, which I didn't manage to ask, but nevertheless, I'm still thinking about it. Whether it's possible to separate the inequalities in cancer from all the other inequalities we are experiencing in our societies. And this question, I think, makes the whole issue really complicated and difficult. But nevertheless, if we are talking about the European Union and what we call sometimes the EU value added, well, what's the purpose of doing something on the European level? So the beating cancer is such an issue where there is a lot of European value added in many different aspects, and that's why in the European Parliament, in the Beating Cancer Committee, we adopted the report which is helping to beat those inequalities in many different ways and among the European member states and within the member states. And this is affecting many different spheres. Well, because from the point of view of a European citizen, this is really a huge injustice and a huge inequality when, let's say, being born with a 100-kilometer distance inside the European Union, your survival rates of particular type of cancer, and your chances to survive differ sometimes 5 times or more, which is a huge inequality and a huge injustice we have to deal with on the European level. And there are spheres that have been just mentioned by Mr. Pavliuts that are highly relevant. First of all, this is prevention. Well, people being educated about possible carcinogenic substances and practices, but also people being informed about them, let's say the food labeling and so on and so forth. There is the issue of early treatment, and we know that in terms of screening, this is both the quality of screening, which is, let's say, sometimes quite problematic in many member countries, but also the acceptance rate of those screening invitations we are being sometimes sent by our health authorities, and the response rate tends to be rather low. So this is really an issue to think about, how to increase those response rates for screenings. Then this is treatment, and treatment affects many different spheres, but I just want to emphasize one of them. This is availability of medicine. My colleague Nico Stefanuta, who was also participating in today's debate, mentions this groundbreaking initiative of the European Commission to make a common procurement for the COVID vaccines in the European Union. This is really the way to go, not just for the COVID vaccines in such a times of crisis, but also in terms of other medicines to be procured and to be certified commonly on the European level. This is an issue, and of course research. And in Latvia, we are looking forward very much to have a comprehensive cancer center being opened, which would include both treatment of patients and also research, where we could participate and make our contribution to a common database, to the common knowledge about new innovative methods of treating cancer, of diagnosing it early. So to my mind, this is really one of the not so many issues where Europe has a really tremendously big value added to support this, to save the lives of and to save healthy life years of so many Europeans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Ivars Ieps. And now it's time to take questions from media representatives we have here. So please raise your hand and give your question, or write in the Zoom chat or raise your hand in the Zoom, and then we take the question. There is also another channel, which is moderator channel, which some journalists are using at a particular moment. So I'm going to start with the question from this. The question goes for, and excuse me if I'm a bit clumsy, I'm translating on the way from Latvian. The question goes for NGOs. What is your wish from the governments that governments do to empower NGOs to do their job better? So those who represent NGOs maybe can give some comment on the wish list from governments to become more efficient and more powerful as NGOs in the beating cancer field. So who wants to take the answer on this? Yes, Helmut, please.
Maybe I can start. Like I am one of NGOs, one of the leading in Latvia, I believe in Europe too. That's what we want from government, to be from the beginning in any process that can be affected, or which can be affected by our lives, or by our health, by our life quality. We don't want to be in the part when somebody told how we will live better, how us will be treated without asking what we need and what's our interests. We don't want to show anybody how some things must be done. We are open for discussion. We prove with this Congress that we can make things the same as in any other country, and we just want to be in part of it when something is spoken about our health. That's all we ask.
Thank you to Mr. Helmut Betis. Fausta, maybe you want to give a comment, yes?
Well, in addition, I would like to say that, well, patient organizations, they would like to be involved into legislation processes. Since we hear the main problems from our patients directly, and we can see all the inequalities which are they facing daily basis, we see those problems quite, deeply, and I think we can NGOs, they can bring some solutions how some things can be improved. Well, I can share my good practice. We did this actually. We initiated that cancer patients would get 80% discount to the transport, and it took us one and a little bit few months here, and finally we agree on the amendments of the legislation, and now our cancer patients, they can use a discount on public transport. So I think, I think what we want is to be heard, and what we want is, to be involved in this legislation processes and other processes as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bettina Riel, please, your perspective.
So thank you for the question. So I founded a European patient network in melanoma after my husband died of the cancer in 2012. And at the time, there was nothing at European level. I'm sure very much like my colleagues here, I had never planned to grow up planning to become a patient advocate. I wanted to become a pediatric surgeon. So I have a degree in medicine, I have a medical degree, I have a PhD in biomedical sciences, and it was the event of my husband dying of cancer that turned our lives as a family and my personal life around. We all have an insight into the system that I don't wish on anyone, and we are the ones with skin in the game. We are also the ones who see if things are not working. So how we look at our community is something like a sentinel function. We pick things up that are not working, and we can report them, we can escalate them, we can make others know about it. In melanoma, the cancer I started in, we had novel drugs, novel therapies introduced. We knew about the side effects before anyone else, because they come up on patient forums. We escalated them to our oncology community, and that kept everyone safe, so they can help us to protect people. Similarly, for the topic of fake news, educated patient communities can keep the people around them safe by providing accurate education and teaching people how to learn about their condition. In addition to that, what many people do not appreciate is that we are constituted around a different type of purpose. If you look at a professional community, everyone will have a shared university degree or some type of something that unites them. We are united by a disease, but that means that we come with very, very different professional expertise. We unite around one core. And if you look into any type of innovation, any type of ecosystem, that is exactly what is always asked for. A shared purpose around which everyone unites. I don't think this is a coincidence that an organization or that this platform now is able to convene so many different stakeholders in a room. So I believe we have a power, a convening power, that can get different stakeholders in a neutral space into a room and put the problem on the table. So I think what we're not leveraging right now in our societies is the convening power, the solution power to be the driver of change. And last but not least, we are just faster. So who was it when the first Ukrainians showed up at the border? It was private people standing there. It was people using social media. There are today Facebook groups that can tell a refugee where to go, where to find housing, where to find support. We in my network, we are coordinating cancer care for patients coming from Ukraine. We have the medical files, we have ways to get them translated before the local officials have even decided who will pay for it. So if we're not leveraging that type of knowledge, expertise, and drive, I think we as societies are missing out on a fantastic opportunity to make life better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I flip a bit this question and address the ministers? What's on your table, in your agendas? to work more closely with the patient organizations and introduce them more into decision-making process. Mr. Pavlets, please.
Well, clearly, all those same reasons that have been described now quite in an articulate manner are the same reasons we want to work closely with the patient organizations, both in terms of shaping policies which are appropriate to the need, because we learn about the need from the patient organizations first. Second, it's extremely important to us as we design policies and introduce new tools, digital tools, or new procedures, new pathways, that to make sure that the patients actually get benefit from it. So we get feedback from the users, from the consumers, if you like, from the clients of the system. That's extremely important to us if we are to actually create patient-oriented, patient-centered services, patient-centered systems. So in that sense, this is in this spirit we have tried to put together the current plans that we have, the current Latvian oncology plan for years 2022 and 24 in this way, in workshop formats, getting together all the stakeholders at the table, including the patient organizations, and run by you, Martin. So you would know exactly the process, how it happened. And it's very important that we do not just enable the patient organizations, do not just listen to them, do not just get them at the table. It's not really about getting them, they actually want to be there, creating the right circumstances for them to come, but also enabling a structured, purposeful conversation that ends in action. Thank you.
Thank you, and adding to this, very important that all the outputs from these kind of workshops are measured by the real gain for the patients, like patients are valuing this at the end. Thank you very much. Minister Kik, do you have some comment on what's on the table for ministers in Estonia?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Tanel said before about why it's important also from the state side to have patient organizations and patients on board. It makes every sense, and it would make no sense if it would be any other way. Because patients are not only clients, they're also actually the ones paying for the services, and it's logical that we have to make the healthcare services as much patient-oriented as possible. In Estonia, we have already had patient organizations in the, for example, health insurance fund, council members, and also in different work groups, and all the time, and of course giving feedback to different legal acts and different plans. So is it in COVID-19 time, or is it whatever sphere of healthcare we are talking about? And also for me, when you talk about healthcare challenges, then there are no such challenges that the state can solve alone, and there are no such challenges that the NGOs can solve alone. And it's always about cooperation. Is it new medicines? Is it about finding the patient needs? Is it about getting the best treatment to people? Is it about screening project or different such actions? And so collaboration and cooperation is fundamental here.
Thank you. Mr. Ieps, do you have any comment on this? Patients in decision-making, what's maybe from perspective and the mindset that is in the European Parliament?
Well, first of all, when working on this Beating Cancer Plan and report in the European Parliament, we have been involving the stakeholders, including the patient organizations, a lot. And I think that this is really an important part of our work because, well, of course, you can plan everything on the paper, but it's important that a person who has a real hands-on experience with this illness, both as a patient and a doctor, tells you what the situation on the ground is. So in that sense, of course, well, this is an important part of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions in the room from the media representatives in the live present way here? Okay, in the Zoom way, you can use Zoom chat, or raise your hand and ask directly through the Zoom. Okay, then I'm continuing my WhatsApp channel that is coming in. The question is, and I believe this is addressed more to Mr. Minister Pavluts, is could you give a timetable for modern cancer registry you mentioned in the speech in the panel discussion?
Thank you. Well, you know, I have an election in October, so I'd love to see everything ready and cut some digital ribbons by then. Clearly, it's not as simple as that. As I referred to in my previous points during the panel discussion, we are very much now focusing on that work that needs to be done, in metaphorically speaking, under the hood. That's invisible to the people, invisible to the patients or medical professionals, except those that are engaged in actually, designing this process. So what we are busy doing is making sure that we create the right data architecture and system architecture, so that we lay the groundwork that enables the emerging patient oncology registry to work seamlessly for everyone, seamlessly also across borders if needed, in being able to share their cancer data across borders. So once this is done, and thank you to EU funding and thank you WHO for experts that help us in doing this job. This time round, we are trying to build the digital systems in the right way, laying the groundwork, making sure that the data standards are there, that the data standards are shared by everyone in the profession, so that will enable us to build solutions on the phones, on your laptop, on your screens, for starting with the medical professional in primary care, the general practitioner, ģimenes, to a clinician, to make sure that the patient can use these systems and is led through his or her cancer treatment pathway without any interruptions, without loss of data, without double entry of data, making it a better care and also less nuisance for the medical professionals engaged. That's a difficult process, and some of that is not visible now. But I hope by the end of this year, in the fall, we will be able to show the first results, first improvements for medical professionals and perhaps patients too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions in the room right now or in the Zoom? Then I'm giving the final question. In fact, as a researcher from university, I was also, as Minister said, under the hood and working with both be the cancer plan for Latvia and the digital plan in a health system. My question is how massive those changes are, because they are really massive. The things that came out from the workshops, they are all over the field. And is there a risk that they will be, those changes, disrupted by coming elections? Because I'm partly also a political scientist, so I'm really considering the political part of this. Is this stable in the ministry, like roots are deep and it continues, or it's on the shoulders of enthusiasm of present minister?
Well, we know what can happen if bad politicians come along. We saw that with Mr. Trump in America, for example, what the damage he did with the State Department and elsewhere in the administration. But so in that sense, what I'm alluding to is that people are key. It seems that we have been able to put together a team of people to work on not just the oncology registry, but actually the whole digital health agenda in the National Health Service, Nationale Veselības, that work on this. And I sincerely hope that the team will stick together and continue working, whomever is the minister in 10 or 12 months' time. What helps certainly is that we are doing these projects with EU funding, and there's timetables and performance criteria attached. So in that sense, that will need to be done, and that clearly helps. And last but not least, and this we come back to this being a patient-organized conference, that the process, the way we're trying to design it, is an open stakeholder engagement model, so that there are many people with skin in the game, who know what's going on, are interested to see the results, and are obviously part of the sustainability of those efforts. Because what we need to do clearly is challenging, difficult, complex. We know our priorities, but it's still a complex job, because that will require many people to change the way they work. That's never easy to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Patients is also those who keep the pulse of what is happening, very important notion in our message today. Well, are there some questions in the house or in the Zoom? If no, then we are finishing our press conference. Thank you very much for all participants. The next panel session starts in 7 minutes, and we are able to move to the big conference room from this place. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Ir brīži, protams, kad terapija pacientam nav pieejama. Plaušu vēža gadījumā joprojām ir tie brīži. Ir situācija, kad viens pacients ar diagnozi saņem valsts apmaksātas zāles, un otrs pacients, kuram ir tāda pat diagnoze, nepieciešams tās pašas zāles, bet tāpēc, kā noteikumos tur rakstīts tas, un viņam agrāk ir bijis šitas, tad viņš tās zāles kā nesaņem valsts apmaksātas. Ja? Mans skatījums ir, ka tās zāles viņas jau aptiekā stāv. Pacients viņas teorētiski var aiziet un nopirkt. Viņas tur ir. Jautājums ir par to, vai viņš var par to samaksāt. Tad vienam valsts maksā, otram nē. Ja? Tur tā nevienlīdzība kaut kādā brīdī parādās. Protams, katra tā individuālā reize viņa ir sāpīga. Un, ja šī pozīcijā situācija uzlabotos, mums vairāk cilvēki palikt dzīvi. Un tas būtu brīnišķīgi. Pēdējo 3 gadu laikā ļoti daudz cilvēki ir palikuši dzīvi, jo progress plaušvēža jomā ir fantastisks. Un viss, kas ir nepieciešams šo progresu turpināt un to nevienlīdzības plaisu ar bagātajām valstīm samazināt.
Labdarības organizācija Ziedot LV onkoloģijas pacientiem līdzās jau ir vairāk nekā 10 gadus. Un šo gadu laikā gandrīz katru nedēļu mūsu durvis ver kāds mūsu līdzcilvēks, kuram ir diagnosticēta kāda onkoloģiska saslimšana un, diemžēl, nav līdzekļu ārstēšanai. Es teiktu, ka tā ir tāda kā loterija, kur ļoti daudz mūsu līdzcilvēki izvelk tukšo lozi, kur ir rakstīts, diemžēl, mēs kā valsts, kā sabiedrība, tavu vēzi neārstēsim. Manuprāt, tas ir ļoti skaudri, ļoti nevienlīdzīgi, kad vienā palātā guļ 2 cilvēki, abiem ir vēzis, katram mazliet savādāks, un vienu mēs ārstējam ar valsts apmaksātiem moderniem medikamentiem, un otram pasakam, diemžēl, naudas nav. Latvijas cilvēki ir ļoti atsaucīgi. Pērn ar ziedojumiem mēs sniedzām palīdzību 85 onkoloģijas pacientiem, un tam tika izlietot vairāk kā 1 miljons eiro. Manuprāt, tas parāda, ka problēma ir ļoti, ļoti liela. Tie cilvēki, kas vēršas pie labdarības organizācijām ar savu onkoloģisko saslimšanu, visbiežāk lūdz palīdzību valsts nekompensētu medikamentu apmaksai, dažādām analīzēm, tā skaitā gēnu kartē, lai noteiktu labāko ārstniecību, un, diemžēl, arī paliatīvai aprūpei tanī brīdī, kad medikamenti jau vairs nelīdz. Mums kopā vajadzētu saņemties un panākt tā, lai mēs pret visiem onkoloģijas pacientiem attiektos vienlīdzīgi, lai šī nebūtu loterija par dzīvību un nāvi.
Inequality in cancer treatment, both in member states and among different member states in the EU, is one of the biggest problems nowadays. And it's at the very center of our work at the European Parliament's Special Committee on Beating Cancer. And that's why I'm very pleased that this Congress on Equality in Beating Cancer is taking place. I'm looking forward very much to take part in it myself, and I invite you all to participate.
What are the consequences of inequality of cancer treatment in reality? Why is it so important to work together, find a solution, and to be heard? We are inviting to Riga to our Congress patient organizations, NGOs, healthcare professionals, politicians, and policymakers. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are continuing our journey today, journey in the Congress, where in fact we are looking at the patient journey and the patient priorities in beating cancer. We are in the Congress on Equality in Beating Cancer, and very intense panel discussions are already happened here with remarks, and some 10 minutes ago also the press conference was given by patient organizations and the Minister of Health from Latvia, and nevertheless the Minister of Health of Estonia. Indeed, together we are covering a very wide geography, and we are covering also a very wide issues in the field. Nevertheless, with some scene of hope behind that, or the hope is real when it's translated into real steps and real actions. That's our philosophy. We're going to continue also in the next plenary session, looking on the issues, but also making the bridge, linking them together with the possible action plans. Plenary session, the role of patient advocacy in reducing cancer care inequalities. In this session, we're going to discuss the role and opportunities of patient organizations in ensuring the implementation of EP resolution on strengthening Europe in the fight against cancer toward a comprehensive and coordinated strategy. Remember, the patient is in the center. So we're going to start this plenary session with the message from the patient. Please, video.
I myself have been diagnosed with cancer. In 2013, breast cancer, and then in 2019, I was diagnosed with a malignant tumor in my right cheek. When visiting my friend in Germany and visiting the oncology clinic, I was very much surprised by the amount of care and attention awarded to the privacy and the emotional well-being of patients. We have amazing doctors and wonderful medical staff, but the main oncology clinic in Latvia is understaffed, overcrowded, and patients often say that they feel like they are on a conveyor belt. So really are quite far from personalised, individual patient care which takes into account also the privacy and emotional well-being of patients. For example, in Latvia, 1 in 3 women diagnosed with breast cancer will not survive this diagnosis, as opposed to Sweden, where it's 1 in 6 women will not survive the diagnosis. So we need to ask the question why this is, why the mortality rate is higher in Central Eastern European countries than in the Western Europe. For example, in Latvia, we don't even have any state-financed hospices for cancer patients who unfortunately are in the final stages of their lives. Very often, it's down to the families and friends of cancer patients to administer medication and to provide support for people at this time, whereas they should really be in the hands of medical professionals. Behind all this data and statistics today, we have patients across Europe who are receiving their diagnosis as we speak, who need this treatment, this quality care now, not in 3 months or 3 years or in a decade.
Thank you very much, Madam Muskale, for sharing her story, and she will be also present in our panel discussion in a very short time. So we are ready to start our working session, and my pleasure is to give the floor in an online way, or with online presentation, Mr. Marius Gheanta, President and co-founder of the Center for Innovation in Medicine, Romania, with the topic on the role of civil society in the fight against cancer. Marius, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Martin. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you, even online today, because this topic of cancer and inequalities is of high interest for us. And I will say a few words in 10 minutes about the role of civil society in the fight against cancer. Why I choose the term civil society in relation with our organization, with the Center for Innovation in Medicine, because we are actually a civil society organization, somehow a curiosity, because of course we are not a governmental body. We are not an industry representative, despite the fact we have collaboration with the industry. We are not academia in the traditional term. We are not a patient advocacy group. We are not a medical professional association. We are not a charity, but we are a not-for-profit organization dealing with innovation and trying to make innovation in healthcare, and with a strong focus on cancer and personalized medicine, part of the health system and part of the society. In other words, in 2014, 8 years ago, when we decided to set an institution in Romania, we had in mind that this institution, Center for Innovation in Medicine, would be the, let's say, the door to be first open for the innovation when it comes to the implementation in our country. We have actually 4 pillars in our activities, from communication to education to policy and research. And I think the most important thing we did in these 8 years was our activities in the context of the Romanian presidency of the EU Council. Probably some of you already seen this image that we started to promote it in 2017, trying at that time to put cancer very high on the European agenda. And many of you know how difficult was at that time to propose a disease, even cancer, who benefit for a lot of innovation in the last decade, with a big burden of the disease, with big cost and big money around the cancer. But despite all of this, was very, very tough to convince the decision makers at the local level as well at the EU level to prioritize cancer. And but to use this context of the Romanian presidency of the EU Council, knowing that usually in the context of the presidencies, the civil society is invited to present the priorities. And the main priority the civil society in Romania presented was the cancer. And the effect was that in June 2019, we organized a big event, one of the biggest before the pandemic, on the cancer topic. And we proposed a new vision for cancer in the European Union based on data and technology and human touch. And I heard the words of the patients earlier today, and this idea of human touch or empathy, I think it's a key one and should be part of all our strategies, and I'll refer a little bit later on this. But our vision, we split our vision in two parts. One is the patient-centered vision, through personalized medicine for patients, and the second part is based on how the health system should transform based on data in order to accommodate, in order to incorporate the innovation. We have been very happy 1 year later in 2020 to see the announcement of the European Commission that will be launched not just the Beating Cancer Plan, but as well a cancer mission. And in 2021, we have been part of the public consultation around the Beating Cancer Plan, as well the cancer mission. And our main idea was to tackle the inequalities from the perspective of the innovation, or in other words, how to use innovation in order to close the gap, not to increase the inequalities. And this is, I think, the most important thing. And part of the consultation, we propose some very concrete measures to be part of the Beating Cancer Plan and roadmap and implementation at the national level. Having in mind a very good assessment, I think, of the local environment in Central Eastern Europe, it's clear that the role of the new players like the NGOs, like the civil society, should be recognized as well in funding and being part of the big projects. It's clear, knowing the big wave of innovation, that we need education for medical doctors, but as well for patients and citizens. The citizen should be involved in the data area. The European health data space should be a space for the use of data through direct citizen involvement. And this is very important in countries like ours, with very few and regional registries. So if the health systems in countries are not interested in data, actually the patients will not benefit from the data. That's why it's very important to define a frame for direct involvement of the citizen in order to securely share the data and take benefit of them. Of course, we in Central Eastern Europe, we recognize that we need guidance. So the idea of having twinning and teaming project, I think it's a very good one. And as well, the money should be spent to pay for value and to have a better control in order to assure the quality and the value for the money spent. So, but you know, I start by saying what with the outcome, actually, with the idea of the Beating Cancer Plan and Cancer Mission, but all started in 2016 when we organized in partnership with the Romanian presidency, the first personalized medicine conference with a big focus on cancer. Now you all have seen that actually the Beating Cancer Plan, it's a plan about how to implement personalized medicine actually for the benefit of citizens and cancer patients. And why it's so important this moment in 2016? It's important because the Romanian president last year catalyzed an working group for our first ever national cancer control plan. And the plan was launched in January this year. I'm very happy to be part of the working group. And my task was to make sure that innovation and personalized medicine are part of the National Cancer Control Plan and are there, but as well to connect the National Cancer Control Plan with the main priorities from the European Beating Cancer Plan and as well Cancer Mission. And our plan that will go to the Parliament to be approved in the months to come have very clear links with the European initiatives, creating the synergies and I think the opportunities for our country to implement this type of innovation in the years to come through the European projects. Currently, we are working with the members of the Romanian Parliament to set the frame for the right of the Romanian citizen to the right and access to personalized healthcare based on these building blocks for personalized healthcare we developed together with international experts 2 years ago. And you can see that a lot of challenge, but most important thing is that this is patient-centric. And if we discuss about personalized healthcare, we should as well consider the genomics, but as well important is to be able to assess and to include in the personalized medicine approach at the individual level, as well the attitudes and perception and behavior and emotional intelligence and empathy. The patient, before my presentation, already very, very well explained how important it is to include in the decisions all these, let's say, emotional biomarkers are not biological biomarkers. Currently, we are working to set the Cancer Mission Romania, trying to put together decision makers, academia, civil society, medical professional, and industry. And this informal group that will be catalyzed by the Center for Innovation in Medicine will be launched actually officially next week, and will be the interface with the European Commission and with Cancer Mission Board in relation with the implementation of the Cancer Mission recommendation at the national and hopefully regional level. One last slide and something new as well for us. I will raise your attention to our open letter in this context of the war in Ukraine. It's very important, I think, to have a prioritization of the funding for our countries in Central Eastern Europe in order to help in the current situation with the migrants and healthcare challenges coming from this reality, but as well to build or to rebuild strong health systems for in the near, medium, and long term. It's clear that we should rethink the post-war situation in the region, and as well to have in mind that it's actually a crisis at the EU level, and European institutions, I think, should focus on our region in order to build the right partnership and the right transformation. The open letter, it's open, really open to any one of you who would like to join us, to sign it, and to see it implemented. Once again, thank you so much for the invitation. I will stay here and I'm ready to answer the questions and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause in the house. I hope you can hear this in the Zoom. Thank you, Marius. We're going to do the Q&A session during the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Nevertheless, the giving questions, the rules of the game are the same. You have a number on the screen. Send your questions to this number, and we're going to open those questions up during the panel discussion time. The next speaker is Mr. Stanimir Hazardiev, Secretary General of the Patient Access Partnership and Managing Director of Bulgarian National Patients Organization, Bulgaria, and his topic will be on the uniqueness of the patient's expertise in the patient organization of the future. So, Stanimir, we see you well, we hear you well. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and sorry that I'm not in person there, even though I wanted to be, but I had a small injury on my head last weekend, so I had to stay in Sofia. But obviously, I'm recovering quite fast, and luckily, so hopefully this presentation would be useful for the participants of the conference. Just a second to share my screen. Yeah. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, now we can see the screen.
Okay, very good. So a few words about myself. I'm leading the Patient Access Partnership in Brussels. This is a pan-European multi-stakeholder platform gathering together a variety of stakeholders, but it's a patient-led platform that we started 7 years ago together with the European Patients Forum. And there we are trying to cooperate with institutions on a variety of levels in Europe and within member states in order to identify those solutions that might increase access for patients. As you already mentioned, I'm also chairing and one of the founders. I used to be chairing for 10 years and now I'm one of the founders of the National Patients Organization in Bulgaria. And you can imagine that this is one of the most difficult and low access countries in the entire EU Union. And it's not strange that we, together with European Patients Forum, initiated the Access Partnership, because access is a huge issue in our country and the countries around. So without any further explanations about myself, when I was preparing for this presentation, I thought that we should go back to the basics and to remember what is actually patients' involvement and how we define patients' involvement from patients' point of view, but also from the policymakers' point of view. Many people think, and unfortunately this is the reality in many of the countries, that patients' involvement means only to involve patients in some institutions or to have a seat here and there. Unfortunately, this doesn't contribute enough to the change that everyone would expect, and doesn't expose to the best possible level the added value that the patient's representative could bring to the table and to the healthcare system. But even the greatest idea could fail if it doesn't match actually the users or the patient's needs. And the patient's involvement doesn't mean that the patient should be in the center, as many people were used to say in the last years. Because being in the center still means that somebody is taking decisions for you, somebody is telling you what is best for you, etc., etc. And patient centricity, according to me, is not the patient to be in the center. But as we have discussed within various projects of the European Patients Forum and among the patients' organizations, actually being patient-centric means that you involve the patient to be co-decision maker, co-creator of the system, and being part of this system. At the end, the patients themselves have a unique features that are different from all other stakeholders in the system. And the unique advantage of being a patient is actually being a patient, being a person who can open your eyes every single day and knowing what it is to live with this disease, knowing details about your healthcare system that nobody else knows, because only you have this challenge to go through the entire system, to find the right doctor, to get the right diagnosis. Only you know where are the barriers in your system and what needs and can be improved. So in the future, some mistakes, for example, could be avoided, and the results of the healthcare system could be improved. So this unique patient's expertise is something that needs to transform this understanding from the patient centricity, the patient being in the center, for patient being part of the entire system and part of all processes that consider the patient's health. It's another question whether and to which extent the patient would like to be involved in that, because it's a fair position of some patients who simply trust their healthcare teams, and involvement and the involvement doesn't go to such extent. But the modern concept that we all, I guess, in the room and the patient representatives would agree, is nothing for the patient without the patient with the clear knowledge and understanding of what's going on from the side of the patient, which of course we have responsibility to provide this knowledge and opportunities for the patients to understand better his own condition and how he can contribute as patient expert to his own team or to a healthcare system. So, what are the three main actually characteristics of the patient's involvement? And in details, we can talk about the cancer patients and a bit more, but these are valid principles, I guess, for every patient. As I mentioned, the first and very important principle is the expertise of being a patient. And this is a unique expertise that nobody else in the system has. And this expertise is what is really valued and should be used properly in every stage and every aspect of the healthcare systems. And I think this is very important to be mentioned to the other stakeholders and to the outside world. Very often, people and stakeholders in different institutions, working groups, or whatever we do with patients have wrong expectations from the patient experts. They expect the patient experts to be more or less to have expertise and knowledge in medicine or in drug development or in clinical research, etc., which is nice to have, and we have more and more specialized and knowledgeable patients who can get involved even into those topics. But the real and unique expertise that is so much valued is the expertise of being a patient, and I think we have to stick this basic principle. And then we are not going to do mistakes when patients are involved, because right expectations would create actually the right results of any cooperation. So the other huge advantage that patients have and should be used, especially when we talk about cancer, screening programs, reaching to different patient populations and vulnerable groups, etc., is the fact that patients are those who know best their own groups, the groups that they belong to society. There's no other easier way to reach out to difficult to reach patients and patient population than the patients themselves. They know their own communities. They could be ambassadors for their own communities, their own friends, and their own environment. And I think this is a power of patients and patients' organizations that should be used, especially now when we are having unified approach, let's say, on European level to address cancer, when we have kind of guidance on screening and all the other aspects of the cancer plan. It is even more important to demonstrate this concrete power of patient groups and patients to reach to the communities where nobody else can actually reach and can spread proper information to others. And probably the third pillar and key advantage of patient groups is the fact that patients could generate data. And they could generate data in various forms. And this data is invaluable, as we know, for advancing the science, advancing medicine, advancing knowledge on how to improve our systems and how to improve the care for the patients. And this data could be, of course, there's huge potential for development, of course, in this direction, because we are still not where we want to be, but the patient-reported outcomes and the patient, the real-world data that could be collected, the patient experience data, this is all invaluable data that we still are missing, and only small part of it is captured, analyzed, and there's huge potential for us to develop in this direction. And this is kind of a unique advantage that patients and patient groups could provide to the implementation of any plan, but in our case, the cancer as the first and should be really good example for other diseases from now on, how things should happen on European level. So with that, actually, I just wanted to have two last slides on the role, not so much the role of patient groups, but the future of the patient groups. We live in very, very dynamic environment right now. We saw only for the last 2 years the huge shift towards digitalization, and even I'm sure that if this conference was only 2 years ago, probably we wouldn't have been so many people digital right now and joining remotely, and also this conference most likely was not going to be accessible for many patients, but only for those who can travel and be in person there. So digitalization is definitely all around us, and it creates, of course, some challenges. But besides being quite challenging for some people, digitalization creates huge opportunities that are underused currently. And I think in the next years to come, we will see how technologies not only would enter our lives, but would help us to be much more effective in what we do and to be much more independent as patients. So technologies are coming to really help the patients. And I always say to myself, because I'm involved in many new technologies, the development of many new technologies, because of my personal interest, but also because of the patient group that I represent. And I always try to advise those who develop technologies, please don't do complicated things. Make it simple, make it natural for the patients so the patients can use it. Because the technology shouldn't be creating more burden on the patients and their daily life. It should be on the opposite. It should facilitate, it should remove burden from patients, and it should be an easy way for the patient to forget about the disease, not to constantly be reminded about this and overwhelmed with other duties to be doing. So in the future, I think we have a great chance now with the funding, especially that's coming for the cancer patients, to try to develop patient-led and patient-inspired technologies that would really serve the patients and would really help the systems and the governments and the experts to have better understanding of patient needs, to have better understanding of gaps and barriers, so they could better address some of the issues in the future. I think, yeah, this is my last slide. This is also focusing on the digitalization and the challenges it puts in front of patient groups. So the traditional patients organization is not going to be what we used to see and to understand the traditional patients organization. Nowadays, more and more patient groups simply appear in the online platforms, for example, or out of online debates, etc. We have to acknowledge this change, and patient groups also need to change and digitalize, and patient groups need to move probably to another level, to engage with other patients and with the public more effectively in those channels that the public is using. So I question, and I'm really keen to listen to the others, what they think about the patient group on the future. But I think it's never going to be, again, the classical patient group. It's going to be quite digital patients organization, and I'm involved in one of those projects trying to create kind of model of the digital patient organization. But of course, this is just an initial phase. Thank you very much. I hope this presentation has been helpful, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stanimir. Applause goes to you, and we're going to take the questions during the panel discussion. So thank you very much for your expertise and also outlining the questions we will definitely discuss in the panel discussion, for instance, the future of patient organizations. Next speaker, the floor goes to Toivo Tanavsu. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Very good. Founder of Estonian Cancer Treatment Charity in Estonia, and Estonian experience of how they have in 7 years practically eliminated the modern cancer care inaccessibility problem. So intrigue is huge. Please welcome with applause. Yeah.
So hello, ladies and gents. I thank for this opportunity to be here and present some real steps, real action, as mentioned before. Thankful for that. So, yes, I'm going to talk about how we have practically eliminated the cancer treatment affordability, accessibility problem in Estonia and have granted the best treatment for all the patients, regardless of their social status or how much resources they have. This is actually a story of my mother, my dear mother, who was diagnosed cancer at the age of 65. And as it normally goes, she received different standard treatments. She went through surgeries, chemotherapy, radiation, and battled with the disease for altogether 8 years. But in 2013, she was in a really devastating condition. She was about to give up fighting, and the doctor told us that we have run out of all the options. We have tried everything, and all the treatments that are reimbursed by Estonian National Health Foundation have been tried and have been ran out. But, however, there is one other option. There is a new drug. No one else has even tried this drug in Estonia yet. It costs you 5,400 euros a month. You have to find this money yourself. And I said to the doctor, we will find it. We will find it, without knowing where we will find it. We didn't have any resources, any assets to sell, anything like that. But me, being a journalist, now studying to become a doctor, but being a journalist, I wrote this article where I described the very peculiar situation a person can be at, where there is a medication that can help, that is evidence-based, that has clear indication, but no access to it, because we have to purchase this ourselves. And because of this article and because of the fact that my mother's battle became such a public issue in Estonia, many people started offering us help, our relatives, friends, colleagues, but also complete strangers from all over Estonia. So she received this treatment, and it made really miracles with her. Many of her dreams, her last dreams, became reality. She was able to spend time with the two boys and her grandchildren. And shortly before she passed away, because the drug turned out to be ineffective at some point, it kind of hit us that there are many patients in a similar situation as my mother, who cannot afford their life-saving, their absolutely necessary treatment. So we started Cancer Treatment Foundation Kingitud Elu. This is our opening press conference in Estonia, a room full of media. I mean, the interest surprised us. How big is the interest? And my mother passed away pretty soon, but the foundation really took off from that point in 2014. And some of the principles, I'm not going to read everything, but we support oncological, hematological treatment that's clearly evidence-based, that has indication, and that is not currently reimbursed by Estonian Health Foundation. And we do that when we have enough resources, the donations that we collect, and we have a supervisory board of the best doctors in Estonia, best experts who help us evaluate the applications. So we have granted access to the best treatment for so many people. There are just a few examples here. And it has been really a remarkable journey. We have given a precious time for so many families together with their loved ones. We have prolonged the lives of so many people. We have even recoveries from the disease. And what's even maybe most important is that we have given this hope in the midst of total hopelessness for so many people. And this is where we stand currently after 8 years. We've been working, 1,500 beneficiaries, even more. And the emphasis here is that we haven't had to leave anyone, behind the door for the reason that we don't have resources. And we have not been forced to choose between the patients who deserves the treatment more, because we have had sufficient funds to support everyone. And the last point here is also very important, that we shape the whole society with our work. It's not only giving the treatment to these beneficiaries. Groundwork, we have lots of volunteers from all over Estonia. They participate in hundreds and hundreds of different events all around. They collect spontaneous donations by cash or even by credit card. And they listen to people, what the people has to say about our mission and about the disease. They have even been to Latvia a few occasions. We were at the Ed Sheeran concert a few years back, and we collected donations at the liquor stores near Ainaži. They were quite famous at some point. So instead of giving their money to buy the booze, they gave the money to us so that we can support the patients. And some out-of-the-box operations as well. Here, pictured on the right, is our former Prime Minister and current Speaker of the Parliament, Jüri Ratas, who is the most famous volunteer we have. We gave him the box, go to the mall and collect some money. And pictured on the left, it's a current Prime Minister here. And when we have elections in Estonia, we have this delegation, we visit all the parties, we collect all the money, and we go to the next party. So we're like Robin Hoods. We take from the rich and bring the money to the needy. So, yeah. My concluding remarks are here. Not all the solutions to big problems have to start from the governments. Governments are often slow. Systems are often incapable. We currently have many crises ongoing, hands full of work with the COVID crisis, for our government at least. And I know for sure that we can be much more effective, much more cost-effective. We know the patient better. We know his or her needs better. This is the personalized medicine, what we talk about. And we currently are trying to establish the mission here in Latvia as well, with the help of some great Latvian doctors whom we have on board already. There's still lots of preparational work to do, but we have this great benchmark, this great experience from Estonia, and we try to make some same kind of things happen here in Latvia as well. And we are more than welcome to share our experience also in other countries where we are welcome, where we are needed, where we seem to be needed. And finally, yes, as I mentioned, we not only treat the sick, we also treat the healthy, meaning that we create the cohesion, the real cohesion in a society where you support someone whom you don't know, who is not part of your family, who is not part of your everyday life. And that's it for me now. Thank you very much, and let's keep in touch if you think that something like this can be achieved also in other countries.
Thank you very much. And I can only quote Madam Irina Januma saying, bravo, thank you, very inspiring and very, I believe also idea sharing to take over, maybe not in the precise way, but enthusiasm on the field. Thank you very much. Now we are switching over to panel discussion mode, which means I'm asking here in front of our stage Madam Fausta Šimunelytė, Legal Advisor of Lithuanian Cancer Patient Coalition, Lithuania. Jacek Maciejewski, Board Member of Rock and Roll Organization, Poland. Zinta Uskale, Board Member of NGO Pink Train Foundation and Latvian Association of Oncology, Patient Organizations, OncoAlliance, Latvia, please. And online we have Kristina Modik, Executive Director of Slovenian Lymphoma and Leukemia Patient Association, member of the Board of Melanoma Patients Europe, Slovenia. Hello, I hope you see and hear us well.
Hello.
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 Okay, I will find my place in this stage, and we are starting discussion. And while we are starting discussion, you can easily send your questions to the number which is seen on the screens down there if you are watching us online, or here on the screens from in the right on left screen down there. So please share your questions, and we're gonna take them in. It's already happening, so very good. But I will start with some question on the opening remarks. So from your perspective, what can make the NGOs even more strong, and what all society should understand on this topic? So we're going to start with our online guest here, Kristina Modik. The floor is yours. Couple of remarks on the field, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that strong patient group need a strong staff with different knowledge, with different expertise. What is very important is that includes patients, and what is also important that it's working professional, very professional, because this gives you a power, this gives you success. If I see in Slovenia, our patient organizations on the cancer field are very, very active. We are sometimes also co-decision makers. We are very much involved in National Cancer Plan. We are sitting together with stakeholders often. So I think that we communicate with the public very often through the awareness campaigns, through the open letters. And all these give us a power and a strength when we speak with national health policymakers. So I think the most important is to be active, consistent, professional, and open to the public. This is my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. You're going to continue in very short time with several messages you gave, also in the Q&A session. Fausta, your remarks on the general picture we are discussing here.
Well, I couldn't agree more that the patient organizations, they should be active, but also, well, since they are a public voice of the cancer patients, they should also be heard by the national public institutions, and sometimes we kind of feel that we are not really heard. And we do understand that the COVID caused us this crisis, and now we have these huge things in Ukraine, which we are facing those terrible things there. But I think the NGOs, especially cancer patient organizations, shouldn't be not heard sometimes. And I believe that, well, I can share the experience from my NGO, which I've been involved for more than 4 years. What we do, we do a lot of different things. We make these sessions with our cancer patients. We have more than 28,000 community members, and we are working in more than 30 cities of Lithuania. But we also are pretty active in advocacy. But we are like, at first, when we want to reach some changes, what we do, we basically see where are the gaps. Are they in the legislation system? The processes are not working, and then we think the solutions, what we can suggest to the public authorities, how can we fill these gaps, and what could be made in order to reach a better health system, and to make the cancer patients a better possibility to get a better quality in all the health system. But yeah, as I mentioned, yes, we are active, but also, yes, we need to be heard.
Thank you very much. On this ability to hear from the public institutions and the governments, we will come back in a very short time. Zinta, your feeling, because we are also taking feelings as a data inside.
My feelings, yes, yes. I have to say I've been sitting here all day and listening to the fantastic discussions. And before I joined, when I discovered I was going to be participating in this panel discussion about the role of NGOs in implementing the EP resolution, I thought, well, I better do my homework and I better read this resolution. And I have to admit, I didn't get beyond paragraph C. And I think this is, with this I want to illustrate the point that many people involved in NGOs, they are not professionals in the field. They are not specially educated in the field. I don't know how it is in other countries, but in Latvia, many NGOs are formed by patients because they have gone through this process themselves. I can say from my experience with the Pink Train Foundation, when I went through the experience, there was very little psychological support for cancer patients, which is why we created the Pink Train Foundation, so initially to provide support. After that, it was a natural step to try and help other women and raise awareness about this issue, so we started to create campaigns. And then eventually we started to be invited to parliamentary health committees. And of course, initially it was just as a tick box. Yes, we've invited the patient organization. And initially also, whenever I was asked to comment, it was more based on emotion rather than research. and fact. And this is why I'd like to make the point that patient organisation representatives, we need to help them become knowledgeable and be educated in these fields, because we have to know about our own diagnosis, we have to know about medication, we have to know about the system in general, but most of us, for many of us, it's kind of like a bizarre hobby. Many of us are working in full-time other employment. We don't have any salary for what we do. So there's still a lot of support required for NGOs.
Thank you very much. And on the dimensions of support or how it could be delivered, we're going to definitely discuss in our panel discussion. Jacek, we had the privilege already to discuss behind the scene online during the lunchtime. Still, for the general audience, what makes NGOs stronger from your perspective?
Yeah, after 3 Ways Women, I don't know which part to catch, to repeat on it, because this professionalism of NGOs went into my heart, because I feel that it's a very strong point that NGOs shouldn't be a bunch of warm people wanting something and then catching butterflies, but people who do things professionally and are effective in helping, like your organization. By the way, this fundraising numbers are great. About being heard by authorities, personally, I have no heart to talk to them. I envy very much to you in Latvia and Estonia, because your ministries of health seems like wise men. They talk very reasonably. My original profession is advertising. I came to oncology through advertising. I just worked with the person who established the foundation, and I invented the name and the strategy for the foundation. So I know that the way we talk to the community, we communicate with society is very important, and the way the cancer is exposed to society, and it's through the death, fear, and all this military language is I would even say that it's dangerous. Because then it builds the tension that people don't are attracted to, and they don't want to listen to that. And to me, the field where we talk about prevention without being cancerocentric is the most important thing. I don't know if I'm answering the question, but it's just.
Definitely you are. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I have many questions, and we have also a parallel discussion in the comment field. Let's start with I formulated that in a way, listening also to the previous speakers. For instance, in Latvia, more and more, and really like the mindset is changing in the ministries. Patients will be taken into decision making more and more. The flip side of that, how to avoid, or how you see this inclusion is proper to avoid exploitation of patient organizations. Because from time to time, at least as a mediator in those processes, I have a feeling that patient organizations, at least in Latvia, now they are taken on a full scale. You have to be everywhere. You have to share everything. But at the same time, you're human, which are totally in this with your own resource and organizational resource. What would be the proper way not to be exploited, and the proper way of the interaction in between the ministry, state, public sector, and the organizations? I believe this is a big philosophical question, but still, what would be ethical collaboration between state and patient organizations? What are you waiting for? We're going to start with Christina. She's online and she's privileged always to start answering the first one.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I think that patient organization must act in the communication with the government or with health policy decision makers constantly, critical, but not, not with bad words or to be too much aggressive in the communication. I think this is very important. For example, here in Slovenia, our patient organizations, we are critical. As I said, we write open letters, public open letters, where we suggest what should be done, what should be improved. But we are never aggressive, and this is very important. This makes changes. And we are in good cooperation with, for example, Ministry of Health. We are part of different working groups. We are part of the National Cancer Plan. But at the same time, we are also sometimes critical and say what we see that it's not okay. And they find us as a partners, not, that we are, that we want something from them. So I think the most important thing is that you are criticism, but on the right way. And this open doors, and you can have good communication. So, and also the results.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much. This time we're going to do the opposite circle. Jacek, so what is ethical collaboration, and what should be ethical collaboration from state perspective that organization of patients feeling good at the end of the day?
I think each partner should care for themselves. I mean, our organization cares for psychological treatment for our employees. There's 20 of us, so it's not big organization, foundation, but each of them has a chance to talk to psychologist every time he needs. And I think this rule that we hear on the airplanes, that first you put the mask on you and then on the children, is the same here. I mean, we are helpful as long as we can be operating effectively. So we should take care for ourselves. Nobody. I don't think our authorities will make anything to care for us. Yeah.
So self-care first. That would be the main idea. Thank you, Zinta. What's your perspective?
Well, I think the correct approach, and we are slowly achieving this in Latvia, as opposed to a couple of years ago, is that patient organizations should be included in the entire process from the beginning to the end, rather than just being invited at the end to say that, oh, we invited the patient organizations, they signed the letter. And this means also that we need to receive information about what we're going to be discussing in a timely manner. And on the other hand, the actual patient organizations also need to be prepared. And as I said initially, in my own experience, my reactions were more based on emotions than fact. But we do need to educate ourselves and become knowledgeable in this field. And what we've also done recently in Latvia is that many of the cancer patient organizations, we have come together under this umbrella organization, the OncoAlliance. And this is also a huge factor because we're not pulling the blanket in various directions in competition against each other, but we're finding our common causes, common problems, and working together to solve them, not against each other.
So inner cooperation in the field and being present in the whole process, not just at the beginning or just the end of decision making. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Fausta, the perspective from Lithuania.
Well, I highly support the ideas that was mentioned, but you can look into this question in different aspects. I believe that the NGOs, they also should, the NGOs, they should do their homework, and well, we can understand that we cannot bring all the ideas and to the ministry and try to push them right away. So it's a long process, and I think the NGOs should make these main issues and just do their timetable, let's call it like that, and then they can work with these topics which are crucial to patients, and also from the public institution side, I think they also have to do their homework. First, they have to include NGOs when they are planning these strategies and make documents. Also, I think they should be open to individual initiatives which are brought by the NGOs. So, it's it should be, the cooperation should be both ways. The NGOs, they have to see what changes they are seeking for, and also the public institutions, they should be open to hear them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the questions from the audience. Question to all: do you think the image of an oncology patient should change? If yes, in what way, and what are your efforts in this area? Thanks, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara, for the question on the way how we perceive the patient in oncology. Are there changes? What direction those changes should be driven? This time, just for sake of story, Sartidzinta, please.
Definitely the face of the oncology, the cancer patient, needs to change and is changing. And I think NGOs have a lot to do with that, because a lot of the work that we do, raising awareness and in our campaigns, one of the goals is to lower the taboo, the fear surrounding this disease, because it does still exist. People are afraid to admit that they have cancer for various reasons. And if we're talking about inequality across the EU, this also differs in different European Union countries. I think there are other countries where people are more advanced, and cancer is really seen as a chronic disease, and not as something that if you tell someone that you've got cancer, then it's more or less, well, that's the end of you in that case. So yes, and this is why we need to talk about this more and more. We need to show the positive examples, because there are many of those. We need to show the positive sides also of the medical aspect. So yes, NGOs have a lot to do in this area also.
Thank you very much. Fausta, your perspective.
Yeah, and I was thinking that also, the cancer survivors, the image is starting to change, because as it was mentioned before in the conference, sometimes to the cancer survivors, people are looking like into this ticking bomb, and especially when they're trying to come back to their lives, when they are trying to, find a new job or when they are applying for these insurances, even travel insurances, the prices is higher for cancer survivors. So not only the image for the cancer patients should be changing, but also for the cancer survivors.
And in a real way, like for instance, legal requirements on the same insurance or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you indeed. Jacek.
I couldn't agree more, and that's why we are running the program that is program of sport activities that is dedicated to cancer survivors, because we know that cancer doesn't like movement, likes sugar, doesn't like movement. So when people are active, the cancer has a harder way to get into. So we promote sports and activities among cancer survivors. There's a lot of people that take part in this, and they're running on the mountains. They do the biking. They walk, they Nordic walking and stuff, and we promote this among other activities of ours, just to show people that people after cancer are lively people that having a happy life, and it has much to do with life, nothing to do with death, because this is the problem with the word cancer, that people connect this with something that stressful that they don't want to listen then. And the change of the language about cancer and about cancer survivors is crucial to me.
Thank you, Jacek. Kristina, your notions on this?
Yes. I completely agree with all my colleagues in the panel. If we speak about cancer patient image, I think that, yes, patient organization, we did a lot to aware public that cancer is not the end, that every third, that patients are between us, that almost every family has a cancer patient. But cancer survivor image is not so well known. We have to do more on this field. In our organization, we do a lot for secondary prevention, but we have one awareness campaign, but I think we have to do much more. Maybe also all in the CE region, we have to do more about the right to be forgotten. This is very important for young patients. Now we are trying to aware our health policy in Slovenia about this, and things are changing, and hopefully in a short time, also our patients, our survivors, cancer survivors, will have this right to be forgotten, because it's very important for their future.
Thank you very much. Well, we are slowly coming to an end. The comment, which also going to lead to the question, I have a comment about the Estonian cancer charity in Malta. We have something similar, the Malta Community Chest Fund, which was set up in the 1990s. The concept is good, but we feel that the fact that patients have to seek the support of charities for the treatment is reducing the patient from patient status to beggars. Governments have to shoulder bigger responsibility and be more transparent on public spending. Thanks. The question of, and I'm translating that, no need, but maybe I'm translating that, is about how to not lose somewhere on the way respect, and how to give enough respect on the way how we organize things to the patients. Maybe you can give some comment and recommendations for each other, because we have a wonderful network here of all Europe here, how not to lose respect of the patients on the way. So who want to start answer this? Zinta, please.
Well, if we're talking about donations, it's true that in Latvia, if we look at one of our main donation portals, Ziedot.lv, Donate.lv, it's actually full of projects behind which are real people, cancer patients who our budget, our government has denied. Our minister this morning said that it's very painful to have to deny money to help cancer patients, but how is it for those cancer patients and their families who in already a very difficult situation, in addition to that, have to go public with their disease, with their diagnosis, and ask for help from other people for money for the medication they've been prescribed. I don't really see how you can call this respectful in any way whatsoever. And if we're looking at the amounts, the money, it's not so huge. We've shown that in different crises during the pandemic, during the present crisis, the war in Ukraine, our governments are very good at rallying, finding the money, but why can't we do this for our own people who need this? Let's really talk. I know personalized medicine means something else for scientists and for specialists, but for patients, for people, personalized medicine means if I get sick, if I am diagnosed, if the doctors have said that I need this kind of treatment or this kind of therapy, that I will receive this, and that's it. There's nothing really else to be said.
Thank you very much. Just adding a bit, this morning there was this wonderful metaphor of building, which is very high and not working, in fact. Another thought was in my mind that the cost of the building, maybe we should not make a huge building, but diverse the cost to deal with the real issues on the table, like Zinta mentioned. Thank you very much. Christina, your perspective on keeping respect in the system.
Yes. I think that cost of the treatments should be covered by the government, by the national health insurance. And we have to have in our minds that donations, maybe solve the problem at the moment, but not in the future. So patient organizations, we have to fight for the proper cancer care, for the treatments, and I think that this is very important for the respect from the patients, from the public, and of course also from the other stakeholders. So we have to do all our best to ensure patients comprehensive cancer care treatment and all important other things for patients for the surviving. So this is my opinion.
Thank you. Like keeping the pressure on the basics that that government should fund what it should fund.
Yes.
Jacek.
Yes.
To me, this keeping the dignity of the patient is key thing. In fact, I know that that people sometimes just want the money and they agree for everything, and they have no problem. With asking, but some people need to be, let's say, cherished about this, and somehow we need to respect that they have a problem with asking, and the language they communicate they need should be different. And I think this is the skill that NGOs should have, that sometimes speaks on behalf of the person who has no problem with this. Sometimes it needs more thinking. Yeah.
Thank you. Fausta, you can conclude our panel discussion here.
Well, my ending remark on this question would be that I believe that transparency should also play a key role when the NGOs they get funding, and when they publicly announce where this money were spent, how they were spent, what difference was made while using this money. So I think once everything is transparent, there are no additional questions raised, and people can see how money can help, how fundings can help to reach better things. So probably, yeah, I think transparency is also very important.
Transparency as one of the dimensions of dignity at the end. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our panel speakers here, Kristina, Fausta, Jacek, and Zinta. Thank you very much. And a bit taking over that self-care is important. Self-care is important also for the participants of Congress. Coffee break now. Coffee break now. Take care of your energies. And for those which are watching us online, in 5 minutes we are switching over with a live stream program in between panel sessions here. So see ya in 5 minutes.
Good news, we've got the all clear.
Mans melanomas stāsts ilgst jau 4 gadus, un savā pieredzes ceļā esmu saskārusies ar nevienlīdzību. Brīdī, kad man bija nepieciešams konkrētās zāles, kuras nav iekļautas valsts apmaksājamo zāļu sarakstā, es vērsos pie līdzcilvēkiem un tiku svētīta ar ļoti lielu cilvēku atbalstu un varēju iegādāties šīs zāles, tās nopērkot par naudu. Izjūtot atbildību pret mani saziedoto naudu, es meklēju lētāko variantu, kuras varētu šīs zāles iegādāties, un tā, diemžēl, nebija Latvija. Tādēļ kādu laiku savu zāļu terapiju es saņēmu Igaunijā. Es ar vienu strādājot šajā nozarē redzu, ka ir ļoti daudz stāstu, ka cilvēki nespēja savākt nepieciešamos ziedojumus, viņi nespēja nodrošināt sev vai savas ģimenes ietvaros nepieciešamo medikamentu vai operāciju vai jebkuru medicīnisko pakalpojumu. Un cilvēks, pacients jūtas pazudis sistēmā, viņam nav pie kā vērsties. Es esmu novērojis, ka diezgan populārs ir tas viedoklis neko neteikt un par to nerunāt un mēģināt pašiem tikt galā, kas, protams, ir apsveicami šī drosme pašam visu izdarīt. taču bieži vien šīs summas ir tik lielas un šie slogi vai uzdevumi, ko pacients uzņems pats veikt, ir neaptverami un nerealizējami. Un šajā brīdī mēs zaudējam pacientu, mēs zaudējam cilvēku.
Good afternoon, dear audience, participants of the Congress, and of course those who are watching us in practically all of the Europe. Just sharing some facts behind tens of thousands of the audiences today together with us, and that's a really impressive number. We are now here in between session studio, where we have more informal talks with the professionals and those who have really deep expertise to share with you in between sessions. And my pleasure is to introduce here in our studio Professor Gunta Purkalne, who is oncologist, hemotherapist at Paula Stradinč Clinical University Hospital, professor at Riga Stradinč University from Latvia. Happy to have you here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, we have a chain of questions and a very limited time. The main question is about this multi-discipline approach, the team approach to decreasing the inequality in cancer beating, cancer treatment. So maybe just describe what it is, the team behind the cancer treatment.
Today, multidisciplinary team in oncology is absolutely crucial. If we look back to the last centuries, that the main person in oncology was surgeon. But nowadays, we need team. In order to achieve the best results, we need team. And I would say that in almost all Western countries, and also, of course, in Latvia, we have such multidisciplinary team. But where is this inequality? This team in Latvia is too small. It means that we have only a few specialists inside this team, around 4 or 5, but in general we need more. I have seen in Western countries that there this team is till 20 people around the table, and these people all are absolutely necessary for the better cancer care for patients. So, and this team should be included such specialists as psychologists, psychotherapists, support specialists, palliative care specialists, plastic surgeons, and etc. And nowadays even more, because we know more about the biology of cancer, and we need even such specialists. It's absolutely new also in Western countries, so-called medical geneticists, molecular biologists. So it means that this team should be bigger in order to achieve the best results. And what is the problem in Latvia? That we have not so many specialists. This is our shortage, specialists, also nurses. So this problem should be solved.
So the lack of personnel
yeah,
is
lack of
present.
and of course also financial resources, because in order to have more specialists, we need also financial resources.
If we are looking on this team, just to understand better this philosophy, is this like physically around one table in the hospital, for instance, or this team also includes elements from primal healthcare, for instance, the so-called family doctor or the primary care doctor?
Usually this team is working in hospitals when the diagnosis of cancer is established, and then this team decide what would be the best treatment or diagnosis for this particular patient. But around this table are people, could be also a family doctor, could be different specialists, and they already at the time of diagnosis, then they decide what this particular patient needs. And after that, they step by step, they do the best for this patient.
How do we look on the map of the Europe? Not only how we look, but how the map of Europe looks itself, if we are speaking about those multidisciplinary teams?
I think that I said before that these multidisciplinary teams are available almost in all countries. The only one question is how many specialists are involved, because this multidisciplinary team needs financial support. And I said that in Latvia we are only 4 or 5 people. It means surgeon, medical oncologist, radiation oncologist, diagnostic radiologist, and pathologist, yes or no, and that's it. That's it. But we need more on routine basis. Of course, it's possible if the patient needs this psychologist, it is available, but not on routine basis. Patient should go, should look, should ask somebody. But in Western countries, usually it's a routine procedure that everybody, every patient can go to the psychologist immediately if it's needed. Social worker is working with this individual patient. So it is on routine, it is a basis, it's standard procedure.
And this routine most probably is also the answer how to reduce inequality, because one patient will have more resources to choose his pathway, but if there is a routine available, then inequality is reduced in the core.
Absolutely. I have seen such work of multidisciplinary team in US, and there is a team included also the social workers. And the social workers, during this hospitalization time, they make this social support for this patient. So this is very important, because everybody, psychologists also, they start at the beginning of diagnosis. If the patient doesn't want that, it's his or her choice, but it is absolutely available free of charge for every cancer patient. And we need the same in Latvia.
Does this also include, and that's our final question, a person which is so-called patient coordinator? Because we have, for instance, in a breast excellence center in Latvia already available the patient coordinator for some patients. Is this also present in this team, which leads also through those called bureaucratic jungles, the people in the system?
I absolutely agree that we need additional staff, because nowadays almost everything is done by doctor or by nurses. But we heard today that we suffer from lack of personal resources, of medical people. So we need this coordinator. It could be not medical person at all, but could help in many directions for this team to work the best way.
And then supporting the philosophy that doctors should have time to treat people, and all administrative burden goes in other hands.
Exactly. So we tried to talk with our administrative people to offer such a position, coordinator, what is absolutely needed in order to give the time for our doctor to read medicine. Because they don't have time, they are overloaded. They don't have time to read, to go to conferences, because they no capacity. So this coordinator could help. Yes.
Thank you very much for discussion here, and thank you, Professor Purkaln, and wishing you very well and luck spreading the message in the Congress.
Thank you.
In the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So here we heard that the multidisciplinary team is an answer for crucial questions: how to decrease the administrative burden, how to increase efficiency and capacity of the doctors and the healthcare systems overall, of course, in the interests of the patients. Another, of course, a way where to look for leverage in the field is definitely the digital solutions and technologies. How those are acting and interacting in the fields which such a high importance as a data exchange, personalized medicine, the e-health and e-medicine all across Europe. It is my pleasure to have here in our studio Mr. Rolands Lapute, who is a smart technology advisor to the President of Latvia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, we are discussing in this Congress the patient in the core and also the inequality, which is coming from the different approaches. So if we are looking on technology, how data, how governance of data, how the big data can help in cancer beating all across Europe.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Purkalne for what she said, because it is the right basis to keep on then to the next level of digitalization, which is only an instrument to serve what has been said before. Big data, not everything is big data. Let's start with data. But a lot of the problems that were mentioned beforehand can be partly solved with technology. I was thinking, for example, we know that in Latvia the medicinal infrastructure is decaying in the regions. How can it be compensated, at least partly? Well, if you have, like I am working very closely to the Children's Hospital in Riga, if you have one university hospital with the main staff, professors, surgeons, etc., but you have a patient 250 kilometers away, do you need to bring this child to Riga in order to cope with the situation? Well, with the proper technology, you can have partly first telemedicine. You have a medical doctor on the spot. You may, with the professor, you make the first evaluation, assessment. Then, if you have those data and big data, you need a proper connection, 5G connection very often, if it is a big quantity of data. And in the future, we can imagine the professor is in Riga, and the surgeon is in Riga, and the patient in I don't know, in Valmiera, Madona, and so the professor can make, without moving to there, without also putting a burden on the child to come to Riga, one part of the solution will be to use this technology. Plus, I would say technology is very often an instrument to get rid of repetitive actions. We are lacking nurses, a tremendously important part of the medical staff. And part of this repetitive work should be done with technology, robotics, and the proper algorithm leading those activities, so that the nurse could be dealing with the patients or help the doctors, etc. Talking about what was mentioned, this multidisciplinarity, and I totally agree with everything that was said. Well, we have now these so-called molecular tumor boards, for example, which it is described, but you have more and more information about, let's say, the pictures of the cells. It's a lot of information. The biggest one is a genome. If it has been sequenced, you sequence the genome, you see the mutations, and you find out, well, maybe this child or this person has such and such cancer with those mutations. The best treatment would be that. But that's a genome. That's big data. When it is sequenced after in the analyzed, well, it becomes less. But then you need a big amount of information. But what is taking place now? I was assisting to a molecular board, molecular tumor board session in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And so you send the information to somebody else somewhere else, and you deal, you have a board meeting around a table, but everybody, it can be in another country. It is absolutely normal that in a small country, I have practiced research in France, I have my PhD, and all I heard in France that France was too small to have all specialists. So imagine Latvia. So you can't solve that practically. The only way to solve it is to develop international cooperation, which is taking place. And among doctors, it's not difficult because there are good professionals. So the good professionals in Latvia are consulting, and if you have those tumor board meetings, then you can. They have that regularly in the Netherlands every week, I think. They bring the right specialists. Molecular, yes, biologists are very much necessary. And you go into the analysis of a lot of data, and they will be every year more accurate. And it looks impossible sometimes because that's a lot of investment. But for a small country, I don't see a better solution than to invest there, to give what was said also. The doctors are already, they have such a work burden. You take a bit, you distribute this burden, and you give them time to put their information to translate that into data that is then on this circuit, that network to analyze with the technology. So it can help in a lot of ways, a lot of different ways. It has to be well organized. It needs a bit clear policy, of course, and integrated policy. And my feeling that it is quite changing presently in Latvia. There is a good momentum towards that.
As you are saying, also in preparing the Latvian national cancer beating plan, there was a focus groups, and one of the patients told a story that she had eye melanoma, and with the help of telemedicine, she was consulted in Estonia and went only for the surgical treatment there, but all the consultation process with the exchange of data and telemedicine on the way, including the pre-surgical analysis, etc. Those small pieces, as you are saying, are already happening.
Yes.
What should be done to scale this up to all of the Europe? Where is the bottlenecks in the regulations, in the policies, in the skills, in the praxis? What would be the fastest way to scale this up Europe-wide?
The fastest way, I don't know. You are always dealing with the human factors, so it is difficult. But what is taking place, so the case I know better is as I was saying, the Children's Hospital. There is a direct cooperation with the Helsinki University Hospital. There is even the CEO being on the board of our Children's Hospital board, and somebody even paid to work 1 day a week, and with that, with the technology, it's possible to be there. So exactly as you described it, and so it's developing. There is what is called the data collaborative. What does it mean? It means that the data here in Latvia are sufficiently qualitative. So that brings discipline first, but also well-established plans. And then those data can be understood anywhere, but it does not take place. In Sweden, there is a lawyer teaching data and health data of Latvian background, Santa Stockenberg, and she was even arguing with the European Commission, you can't do it because it's fragmented. What is fragmented? Well, you go to Spain, well, the data are concentrated in Madrid and in almost each region and sub-regions. And that's how it is organized. In France, it's much more centralized. In Latvia, it can be centralized. So between two centralized countries, it would be much easier. Why it's important? Because if you have a child living in Latvia with such a medicine history, he goes to France, and you just go on the internet for this operation here in Estonia. Same thing. You have everything on the spot. You don't have to transport it. I was a bit appalled when I went to, I won't tell you which hospital, and they asked me, where are your analyses? I said, oh, it's all on paper. But no, thank God I was able to tell them what I needed, etc. So it went well. There was a good understanding. So, but this is not the way I would say it. So the main thing is to organize well. There is not the Onco Register being organized. We are accompanying the delegation. You saw Mr. Partabasu talking about it. They are so helping us at establishing the right guidance for example, an Onco Register. The aim of this Onco Register is to be compatible with other Onco Register in the world in order also to have, for example, let's say, good statistics, etc. So the challenge is human. You have to get used to the fact also for medical doctors, they are not only curing. Medicine is changing. Precision medicine, that's one aspect, but also we have to think, we have to communicate with the public, with the future patients that they should be doing that and that. You have to organize better screening in order to avoid, for example, ladies to have a breast cancer. Breast cancer, so if you do a good analysis of the genome, there are some ladies who have much higher probability, a risk factor, let's say. So they should start those preventive actions when they are 20, not wait until they are 50. So I don't know what is the main, I think the main priorities I see is to organize it well according to international standards, and I think we can do that.
Standards and quality and all the levels possible. Thank you very much. We were discussing with Roland Lapuķe, Smart Technology Advisor to the President of Latvia. Thank you very much for your time here in our studio. And
thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are continuing with the plenary session considering innovations and data and technologies. Thank you very much being with us here, and continue with the main plenary sessions.
Good afternoon, everybody. Very nice to see you here. My name is Haris Gals. I'm one of the members of OncoAlliance. Last night in Riga, there was spectacular, very bright moon, and it is 4 o'clock and something in the afternoon. So in case somebody is totally asleep, please raise your hands. Nope, nobody is totally asleep. Very good. So this conference is mainly and focused about equality, and that's the most important buzzword of today's speeches, thoughts, and prayers. However, besides equality, there are other buzzwords and other areas that are important for patients and their treatment of cancer and bright future. And some of them are innovation, the new drugs, the new therapies. Quality is very important. Efficiency is very important. And personalized medicine is another buzzword that definitely is also quite hot among patients and medical personnel. So this plenary that's called Perspective, we're going to start with a little bit of quality, how standards can drive quality, and focusing, of course, on our conference, also equality. So please, Mr. Giuseppe Curigliano, the chair of ESMO Guidelines Committee, can you give us a nice speech?
Yes, of course. I would like to ask you if you can see my slides and you can listen to me.
Yes, I hear you, and I see your slides, and I see your face. It's all perfect.
Thanks a lot, first of all, for inviting me in this very important meeting. I am the chair of the ESMO Guidelines Committee, and I work in Italy. And I will try in the next 10 minutes to highlight the importance of ESMO guidelines in implementing common cancer care standards and innovations all around the European Union. So ESMO is a leading professional organization for medical oncology in Europe, and I would say all around the world, because we have almost 27,000 members, including United States, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. It's driven by a shared determination to secure the best possible outcome for patients, and ESMO is committed to caring for the careers who are engaged in action against cancer in their communities. So I would like just to summarize ESMO mission. First, to improve quality of prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and care. To advance the art and practice of oncology, to disseminate knowledge to cancer patients and to the public, then to educate and train oncology professionals, because once you educate oncology professionals, you will have the best of care for our patients, to ensure a high standard of qualification, and to promote an equal access to optimal cancer care. As you know very well, we are working in collaboration with WHO to guarantee and to promote the equal access to optimal cancer care, defining also the essential medicines list for patients with cancer. So this is the ESMO Vision 2025, one oncology community, including a health professional and patients, education for life, and accessible cancer care, all together to the core of our mission and vision, that is the care of our patients. What is the quality in healthcare? The quality of care is the degree of to which health services for individuals and populations increase the likelihood of desired health outcome. So for any patients in the curative setting to be cured, to any patient in the metastatic setting, because we have also patients in the metastatic setting, to receive the optimal care that will guarantee the best outcome. So any approach in quality healthcare should be people-centered or person-centered and should be timely, effective, integrated in terms of multidisciplinary approach, efficient, safe, and most importantly, equitable. You know better than me that in the European Union, not all patients have access to the high quality care. There are drugs included in the essential medicines list that even in Europe are not accessible. So in some countries of Europe, you have access in a timely manner. In other countries of Europe, you don't have access. And just to think about what's going on actually in Ukraine, you can understand better than me that many patients with cancer in that country will not have access to a timely, effective, and integrated cure. Access and quality of care is unevenly distributed. So you will see in Eastern Europe, some countries will not have access in terms of quality index. And the access and quality indicator that is based on tracer metrics for selected tumor types, as I said before, have variabilities across the countries and are multifactorial. In some population, you have screening programs that are not so efficient. And then in other countries, you have evidence-based cancer treatments that are not very high in terms of access and quality indicators. And this is the scenario in Europe, according to the data set of the Global Burden of Disease in 2016, that has been published on the Lancet in 2018. So quality of care is a major determinant of cancer health outcome. So the excess of death due to poor quality of care is 30% in high-income countries, plus 50% in low-middle income countries, with an access to healthcare alone that is not enough, in my opinion. Quality of care is critical to deliver a population health impact. You have accessibility, including financial protection. You have quality for those who receive services. And finally, this will translate in the population health outcomes. That is a system-wide effectiveness, level, and distribution, including also the responsiveness. So the healthcare system performance is also related to the value for money. So it has the population health or responsiveness for input unit. So quality improvement is really a strategic effort. You need to set the standard. So any country should have a national cancer control plan that should be, of course, designed according to the needs of that specific countries. And then you need to monitor and to assure improvement. So it's a very complex system that should be guaranteed. So how much a scientific society can do for this? So we deliver guidelines, and the guidelines should guarantee the optimal screening program, the optimal diagnostic pathway, and finally the optimal treatment in any setting for early cancer and metastatic cancer. So you would agree with me if that you don't have compliance to guidelines, you will impact negatively on the outcome of those patients. So adherence to quality is an evidence-based treatment, is associated with an improvement of 33% of the cancer survival. So if you will not adhere to the standard of care, you will have a higher mortality rate. Not all the guidelines are the same. The ESMO guidelines are based on the level of evidence and the grade of recommendations. So we provide guidelines to guarantee the best of care according to prospective randomized trial And what we also do are adapted guidelines for those countries with low or middle income. We provide advice, at least to have access to the essential medicines list. Not all the medicines are essential, but some of them are. And this is really important because this activity of ESMO is a unique activity all around the world. ESMO guidelines is an evidence-based tool based on the level of evidence, the grade of recommendation, and recently to the SCAT, that is the scale of actionability of molecular targets. You know very well that there are many precision medicine applications, and we also define the level of actionability of a specific target, integrating it on the impact of outcome. Just to remember to use some numbers, in the last year, in 2021, we delivered 6 clinical practice guidelines, 10 Pan-Asian adapted guidelines, 14 pocket guidelines for patients, and finally 27 patients' guides in more than 14 languages. So our activity is not only for health professionals, but is also for patients. So this is the ESMO magnitude of clinical benefit scale that is also used in some countries in Europe in order to reimburse specific agents. And you will see here that is delivered for patients in the curative setting and for non-curative setting. And this is an integration of efficacy in terms of long-term outcomes, so overall survival and progression-free survival, toxicity and quality of life. So higher is the impact on survival, lower is the toxicity, and better is the quality of life, and higher will be the score of the magnitude of clinical benefit score. And you will understand that this type of score is very useful, of course, to provide the patient-centered frameworks and to deliver a consistent, coherent, harmonized, comprehensive, and multidisciplinary recommendation to health professionals. Importantly, we need to remember the ESMO patient guides that are based on the ESMO guidelines. Medical information, of course, here is reported in order to increase patient awareness and patient empowerment. We are involving in any guideline also patient advocacy. So any single guideline of ESMO involve activity an ESMO patient advocacy working group. So there is a patient also as a co-author of the guideline. And we invite all patient advocacy groups to attend the ESMO 2022 Congress in Paris. So high quality of care is a top priority in cancer care. Just to remember the WHO statement, so quality should be timeless, equity, integration, and efficiency. And also the European Union is asking us to deliver a high quality care. And when we consider the ESMO Vision 2025 and our president, Solange Peters, no matter who one is or where one lives, everyone deserves access to accurate information on cancer and quality care service in prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and support. So we need to guarantee the best and the optimal access to cancer care. So thank you very much indeed, and I will be very happy to take questions.
Whatever you talk. Now, our next speaker, as I see from my notes, should speak about possibilities of progress, future, and maybe some new treatments and new prevention methods. So, Chin Yong Park, scientist in Early Detection, Prevention and Infectious Branch at the International Agency of Research of Cancer. Please have your floor. Are you here with us? Chin? Not yet?
Hello? Good afternoon.
Oh, we hear you.
Yeah. Do you hear me well? And then you have my presentation all right?
Oh, now we see you.
Okay.
Nice.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah, well, I see your face. You look very good today. And now we see your presentation as well.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay, excellent. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jin Young Park. I'm a scientist working for the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization. I'm pleased to meet with you all virtually and participate in this important congress. Today, I'm going to give you a talk on recent progress in gastric cancer prevention and also the G-STAR study. I declare no conflict of interest. So the outline of my talk has three major parts. Firstly, about gastric cancer, why it is important, and then also why understanding of its etiology matters. I will then introduce you briefly proposed strategies for gastric cancer prevention, mainly population-based test and treat programs of H. pylori, and then also gastric cancer screening programs. And I'll finish my talk by introducing you briefly about the G-STAR study that the University of Latvia is coordinating in collaboration with IARC as a European model for gastric cancer prevention. Gastric cancer remains an enormous public health problem globally. It is responsible for over 1 million new cases in 2020, making it the fifth most frequently diagnosed cancer. And it is the fourth leading cause of cancer death after lung and colorectal, with an estimated 770,000 deaths. And this equates to 1 in every 12 cancer deaths globally. This graph shows incidence on the x-axis and the mortality on the y-axis. You can see the incidence is very closely aligned with the mortality rate in many countries, showing limited survival in the most countries and absence of preventive measures. Exceptions for this includes Korea and Japan, where screening programs are in place for gastric cancer. As you can see in these two dots, Korea and Japan has significantly lower mortality rate compared to the incidence rate. It is well known that gastric cancer incidence has been decreasing in many countries, and this has been called unplanned triumph because this occurred in the absence of active primary programs and population-based screenings outside Japan and Korea. However, despite the decreasing incidence trend, we need to keep in mind that this cancer is still the fourth most common cause of cancer death worldwide and affects every year more than 1 million people. And its absolute burden will only increase due to aging and growth of the world population, as you can see in this prediction. So in 2040, we foresee more than 1.77 million cases. And 1.27 million deaths are expected to occur. And chronic infection with H. pylori is carcinogenic to humans and is responsible for 90% of new gastric cancer cases. And H. pylori infects more than half of the world population, and estimated number of H. pylori positive people in the world was 4.4 billion. Although comparable data are limited and prevalence decreases in most countries, infection seems constantly high, especially in low and middle income countries. H. pylori infection is the biggest contributor of the total 2.2 million cancer attributable to infectious agents. So given that H. pylori is the major cause of gastric cancer, population-based H. pylori test and treat programs have been proposed for gastric cancer prevention. While H. pylori accounts for the majority of gastric cancer, it is known that 30 to 40% of gastric cancer may be prevented by H. pylori eradication. So to evaluate H. pylori eradication as a strategy for preventing gastric cancer, IARC convened a working group meeting in 2013. The working group recognized that gastric cancer is a large and persisting global burden on which urgent action is required. In addition, we know its principal cause, chronic infection with H. pylori, that is actually responsible for the majority of the cases and is actually treatable. This high global burden and known principal cause and the feasibility of treating its major cause makes gastric cancer a logical target for intervention. So based on the latest systematic review and meta-analysis, there's moderate evidence to suggest that the incidence of gastric cancer can be reduced by this eradication by 45% in healthy individuals from a limited number of clinical trials, as shown here. More importantly, the study suggested that more than 8.7 million disability-adjusted life years will be gained if a population-based test and treat programs were implemented globally. Despite the risk reduction shown in this review, those handful of clinical trials conducted so far give us the many areas of uncertainty about generalizability of the results, because the trials were mostly conducted in East Asian countries, and magnitude of the effect was also various in different studies. And then what would be the optimal age groups like for the intervention? And then how about the impact on cancer reduction in case when the lesions have already been developed? What about the acceptability and feasibility of the large-scale antibiotic treatment? And the recurrence and reinfection rate in different areas need to be taken into account. And more importantly, these potential adverse consequences have not been well elucidated. For example, the most important problem would be antibiotic resistance. And also among the eradicated people, more frequent GERD, Barrett, esophageal cancer, and asthma and other conditions, and also weight gain have been reported. And alteration in microbiota is another concern, but the studies it's in their infancy. So the IR working group recommended that there is an acute need for countries with high gastric cancer burden to focus more public health resources on gastric cancer and to include it within their national cancer control programs and to assess its impact of preventive strategies. And the working group emphasized that countries should explore the possibility of introducing the programs, but however, considering their local disease burden and health priorities and of course, cost effectiveness. What's very important here is that the working group insisted the programs to be implemented in conjunction with a scientific assessment of program processes, feasibility, effectiveness, and possible adverse consequences, addressing all those issues that I have mentioned in the previous slide. In addition to the population-based age priority test and treat strategy, several modalities have been proposed for gastric cancer screening and used for early detection of gastric cancer as part of screening efforts. So for population-based screening of gastric cancer, several methods have been proposed, and today I'm going to focus in this talk on the radiographic screening and upper endoscopic screening. So as you already know very well, upper GI series or radiographic screening is a procedure that uses X-rays to take a series of pictures of the upper GI tract, while upper endoscopy is a procedure that includes a visualization of the oropharynx, esophagus, stomach, and proximal duodenum. So these are currently actually being used in the national gastric cancer screening programs in Japan and Korea. In Japan, this UGI with barium meal was used in early 1960s and subsequently implemented in the nationwide cancer screening program in 1983. And in 2016, the Japanese government additionally approved the biennial endoscopic screening for gastric cancer. In Korea, the National Gastric Cancer Screening Program was launched in 1999, with the upper GI series and the upper endoscopy being the two main modalities. And in 2015, the Korean Gastric Cancer Screening Guidelines Revision Committee recommended the radiographic screening not be the first choice of modality, and biennial screening of asymptomatic people aged 40 to 74 with upper endoscopy. Actually, based on the evidence from a large Korean study, which showed no reduction in gastric cancer modality with the radiographic screening. So while the UGI series have provided very little evidence in reducing gastric cancer mortality, evidence concerning the endoscopic screening for gastric cancer mortality reduction is a bit stronger, although most studies were conducted in Asia, as you can see in this systematic review. Those handful of small the observational studies basically show the mortality reduction of 40%. However, these are not the evidence coming from the randomized control trials. So in the absence of compelling evidence from the randomized controlled clinical trials that upper endoscopy reduces gastric cancer mortality, and therefore that needs to be implemented at the population level. So European Union is seeking efficient and innovative ways to address gastric cancer burden in the continent. In this part, I would like to briefly introduce you the G-STAR study, and then as also European model for gastric cancer prevention. So very recently published scientific opinion on cancer screening in the European Union, the recommendation of gastric cancer screening included implementation of a population-based H. pylori test and treat programs in countries with high burden of gastric cancer. That's as a part of gastric cancer prevention, but not towards the introduction of endoscopic screening. So they emphasized, they recommended that more for the H. pylori test and treat programs rather than the introducing screening for gastric cancer due to insufficient evidence. So these recommendations and plans of the European Union are in line with this population-based study that has been conducted by the University of Latvia in collaboration with IARC. The G-STAR study aims to determine if H. pylori screening followed by eradication of positive people and endoscopic follow-up of those with a serological evidence of atrophic gastritis, which is a pre-malignant lesion of gastric cancer, reduces mortality from gastric cancer in a high-risk population in Latvia among 40 to 64 years old. So briefly, the design, study design is a participant aged 40 to 64 are randomized into the intervention and then control group. And then intervention participants in the intervention group undergo H. pylori testing and then also peptinogen testing. And those who are positives are treated, and those who have a lower level of peptinogen 1 and 2 or 1 to 2 ratio, which is an indicative of the presence of atrophic gastritis, they undergo upper endoscopy. And with the combination of those strategies, people are followed up for 15 years for the mortality reduction, and the control group undergo the routine health examinations. So the pilot G-STAR study was launched in 2013 and was completed in 2015 in 4 study centers as indicated in these blue boxes. In the pilot study, 3,455 participants were recruited with H. pylori prevalence of around 70%. And eradication success was high, and altogether more than 1,000 endoscopies were conducted. And then we also offered a fit test for the benefit of for the participation benefit. And then after the successful completion of the pilot study, the main study has been being carried out in 6 additional study centers, which is called in red here. And recently, over 10,000 participants have been enrolled. And then it was appeared also in the IARC's Media Center acknowledging the major achievement of this huge study. So in summary, to accelerate the reduction of global gastric cancer burden, including the burden in European continent, we all know the extremely limited data and insufficient data available on screening for gastric cancer outside also Japan and Korea. And therefore, instead, the population-based H. pylori test and treat programs offer another opportunity for gastric cancer prevention and should be implemented in regions, especially with the high burden for gastric cancer prevention eventually. So, but then for implementation of such a huge program, we need urgently more community-based demonstration studies with a long-term follow-up in various settings for scientific evaluation of the program's success, including the feasibility, acceptability, etc. And then also addressing all those uncertain points that could be raised from this implementation of the program. And then Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and its related initiatives should help accelerate reduction of gastric cancer burden in Europe, but also globally. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was really interesting.
8 more years and we have formal study results. Very good. Our next speaker, Dr. Alinta Hagmane, gonna tell us something about personal medicine. Please have the stage.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a medical oncologist from Riga, Latvia, and working here in Riga, and it's my honor to be here today. So these are my disclosures. And my topic today is very broad, but I will focus on personalized medicine. And as we all know, every person is unique, and so is every cancer. When we are saying lung cancer or breast cancer, we are actually saying nothing. We are just describing site of origin. And medicine is moving to personalized medicine nowadays. And what does it mean exactly? This is a form of medicine that uses information about person's own genes or proteins to prevent, diagnose, or treat the disease. In cancer, it uses information not just about patient genes, but about molecular changes in person's tumor as well. To show you how we start with personalized cancer treatment, we should know what genetic changes there are present. So we should start with some tissue testing or molecular testing. And this allows us to identify specific genetic changes in some particular persons. And there might be prognostic markers, markers predictive of drug sensitivity or opposite on drug resistance, and there might be markers that are predictive of adverse events. And this allows us to select the best treatment for the best patient, for right patient. And what I should say, at the moment, we are not ready to personalize treatment for every particular patient. We are able to select small groups of patients with some specific genetic changes and give right treatment for those patients, but not at the individual level at the moment. And I would like to say, there are a lot of mutations in every person and in every cancer, but not all of those mutations are important. There are so-called driver mutations. These are mutations that are important for cancer growth and development. And there are mutations that are not there present, but they are not involved in cancer growth, and they are called passenger mutations. Even more, in case we identify driver mutations, we must be able to target this pathway somehow. For some mutations, we have drugs available, for some we do not have. So it's actionable mutations and non-actionable mutations. Let's move to some basics. How we diagnose cancer. Cancer is diagnosed by histological testing. This is the first step to diagnose cancer. And pathologists start with tissue examinations that is removed by biopsy or after surgery. And they start with just two colors, hematoxylin eosin staining. It allows us to identify cell structures. The next step is immunohistochemistry that identifies specific proteins on cancer cells. And personalized cancer medicine sometimes starts here. We doesn't need molecular testing to identify some specific groups that will benefit from specific treatment. Example is estrogen receptors for breast cancer that predicts efficacy of endocrine therapy, or HER2 receptors for HER2-positive breast cancer that benefits from anti-HER2 targeted treatment. And of course, PD-L1 expression that is exclusively done by immunohistochemistry. There is no role for molecular testing for PD-L1 expression, and this predicts benefit from immunotherapy in a lot of different cancers. But we can move forward with molecular testing. Molecular testing might be done in different ways. We can start with the simplest one, is PCR. So we can identify one or just some specific changes in one gene. This is fast, reliable, simple, and easy to understand for us as clinicians, because answer is in general yes or no. We have mutation or we have not. Limitations, we can test very limited number of mutations at one time. If we want to test more, we have to repeat tests. It increases cost, it increases time, and it takes a lot of tissue that is not always available. If we want to test some more mutations at once, we should move to next generation sequencing. This is a method that allows us to test for a lot of mutations at the same time. It's a very good method. We use panels for specific type of cancer, let's say panels for or platforms for lung cancer, for colorectal cancer, for ovarian cancer, for example. It takes more time. It costs a bit more. And what is important, we can get information about a lot of mutations, driver mutations as well as passenger mutations. And for us as clinicians, the report is much more complicated. It takes time and expertise to get information we needed out of next generation sequencing report. And of course, there is a next level that is called comprehensive genomic profiling. This analyzes known cancer relevant genes. It's not tumor site specific. It analyzes some 300, 400, 500 genes at once. Do we always need this method? No. In some cases, it gives us very valuable additional information. In some cases, it's waste of time and money, because we do not get information about driver mutations. There might not be driver mutations. We might find driver mutations, but drug is not available, and if drug is available, it might not be available for a particular tumor type. Back to real life and clinic. How can we use all this information? Germline mutations can be detected, and BRCA mutations are one of the most commonly detected mutations. If we have a person with detected BRCA mutation, we can start screening earlier and with different methods just to diagnose person's cancer in earlier stage when treatment results are much better. And of course, we can offer prophylactic surgery. I think almost all of you have heard about Angelina Jolie and her decision to undergo prophylactic mastectomies and ovarectomies because she is BRCA mutation carrier. And this is a way how it's possible to reduce the risk of cancer. Another one concept of oncology, all care is multidisciplinary. We cannot just, one person can't fight cancer. We have to work in a team, and there is a core team and there is a non-core team that is not less important for patient to get the best results and to plan the best treatment for patient. Moving to cancer treatment, if systemic treatment is planned, then ideally there would be the right medicine for the right patient at the right time. It's not always possible, but this is the direction where we are heading. What is important? Not just right medicine and right patient, but right amount. We try to avoid over-treatment. It means too much treatment, maybe some unnecessary treatment, too aggressive treatment, because consequences might be long and short-term toxicities. On the other hand, we should avoid under-treatment as well, because we risk with the progression of disease. So there is a very, very clear balance about how we can use personalized therapy. These are breast cancer molecular subtypes, so we can identify genetically different types of cancer with different prognosis. Do we always need molecular testing for breast cancer? Certainly no, because immunohistochemistry can do the job as well, and it's routinely used methods. By this we can identify patients with estrogen receptor positive disease who will benefit from hormonal treatment, with HER2 positive disease who will benefit from HER2 treatment, and patients with triple negative disease, where chemo is a main treatment option. And let's say for early breast cancer, for patients with one similar stage, treatment scheduling and treatment options might be totally different. It depends not just on stage, it depends on molecular subtype as well. And one question is about adjuvant treatment. It means prophylactic treatment given after surgery to reduce the risk of recurrence. If we have doubt based on clinical factors, in general, we offer chemotherapy to our patients. Is it possible to identify patients who do not need chemotherapy? Yes, it's possible. And we can use molecular testing for this. And this is breast cancer risk of recurrence score, oncotype DX. It's molecular signature, and it's done on tumor tissue, and we can identify patients on the left side with high recurrence score, patient who certainly needs adjuvant chemo, and patient with low recurrence score on the right, where patient can be spared chemotherapy with all its toxicity. So this is for metastatic breast cancer. Again, treatment is selected based on tumor type. I think I have very limited time left, so I will move on with lung cancer. If for breast cancer molecular testing is not important, for lung cancer it's not the case. Here molecular testing allows us to differentiate different lung cancer subtypes with different treatment options. Because metastatic lung cancer was a cancer with very poor prognosis. Some 10-15 years ago, median survival for metastatic lung cancer patients was less than a year. At the moment, there are trials that report 5-year survival results, so it's very, very big improvement. And how we can get it? We can get there by selecting specific treatment for specific patient groups. So if we have patients with EGFR mutated cancer, we can offer EGFR inhibitors with ALK rearrangements, ALK inhibitors. For patients with PD-L1 high expression, we can offer immunotherapy alone. For PD-L1 low expressors, immunotherapy plus chemotherapy is doubling survival when compared with chemotherapy alone. Unfortunately, this is not reimbursed. Combination is not reimbursed in Latvia. And The same for colorectal cancer. Molecular testing allows us to choose the right treatment for right patient. I think I have to summarize. So treatment decisions in oncology are becoming much, much more difficult, and we are moving from one size fits all to personalized treatment in oncology. Multidisciplinary approach is a key. There are advances in pathology and molecular biology, but there are some we have to bear in mind that not always actionable mutations are identified. Mutations identified might not be driver mutations, and just by identification of the target, it doesn't help and it doesn't improve treatment results if no treatment is available. Unfortunately, here in Latvia, we have considerable delays to get access to evidence-based cancer treatments, and it might take up to 5 or 8 years to get some evidence-based medicine made until it's accessible for cancer patients. And I would like to finish by quoting my patient, who is a doctor, and she has early stage HER2-positive breast cancer. And what she said was that she felt very lucky and very relieved that all treatment she needed is available. And I think we should work together, because this is what every cancer patient deserves, to feel the same way, that all treatment he or she need is available here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. So now we will have the last speaker for today. So if somebody has fallen asleep so far, please raise your hand. No, still nobody. So the last speaker gonna touch another important buzzword for me, efficiency. There was something about a skyscraper in Dubai, and the fundaments or sewers were not working there good enough. So efficiency is something that also shows some kind of inequality between member states in Europe, where some states have more money, some less, but some states have more efficiency, some states have less efficiency. So let's welcome Francisco Rocha Gonçalves, a professor economist, an invited professor at the Faculty of Medicine in Porto University. He will talk about the benefits of value-based healthcare. Hello, nice to see you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me at this interesting conference. And I'm really sorry that the current circumstances made international traveling a little bit more difficult, and I'm unable to join you in person. So, but this is still a good option, and so I'm very happy to be with you. This conference has all the right words. It's the Congress on European Patient Oncology. And oncology stands for a highly unmet need, among others, in healthcare. Patient is important, not just because we keep talking about patient centricity, but also because today here, or today and tomorrow, we'll be talking about ways to actually make that possible in practice, to make it happen, to have the patient at the center. And the previous speakers have talked about how to improve decision-making with the patient, also how to improve diagnostics. I will address those topics in short as well. And European. Well, science is universal. Cancer obviously is a worldwide problem. The solution, of course, has to be at least European and European level, and we have all the means and obligation to cooperate with each other for this extraordinary endeavor, which is to fight cancer and to do it in a sustainable way for our healthcare systems. And that's sort of topics I will address today. Now, one motivating sentence to start with, and it has all to do with value-based healthcare. This comes from Michael Porter, Harvard University. A lot of people before him, of course, had the same idea that why are we here in healthcare? Well, it's about the patients. It's about getting for them the best possible outcomes. And the question then comes, how do I do it in practice? How can I take my current healthcare system, be it the system in Latvia, the system in Poland, the system in Portugal, in France, whatever, and redesign it in order to make sure that it addresses at an even more proper way, at a different level, the patient relevant outcomes and the patient needs, while doing everything a healthcare system is supposed to do, which is to deliver healthcare, to do it in a sustainable way, to make sure that we have access or equity among the population, and to make sure that we have the best possible results as well. So question can be, where do we start? And because of course that's the time limit for this presentation, I chose to talk about a few initiatives have been involved. There are many more, and there are many examples in Europe on how this is made, and to leave a sort of good practice list and some ideas on exactly where to start, and also to motivate people on the sort of results and outcomes that you can expect from redesigning healthcare in order to address, without fear, with courage, to address the patient needs. Now, the index for this presentation will be the following. I will talk about outcomes, and talking about outcomes is not just talking about where do we want to get to. It's about talking about our end result, of course, but it's also about inviting people to make the right questions. The questions on what matters to patients, and all on what's the differential role of different professions working in healthcare, the different role of technologies, also payers, governments in this value chain to make a difference. So outcomes is a very important topic. Second topic I will address is the topic of tumor councils, multidisciplinary decision analysis, and that's more or less obvious in cancer. Still, it will probably spread and spread well to other disease areas. This is a basic concept, a basic infrastructure to have in order to deliver high quality care, because then we deliver high quality decisions to the patients. Talking also about the pillars to implement VBHC, value-based healthcare in practice, very easy to remember, and also very easy to start with some pilot studies and initiatives. And in the end, very important to leave a final message on what sort of footprint we want to leave in our societies and in healthcare, and the footprint of healthcare being, in my perspective and yours as well, being absolutely central and key to our societies. So addressing in a few minutes all of these four ambitious topics. Very visual presentation, don't worry, it's a lot of things, but we will be able to cover them all. Now, the pillars of value-based healthcare, just to recap them. Of course, pillar number 2 will be measuring costs and outcomes. I will be very much focused today on measuring costs and outcomes. If you measure, you can manage. So everything begins with measurement. If you don't have measurement, if you don't have the outcomes, it means a lot of things. It means that probably you don't know where you are, you cannot make a proper assessment. And it also means that you haven't made the right questions. So, and making the questions, it's about having the motivation and raising the motivation and gaining adherence from your co-workers in order to introduce some level of change. So measurement is probably the most powerful tool in healthcare and in because we have to lead people, and the way to lead people is, of course, by example, by inspiration, but it's also with facts. And in healthcare, we are very much attached to facts, and it all starts with measuring things. Integration and growth, that's obviously the key to a sustained healthcare system. We need to work and coordinate better if we want to provide excellent care, and at the same time to have a grip got to have our costs under control. The cost we want to avoid is not the cost of treatment, it's not the costs of recovering our fellow citizens. The cost we want to avoid is the costs of over-treatment, meaning offering things that don't make a difference to patients, repeating treatment, repeating diagnosis, or the cost of hypo-treatment, delaying treatment, delaying decisions, for example, because we didn't have the means to make the proper prognosis and then the cancer evolved into a more advanced disease. Also contracts and incentives, that's also very important in the management system, and the IT infrastructures. We're going to see some examples in short. Now, where it all started, it actually started a little bit before this. We can even resonate with experiences on collecting data and collecting cases in patient care from the early 20th century, for example, in the United States, but also in Europe. But in my cancer institute, the page on your left side of the screen, well, that's from 2011. That's where it all started. Sitting down with physicians, surgeons, asking them, and that's in Portuguese, that I will tell you what's written there. It all started with asking people what's important to measure. We have an idea of the difference we make in patients. We have an idea of where we want to get to, but we really don't. We were in 2011 unable to produce a chart, a pie chart on the split of diagnosis, what's the percentage of new cancer types, what's the survival, what's the quality of life, what's the effectiveness of our current treatments compared, for example, with clinical trials. We were at the start. We knew how to organize an hospital, and then we found out that we needed to measure. So we thought of what to measure. And we came to the obvious, which was we need to measure the baseline of patients, we need to measure or to identify the treatments we provide to patients, and of course the results and the outcomes of those treatments. This is important to measure, yes. In order for what? In order for us to know how we are using the resources, or where we are targeting, or where are we getting to with this. The system is evolved, and I'm happy to share with you that small poster, that abstract from ISMO last September, and that's a student of mine, a PhD student, where we published a core set of variables for anyone. It's available now. You can check the variables there for anyone wishing, for example, to set up a managed entry agreement, so a risk-sharing agreement, for example, with a pharma company or with a payer, regarding care and regarding care in cancer, which outcomes to collect, which variables to address. So this slide is for me the difference between 2011, so fairly more than 10 years ago, when we started asking what are we going to measure and for what, and this is an obvious outcome. We already know what to measure and even for what. In this case, it's for a managed entry agreement, could be using it for other things. So message number one, there's an evolution. It starts with a very amateur, a very draft version of things, and then it evolves into the point where we must not be ashamed, and we can present the results in a peer-reviewed context. So there was an evolution, and not just with the teams. I'm involved everywhere in Europe where we are able to produce and suggest, come forward with outcomes and measures for our patients. Just one final example from the Cancer Institute. This is where it was in 2017-18 when I left the Cancer Institute. I left it like this. So it started with a small page like that. A few years after, it was like this. The whole network of data of the hospital being stored in an SQL database. So it was possible, and this was a great accomplishment. We're now then collecting data on quality of life, complications on surgery, sort of treatments that were provided, and doing the follow-up for years on patients. So it was a great achievement. And with data, now why do we do this? Not just because we like the data. With data, we can make good decisions. We're going to see decisions in a while, just to show you some print screens of things we can do with data. This is, if you collect data on quality of life, for example, for the cataract surgeries, a typical example in value-based healthcare. And it's a typical example in value-based healthcare because you need quick wins. And if you're looking for quick wins, of course, you can look at a surgery as simple as a cataract surgery. still very important, but simple because you have a medical appointment, a surgery, and a follow-up appointment typically. And you can draw a chart like this. How was the patient before surgery? How it ended after the surgery? So this is a sample of 280 patients. And you can see, you can read, of course, the notes, but even without reading the notes, you can see that there has been an obvious improvement in all the outcomes relevant for patients in cataracts. But this is not just for cataracts. You can do a follow-up for more months, not just the short period of a cataract procedure, and you can do it with medications for cancer. This is for prostate cancer, advanced prostate cancer. And you can see here some outcomes that are reported for the patient, from the patient, his financial difficulties, pain, fatigue, etc., some clinical relevant outcomes, overall survival progression, and of course, the costs. And you can even compare treatments, or you can compare teams, or you can compare hospitals, or you can compare yourself over the years and see how much you have improved. So with measurement, you can tell these stories. These are very positive stories. They resonate well with our patients. They resonate well with our payers because they get to see what they are paying for. And they also are a great way to show the wonderful professionals we have around. So this is one of the reasons why, and an obvious quick win, the ability to communicate what you do in a much more effective way. This is an obvious gain from implementing measurement programs. We did it in all cancers. We implemented cancer practice around skin cancer, and I had the time or the opportunity to put it on writing, the experience of all the cancer practices, we put it together. But with the skin cancer team, we had the opportunity to put it on writing, and this paper is actually a report of the whole experience of assembling a dedicated skin cancer practice. We chose the subset of patients with melanoma to tell the story. And the story in the article, you can read it afterwards. It's about how we set up the practice for integrated care and the decision-making and the role of tumor boards. Everything is in there just to focus with you on which outcomes, for example, we aimed at. Of course, there's a balance between what we wish and what's possible. Still, we got a fairly good result with this one. For example, one of the objectives was access to innovation, and this is actually access to drug innovation. We must be able to provide the right patients with the right drugs. That involves, of course, doing the tests for the PD-1 medication, for example, for all, but also has to do with us being able to follow up on results. And follow up on results on skin cancer might mean, for example, to follow up on survival and quality of life. So let's produce results. Survival is easy. You just have to measure the dates, diagnosis until the very end, hopefully not. And quality of life has to do with conducting structured surveys next to patients every 3 or 6 months. And then you have in the article a whole list of outcomes, how we measure them, and of course the results of the hospital. Is there an implication on costs, on efficiency as well from doing this, or will this lead to spending more money in practice? It will lead for sure on you spending better the money. And this was the main conclusion we got. We actually saved some money in some areas, especially in areas of quality and in areas of waste. There was waste, and waste meant repeated exams, having medical appointments before the exam was ready, things like that. All of those waste costs were avoided. So, and you also organize better the agenda, so everything becomes more productive and your cost per case becomes lower. And of course, you avoid those repeated procedures and waste. That's basically where you get your money from implementing this. How much is the waste? Waste is typically between 10 to 20% of total care. So if you get a way to solve 10 to 20%, you already save a lot of money that you can use, for example, on drugs or even on hiring your staff. Now, tumor boards. Tumor boards and multidisciplinary data, it's about the system and the context where you take your decisions. So it's also about data. When in that measurement system, linking the various parts of hospitals, we were talking about bringing the data from pathology, from genetics, for example, which is important for the characterization of the genetic profile of patients and cancers and for the decisions. We had the surprise, we were doing everything for the first time then, it was a surprise for us, that data regarding genetics and pathology, because of the machines being used, because of already being a very computerized system, that data is actually very easy to retrieve. It's more difficult to retrieve data from medical notes, from medical appointments, for example. Of course, they are written on text. But if you're looking for data for genetic profiles of patients, things like that, that data, as long as it gets measured somewhere in the value chain, then it's very easy to retrieve and to integrate it into a dashboard where you follow up your patients and the quality of your decisions. So tumor boards basically are about data in the sense that they can be translated to meaningful data that will support decisions in the process of care. This will help us to get those, the previous speaker spoke about that, the personalized treatments that will avoid the so-called waste, better predictions, also to improve quality in the sense that we improve quality, we will have a lesser variation in terms of outcomes for patients, we have more predictability, and with that, we will provide better care. Financial impact. There is an investment to be made in tests. There is an investment to be made in pathology, also in staff. But in the end, you will save a lot of money by doing things in a much more coordinated and structured way. By improving productivity, for example, in medical appointments, you'll be saving a lot of money in human labor hours. And in the end, the overall perspective on costs is that you actually save money. Now, some challenges to implement this approach. Of course, if you're talking about wanting some results for decisions, there's a topic of reimbursement for exams. You probably have to discuss that with your peers, depends on the system. There's also, once you get the results, having them made available and being used for all sorts of decisions and even analysis. So there's interoperability, IT interoperability there as well to consider. You won't be able to do it inside all hospitals. So probably for this sort of analysis, you'll be talking about integrating with other hospitals and centers so that, for example, there can be a national center to produce some sort of exams, but we also don't want to wait 2 months for the results. We want those results in 2 or 3 days, 1 week. So you have to integrate and create the workflows for that to work well. That's also a challenge. And of course, need for training, hiring staff probably as well, strengthening your profiles in terms of medical genetics and all the technical support that goes with the genetic department, again, which doesn't have to be inside each and every hospital, but we have to have a network with these reference centers for genetics. Now, and is there an opportunity here? Yes, because literature tells us, my own experience tells us that there's a positive cost-benefit profile for these investments. Because decisions improve, you don't waste drugs. You only spend drugs on patients that promise a result, promise more than others a result. There's also not false hopes to patients, and that's also very important for them. And there's a better context to discuss with our drug suppliers, to discuss how many patients you're going to have, how many patients you're going to be able to pay for, and how much budget is available. So with this more predictable scenario, in the medium term, we tend to have a better cost-benefit profile. We just don't have to see all the upfront cost of the investments. We need to see beyond those, and quality usually self-imposes on these initial investments. Okay, then we should also consider that we can do all these tests and organizations inside. We have some new startups, new companies on this arena of genetic testing. Maybe we can consider that. We would have to evaluate as we go if we would go for a traditional relationship between 2 hospitals, or if we would consider some sort of international startup, distance-based support in these areas. And very important, you will not be collecting genetic data just for the sake of diagnosis. That database you saw, it was the database of the hospital. So it was important for management control. It was important for physicians trying to produce knowledge for the next medical congress. There was one single hospital database with all the data. This saves a lot of money because you only pay for one infrastructure and 2 or 3 salaries of managers or data managers to support that infrastructure. You don't have to replicate the infrastructure n times inside a hospital or n times across different centers. We can have a single database for this sort of information, and you save, of course, on the management. Now, my vision for Europe as well, and the most important next to Europe is that one that I posed in bold. Can we view healthcare in Europe as a self-sustained value chain? This is, for me, the most important question in this area, because if our decision makers, governments, European Commission, if we get taxpayers, individual taxpayers, if we are convinced that the value chain in healthcare in Europe is self-sustained, we will be able to see it not as a means to cost money to people, but as an investment, as a strategic investment and a priority, as a leverage for development of the whole continent and the countries. And quite frankly, if you see the macroeconomics of healthcare, we know that things are difficult in one country or another, but from the European perspective, Europe is sustainable, means it makes more, just from the financial point of view, it makes more money in healthcare than it actually spends. So healthcare at European level, it's already a viable investment. So it's a good area to invest. And also because literature also tells us there's an obvious multiplier in healthcare. Every euro, every million euro you invest in healthcare in Europe, you multiply it, depending on the area of the country, but you multiply that euro per 1.5 to 3 euros. So the investment in healthcare in some countries in Europe makes the triple that it costs. So it's an obvious investment. I don't see in my bank an option so attractive to invest as healthcare and healthcare in Europe. In order to achieve this, we have to make sure of three main pillars. One, that we actually are able to produce universal access in healthcare in Europe. Why? Because most of the return on investment in healthcare comes from having a healthy population. So the healthier the population, the more optimized is the investment. We have to discuss, and this is an ongoing discussion. There are no good guys and bad guys. This is a conversation between different agents and stakeholders in the value chain healthcare. The only foe in this equation is disease itself, and that's what we need to fight. But we have to talk about financial sustainability, for example, between healthcare insurance and hospital providers, also with suppliers. This is an ongoing discussion that needs to be made, aiming at an overall sustainability framework. And also we have to build in Europe, but that's probably with the European Commission and other speakers in this conference, to create an innovation-friendly environment. We have to create our own products in order to benefit from the results, the royalties and others of that innovation in European soil. So way forward, just to finish with some, and you'll be able to share the slide and also the conclusions with you. Some key ideas. We can use data also on risk-sharing agreements. That's a brief summary I did a few years ago, just to show you that we covered that as well. So risk-sharing agreements are a nice way to motivate people to do more measurement, to measure more outcomes, and also to benefit from a financial consequence of those outcomes. So I won't go through all these topics. I'm already on my time limit. Still, when we go to hospital these days, we still see that we are very much organized around the traditional functions and corporations inside hospitals. And this is obviously not an observation for our Latvian friends or whoever is watching the conference. It's my own experience here in Portugal and in other centers that I visited in the meantime. We have to go beyond that and organize ourselves around clinicals. And that example around skin and melanoma is a sort of everyone, surgeons, medical doctors, psychologists, dermatologists, all organized around that clinic, and they are employees of the patients of skin cancer, and they work around that. So we won't have so much fragmented deliverance of care, and then we can increase volumes, and by including volumes, we save money and make things more productive. we have people not just working, but also working with added motivation. And of course, with commitment from all the professions inside the job. I know not everything inside the hospital exists, so we may have to work with even virtual partners or partners in other hospitals. Okay, we need to, of course, make more use of the multi-disciplinary philosophy also in order to reach other diseases and to take the benefits of this sort of organization, for example, for skin disorders, for psychiatric disorders and other disease areas as well, cardiovascular for sure, that's also a very multidisciplinary area. We need to work on quick wins, so we can start with very ambitious goals and eventually we'll give up in the between. We should start with quick wins. Cataract surgery was an obvious example, but we can start with centers and special pathology areas that are more or less organized and where we can collect some data and show our own proof of concept. This involves the non-clinical approach. I'm thinking of social workers, clinical psychology, but we're thinking of social workers, the managers, IT in healthcare, everyone on board, and then be ready to escalate the experience. And finally, keep rewarding not just innovations in terms of organization, but also those working and making an effort to make a difference. And this, in a nutshell, is a summary of my own experience and what we did at the centers where I have been in the past. And this is my email also for sharing in the future some experiences. So thank you very much for this little bit with you.
Thank you, Francisco. So I would welcome to the stage Helmuts Bēķis, our leader of OncoAlliance, to wrap this thing up and sign the fabulous letter. Please.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be here, and I think how I will start it, but Olga already did, and Bettina gave me a keyword, and I all the time think that I never ever guessed that in Oncology Congress I will think probably it's easier to go to the toilet in Cosmos than in a higher building in the world, but I figured it out. But most important than my thoughts about toilets is that during this Congress and before it, together with 28 oncology professionals from 28 countries, there are even more of them, we made an open letter and we became heroes, history makers on equality of beating cancer. And it's like in fairy tale, there don't have to be boogeymen. All can be good ones, all can be heroes, all in here, all on the line. You can still sign it because already 18 leading organizations have signed it. And I will show you a video. They signed it what? They signed it 10 steps, our call, how we will start to make the steps on equality in beating cancer. So about clear plans, no fake information, about improvements. You can read it there, and those who are in person, you got this for a reason, to take it with you, not to leave us, because we already know what we wrote there. This will be important because as it goes, the journey starts in last year, when Olga told that we will make some little patient advocacy meetup just because we saw how others do it. And we just go a couple of steps further. And now we will be this first wave to make these changes. And the best part is that we are not the only ones who are like that. There are 18 other leading patient organizations which already signed, and this date is good because in 1963, I don't remember the date, Martin Luther King said that he had a dream, but we already having the starting date when we have to make these changes, and 18 countries, that have to be the map, already signed this 10 steps of how we can make changes happen. It's Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, France, Georgia. I'm reading because I don't remember all the country names. Hungary, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Romania, Slovenia, the Netherlands, and United Kingdom. And signing still continues. And it's good to be a hero just to sign something. And the main part is that you're not signing it for us. You're signing it for all the oncology patients, because this open letter will be sent to European Commission, European Parliament, health ministries of all of the countries, and to mass media. I think this is one of the easiest way how to make changes happen in real life. And I'm the one who can tell that we made a huge effort. I'm the one who can continue to speak 10 minutes or maybe 15 because we are just in the half of our Congress. But I can be the one who told that thank you all for coming. Thank you for taking the part. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for trusting us. And let's make these changes and equality. So those who are here, we will see in reception. Those who are online, thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I was lying. On 6 o'clock there will be dinner downstairs in the reception.